Sometimes in life, we get asked the question, what are we made of? In rowing, there's a few things. We're made of early mornings, unspoken commitment, and loyalty. We're made of a larger collective, all greater than the sum of its parts. We're made of personal sacrifices, invisible work, and thousands of hours of consistent effort. We're made of innovation, precision, and always progressing. We're forged by calloused hands, carbon and titanium. We're made of dreamers, makers, and believers. And we're fighting for every second and every inch, every day.
They are pulling this out now as the Americans really chase them down as hard as they can. Coming towards the finish of the race now. Not many more than 10 strokes, and they are pulling this out. The crowd are on their feet here, and this looks as if it's going to be another victory. And it is. They retain their title.
So, what is rowing made of? Simply put, rowing's made of us.
You've got a passion for storytelling and you want to come and run towards your future, this is where it starts. One of the hallmarks of our program since I was a student way back when was that you learned the fundamentals of radio, television, and film. And then you picked your major and you spent 2 years going through the program.
Director, are you ready?
Right from first year, the foundation of learning the different roles and responsibilities in the TV space and how they change based on scale of production. So it's kind of wild to be a broadcasting student being in a studio like this, working on a 5-minute little scripted project, to being out in the community producing something that potentially thousands, hundred thousands, or millions of people are watching. When we're working on a project like World Rowing, and we are now the host broadcaster, anyone around the world that tunes in to watch this event is watching feeds that come from us. That's as real as it gets for our students, because the next step for them after they graduate is to go and do that professionally. And those students, it was like getting into their favorite slippers. They just walked in, they slid right in, they were comfortable, they executed what I would say arguably flawlessly. Then they have that real true transformative moment or experience.
Ready, Neil, and take Neil. What I'm doing at the moment is I'm directing the 140th Royal Henley Regatta. I'm currently taking all the cameras that we have out in the course and just sequencing them into what you see on the live stream. So from our first camera all the way to our end camera at the grandstand, that's what I'll be doing. So taking those from, we're on Neil right now, and we're gonna go to Clerks in just a second as soon as we pass the tower. Ready, Clerks? And take Clerks.
Right now I'm down at the grandstands. I'm on our only part of the camera. Sorry, I'm going live 1 second. Yeah, so I'm just trying to feed Damien, the director, as many shots as he wants. I'm trying to basically make good shots and tell him, hey, take mine live.
And I think in today's society, we have certain sensitivities to, like, do I need to go to school to learn that skill? I could surf online, I could take a bunch of online courses, but what you're missing is the big component of finding out what you're good at in environments that test you, that allow you to realize your true potential. And that only can happen when you're working in a team environment. If you have a passion for storytelling, all of that creative excitement, energy, and excellence is already inside you. We just need to give you an opportunity and a place and an environment for you to realize that.
Do you hear that?
Follow those guys, keep going.
That's the sound of real-world experience. That's NC Life. Apply now and start this September. Visit niagaracollege.ca/apply.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2026 Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. You're here live on the live stream with myself, Allie, from the Westside Rowing Club.
And I'm Julia, and Allie and I coach together, so we're really excited to be here today. We got some finals to start the day strong. All right. So it looks like today we are starting off with the men's senior 8. This is a final, so they're, as you can see here, getting loaded up in our stake boats.
So from first lane, which will be lane 2, all the way over to lane 7, we have Buffalo Rowing Club, have the University of British Columbia in lane 3, University of Victoria in lane 4, Argentina's Senior 8 in lane 5, California in lane 6, and Wisconsin's High Performance Group in lane 7. Gearing up for a 9 a.m. start, so all the rowers are sitting ready. Coxswain making those little micro adjustments to their point, getting ready to send it down the 2,000 meter course. Again, just those little taps, making sure that the coxswain has as straight of a point as possible. They don't want to worry more about steering. They want to worry about getting down to the finish line as soon as possible. Here they go, getting ready for the start.
Argentina, California, Wisconsin, attention.
As you can see kind of right off the start, they're quick to get those blades in, get moving, want to get as far ahead as quick as possible.
Can't always win a race off the start, but you can definitely lose a race off the start. So really important, as Julia said, to get those blades in, get that boat moving underneath you. You're picking up roughly a ton of weight with the athletes. You got to get those bodies moving, got to get that boat moving.
Look like an early start out from University of British Columbia. But we'll see. As you can see, some of those boats here in the middle are starting to catch up, starting to become a little bit more even. So,
yeah, these first 500 meters are all about establishing your position down the course. You want to get that bow ball out just a little bit further than your other crews. Your coxswains are going to make calls. Really encourage those rowers to apply more press, pick up the rate if they need to, and just send it down. This race will likely take somewhere between 6.5 to 6 minutes and 45 seconds, just barreling down to the finish line.
water looks a little bit choppy today, so that might add to their time, make it a little bit more difficult out there, but these are very talented athletes that are well equipped to handle this. As you can see, it's still relatively even, kind of hard to tell who's in the lead from this angle, but looking like they're moving pretty well.
Looks like that crew from California maybe starting to pull away just a little bit. Tough to tell from this vantage point, but they've got quick, concise catches. You can see that water splashing up from their blade. That means they're backing those blades in, pressing down with the legs. Coming up on that first 500 meters.
Looks like UVIC in lane 4 and Wisconsin out on the edge. Look like they're trying to make a move up here, challenging University of British Columbia. So some exciting racing happening in the middle of the race.
So it looks like in those middle lanes, Argentina looking to battle back, start taking some seats. Yeah, it looks like California, lane 6. Really establishing that early lead as we get up to that second 500 meter mark.
Seems like California's taken the rate up a little bit too. They're really trying to get more strokes in, kind of like if you're riding a bike, right? Pedaling more, try to get a little bit farther out, get more strokes in, send more water back, get a little farther. So it looks like they're, as we're kind of getting this better vantage point here, starting to pull away. Though we still have a lot of racing left. Anything can happen here. Really close battle for that second place right now.
Yeah, it looks like University of Victoria. The Vikes starting to make a move. Next to them, British Columbia looking to battle back. All right, as we get through the halfway mark on the course, there's still 1,000 meters left to go. As Julia said, anything can happen at these high speeds. It's so much power. Really important to get those blades in at exactly the same time. For those of you that maybe have never rowed before, rowing a 2,000 meter course is equivalent to playing an entire game of basketball, but it's over and done with in less than 7 minutes. So right now, these athletes, their bodies are screaming at them, asking them, why are you doing this? Why are you putting this through this? It's for the glory. The glory of winning a Henley Gold.
So as we can see here, these really close between these 4 crews. Looks like UBC is getting pretty close up there.
Yeah, that lead from California is starting to lead from California from this vantage point, definitely pretty solidified. The rest of the group battling out for a spot.
But they're moving down this course pretty quick. Looks like they're coming in through that last 500 meters.
We can tell those crews that have fallen just a little bit behind are starting to pick up that stroke rate, getting those blades in quickly, taking more strokes, just doing their best to move the boat as quickly as they can. Here, the coxswains, the boat drivers, are yelling anything and everything to get their crews to move just a little bit faster, start gaining on the other boats that are in this race. Reminding them of why they train, who they train for.
All those early mornings, all those extra practices, all coming down to these moments here. So that's what the coxswains are doing, making sure they're steering nice and straight, motivating their crews. They know them better than anyone.
You can hear the cheering from the crowd. Rowing is notorious for being a poor spectator sport, but we love the enthusiasm from the folks in attendance.
Some families and loved ones. You can see here the buoys start to change color. They turn red in the last 250 meters. So that last little burst of the race, it's kind of like you can do anything for 250 meters. So that's kind of when the crews are going to go all out, but a pretty decisive win here. So that's very, very exciting for them.
Yep.
Close battle for second. There we go. Good, some close racing there. Exciting.
Looks like UBC and Victoria in second and third. It's like Argentina coming across the line.
So very fast racing today. So California with 5:29. Super exciting. And next we will be heading up to the women's senior 4. So as you can see, we're already back up at the start. So to keep it running pretty consistently, get those 8s out of the way, and then we'll send our women down.
7 in.
So as they load in from left to right on the screen, we've got Argentina, Kingston, Ontario, University of British Columbia, Calgary's Rowing Club, the 2026 World University Championship crew, so the FISU crew, and then Riverside from Boston in lane 7.
So this is a major regatta. We have teams traveling in from all over the world. So making it just to the final is a huge accomplishment, let alone winning one of those medals. So this is a big deal for all of these athletes, and we're really excited to see them here.
And this right here is going to be a spectacular race. The women's straight 4, so a boat without a coxswain, your bow seat, the one all the way in the front of the boat, or the back, depending on how you perceive it, will be the one steering.
Yeah, so the one closest to the finish line, I guess, from our perspective.
Yeah, we love a bow seat. You're across the line first.
So you can see, instead of the coxswain calling for those little adjustments, see the bow seat kind of looking behind them. Having the buoys is super helpful.
Calgary, 2026 WUC, Riverside, attention.
That little half a second before the official starts the race, and when they announce attention, it feels like time is hanging.
Good, so trying to figure out the pressure here, figuring out, making sure we're not steering. We got some boats getting a little close for comfort here. You can see the official waving their flag, trying to direct them. Like we said, we don't have coxswains in these boats to kind of solely focus on the steering. So these athletes are trying to not only suffer through the pain of a 2K, but also keep the boat straight and their teammates safe. So it's a lot of responsibility. So we can see, especially with the nerves here, we're getting a little bounced around. The current's strong out there too.
Yeah, these crews from Calgary and the FISU crew, the WUC crew, look like they're having a little bit of a tough time steering a straight course, but as they continue to go down, the boat will pick up more speed. Their pressure should even out.
They'll start to settle in.
We call these boats blind boats, meaning that there's nobody steering the boat for them. And blind boats either have tow steering in the bow, so they can steer it without having to call for pressure, but if you don't have tow steering in your boat, important that all of the pressure applied on the blades is even. Keep a straight course.
So really settling into this rate, this race, you can see at the start their rate was probably a little bit higher, kind of get the boat moving as quick as you can. They've started to kind of settle into that, what we call race pace at this point. We're taking the rate down to something that's a little bit more sustainable, right? So this takes a couple of minutes to get through these races, so it's not sustainable to kind of go full max out 100%. You burn yourself out, so you gotta kind of settle down a little bit. That doesn't mean we're losing any pressure. There's still max press every single stroke, but making it something that they can sustain here. This is pretty even across, so this is going to be a really exciting race.
Yeah, it looks like that crew from WC, the World University Championship crew, starting to solidify maybe an early lead. They had some steering issues off the start, but it looks like they've straightened them out.
The Spanish point, like we said, is a little tricky, so I wouldn't count out Argentina either. Sometimes that lane closest to us is further out than we realize, but looks like they are coming through this next point here, struggling with the tent.
It is breezy out there.
It's
There was
very
an hour
windy.
delay, there's some thunder, some lightning, some winds, so this side wind right here, this cross breeze, is really making it extra challenging for these crews to keep a straight course.
You can see the water looks a little bit choppy. It's better than it was earlier, but still not perfect rowing conditions by any means, but they are well equipped to handle these conditions, and it's part of rowing, part of racing. But look at Argentina is moving back up here. They brought the stroke rate up. Making some pretty serious moves here. Looks like they're maybe chasing down a goose out there, or is that their bow ball? I can't quite tell.
Looks like that crew from Argentina is rowing just about a 40, so that's 40 strokes a minute, so about a second and a half in between the blade comes in the water and comes out of the water. It's very quick.
Yeah, so they're moving fast. They're kind of every stroke opening up more and more water between them and the boats behind them. Looks like a really close battle for second, so that's very exciting to see. But like we said with the last race, there's still plenty of racing left. Truly anything can happen in the world of rowing. These girls traveled a very far distance to be here, so we're very excited to see them having such a great performance.
Absolutely, and it's so incredible to see such a wide range of crews from all over the world come and represent themselves at North America's premier rowing event. So it looks like Argentina coming in, Kingston, Ontario. As they come into the last couple of minutes of rowing, they're realizing, okay, the work is almost done, not quite done. Still have some meters left to row. But they're cooking right along, getting those blades in together. You can see just how hard they're working by how strong their arm drive in. Like squeezing out every inch of water that they possibly can.
They're just pulling right away from those crews. Actually, is that Kingston up ahead and we've been wrong this whole time?
No, I think that's Argentina.
Then you can see these 8s that are rowing back up. Those are from the race we just watched. They turn at the end, spin, go back up to the docks, put their boats away. Call it a job well done.
All right, so here we're looking for those buoys to change color. Again, that'll signify the last 250 meters, that last all-out sprint.
So we'll see a lot of these boats try to come back up, fight for that first place spot. Those boats currently battling for second. Who can get their bow ball out ahead and cross the finish line first? You can start to hear the cheering from the crowd. This boat out in front here is still pretty decisively in the lead, still pulling away. Very impressive job. Now let's see what we get in second. This is the fun part. Pretty close to the line. Can they get them? Not quite.
Nope,
Nice
you were
job.
totally right, Julia. It was Kingston across the line.
My apologies, our friends from Kingston. You looked incredible. Got confused with the blue. Should have worn my glasses.
We should have printed out everybody's unis before. This is our first year doing this, so we're taking notes for next year.
Be nice to us. I'm learning. Very fast job from Kingston. Like a 9-second gap in between the two, first and second. So that's a pretty substantial, pretty decisive lead. So super exciting to see that from them. And we are back now to men's quads. So you can see each rower has 2 oars in these boats. So the boats we saw previously, each rower only had 1 oar. They have 2. These are some pretty fast boats on the water. So this will be a fun race to watch. This is an exciting one. Like the last one we saw, these do not have a coxswain. So these boats are responsible for steering themselves. So we'll see them make that bow seat turning around, making those tiny little changes, making sure they're in the perfect spot to row straight, row fast, get out ahead.
With the right group of rowers and with the right application of power through the oars, this group of 4 athletes can move just as fast, if not faster, as 8. It's pretty incredible to watch the scullers move down the course.
So as we're looking here from left to right, we have Montreal all the way out on the left, a crew from Saratoga Springs in lane 3, Conshohocken in 4, Peterborough in 5, Buffalo Rowing in 6, and UVIC out in 7. But look, they're getting away real fast, real quick. Sculling it's beautiful to watch. It is.
It is beautiful, especially when it's done well.
Good. Those boats in the middle here seem to kind of be getting an early lead, but like we saw with the last race, that can change pretty quickly. So, like Ali said earlier, you can't necessarily win a race off the start, but you can absolutely lose one. So you just want to hang on, stay with it, don't lose those other boats, and make your move in the middle.
Yeah, with these blind boats without a coxswain, really important to have that ability to self-motivate your bow teammate who's responsible for steering is also responsible for giving calls to the rest of the boat. So in this case, if your bow oarsman decides that another crew is walking on you and you need to give more pressure, you need to give more pressure. Even if it feels like it's coming from nowhere, it's got to come from somewhere. So it looks like that crew in the yellow boat from Conshohocken, that Philly suburb, starting to maybe creep out, but again, tough from this vantage point.
Really close, kind of in between those, I'd say those 3 boats in the middle here.
That's the incredible thing about championship regattas like this, is that you really do attract the most elite athletes, really incredible talent coming to showcase their skills in St. Catharines, a historic city, well known for rowing.
Looks like Buffalo is making a little bit of a move here, trying to pull up even if not ahead of Conshohocken, so that's exciting to see. Peterborough holding on. This is probably the closest race we've seen so far, so truly at this point in the race, anyone's win.
It just comes down to how deep can you dig and how far are you willing to push yourself, mind, body, and soul, to get your bow ball across the finish line first. Does look like that crew from Buffalo Rowing Club doing their best to solidify a lead. They're a pretty new club, so it would be cool for them to do well at this regatta, really establish themselves on the map.
UVIC out on the outside is giving them a run for their money, though, as we kind of come through the 1,000-meter mark here. Still a very close race. With some very, very fast crews here, so makes sense that we are all fast.
Crews train all summer for this event, going to several regattas along the way, but this is really their season finale for the summer. They'll travel back to wherever their home clubs are, compete for their universities, their own programs. That crew from Conshohocken in that yellow boat starting to make a move, taking seats. So you can see as they press through with the legs, just propelling that boat down the course. It's really incredible. If you could hear it, you would hear the blades slicing through the water, the sound of the seats sliding along as you press the boat through. A lot of folks think that rowing is super heavy on the upper body and the arms. Nope, 90% of the power comes from the legs. So if you see a rower and you want to give them a compliment, definitely don't start by squeezing their biceps. I had somebody do that to me. It was really weird.
Always a pet peeve if you tell somebody you're involved in rowing and they start moving their arms. And I'm like, yes, but no. Looks like Conshohocken's kind of pulling away here. Going bow to stern with Peterborough at this point.
A really great thing to remember when rowing is that you always want to be faster in the second half. Shout out to Justin Price, my coach at Rutgers. That's just the mantra he instilled in us every single day, is faster in the second half.
Looks like it's maybe raining out there, which that's no fun.
Cozy up here in our media booth. So it looks like we've got Conshohocken and Peterborough, Buffalo Rowing Club, doing their best to stay in the mix.
And this is one of those final events here that kind of winner takes the trophy. So giving it their all here. Who can cross the finish line first? Don't want to leave anything left on the course. You don't want to have any regrets after you cross that finish line.
So that crew from Peterborough rowing about 40 strokes a minute, so we can see these crews start to pick up their stroke rate and again just propel themselves across the line as quick as they can. The lactic acid is setting in, their legs are on fire, they're breathing heavy. But one thing with rowing is that you learn how to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
Coming to the last little bit of this course here. Conshohocken, pretty well. We have that crew from Buffalo. Looks like they're maybe making a move back on them, so could be a really exciting finish for us, selfishly.
It makes our jobs way more fun when there's excellent racing to spectate.
Some very fast crews out here, but looks like this one will be Conshohocken. Close for second. Can Buffalo hold them off? There we go. And you can see right there, splash in the water. This is a big deal. This is a big win. Super exciting for them.
Yeah, a testament to their training, a testament to their own self-discipline. It's a big part of rowing too, is making sure that you can do as much as you can for yourself and for your crews.
So 5:55, right? Pretty fast. One of my favorite events. This is a fun one.
At Masters practice the other night, Julia, we took out a quad and I was
jealous.
bowing. It was, well, I learned that I can't steer a straight course.
See, it's hard. Could you imagine having to do that in a race that's like so much pressure?
Could you imagine trying to have our novice row a quad? We'd still be out there.
Oh. Oh, goodness me. This is one of my favorite events. Allie and I, we are novice coaches, so we have a soft spot for the younger ones, but this is our U17 Coxed 4. So all of these athletes are under the age of 17, likely newer to the sport of rowing, so really exciting. Haven't had as much racing experience as those U23 athletes and those senior athletes that we've seen up to this point, but still the best of the best in their age group. So very exciting to see them. Looks like from left to right we have Port, then we have New Jersey, Hanley, St. Catharines, Victoria, and Greenwich, all the way closest to the far shore on the right. St. Catharines is there in the red and blue.
Very noticeable stripes.
Kind of got a soft spot for them, being from Buffalo. They're a sister club to us, so always like to see them do well. These boats have coxswains again, so we don't have to have our bow seats worrying about steering so much, but
Yeah, the coxswains will motivate the crew, tell them where they are in their course, ask for more power, more press, and bring up the stroke rate when we start to see that buoy color change, letting them know that the sprint is right ahead. These U17 athletes are so incredible because they have so much potential, and their opportunity is limitless. They'll go on to compete for high-performance clubs, get recruited for universities, institutions across the world, and it starts right here. These athletes compete for the Dakin Kalena Schaub Trophy, which, for those of you who are familiar with Western New York's premier rowing institution, the Westside Rowing Club,
biased,
is a trophy near and dear to us. Dakin Kalena Schaub were incredible supporters of the program. Doc Schaub was a longtime coach at Westside Rowing Club and helped to restore the club and all of its memorabilia after the fire of 1973. So these U17 athletes are competing for a prestigious trophy and pretty intense bragging rights. Little too close to call right now, but we've got those middle crews, so Henley, St. Catharines, Victoria.
all kind of in the mix here.
You can't really see, but all the way in the bow, so towards the front of the boat, that's where the coxswain is laying down. This coxswain wants to have the boat be as streamlined as possible, so they're almost hiding. A really good coxswain will be able to squeeze themselves into the cavity of the bow and just have their head peek out.
St. Catharines looking to be in the lead at this point, but like we've seen, it's hard to tell and a lot can change, especially with these U17 athletes, because a lot of them are so new to racing. You really won't know until it's over, which is part of the reason I think we love it so much, but they're a lot of fun to watch. Just finding a love for a new sport, which is always exciting. St. Catharines does appear to be rowing at a much higher stroke rate than, I believe, that Victoria right next to them. So trying to get more strokes in, pull themselves a little bit higher, a little farther up the course. But especially rowing at this level, it's a delicate balance between a high stroke rate and then a stroke rate that's actually productive. So we run into that a lot with our novices. As much as we would like them to row in the upper 30s, oftentimes that's more chaos than it's worth, so we bump them down. So it's a delicate balance. That's their coaches, their coxswains are all very attuned to those changes, and we'll call them accordingly.
Looks like that super recognizable uniform of St. Catharines pulling out well ahead. Those recognizable blue and red stripes. Their home regatta, their home course, bringing a lot of glory to their club right now. And these young athletes are really proving themselves.
Almost double the bragging rights.
Yeah.
So as we can see the shot here, we can see kind of what Allie was talking about. Those coxswains are kind of tucked down in there just enough so they can peek out over, make sure they can see where they're going.
They have an unobstructed view down the course, which gives them an advantage instead of being sat up in the stern of the boat, so in the front. So instead of facing the stroke seat, they're just looking right down the course. This coxswain is letting the athletes know where they are, how much they have left to go, what their current split is, their current rate is, telling them to keep calm and collected.
St. Catherine's doing a really nice job here, keeping it together, especially in a race like this. For some of these girls, could be their first major regatta. Keeping it calm, keeping it collected. It's easy, especially when you get ahead of yourself, get a little excited. But they're staying calm, doing the work that they need to do. They've practiced a lot for these moments, so good to see. But we got some fast crews behind them, so they got to make sure they don't slip up at all. Looks like in our St. Catherine's boat, we have Sage, Isabel, Mara, Claire, and Ashley, so it would be a very, very exciting win from them. I'm imagining they have lots of friends and family here supporting them in person, so getting right towards the end here.
Coming up behind him looks like that crew from Victoria.
Canadian show off here. You can hear the crowd with all the cowbells, especially this being a local team. Got a lot more crowd support.
I actually keep a cowbell in my car at all times, just in case I stumble upon a regatta. I'm prepared.
That's actually the craziest thing I've ever heard. I don't think I've ever held a cowbell.
I'll let you bring it on the way home.
Perfect, sounds good. Trying to get through the border with the cowbell. Jesus. Whew. All right. You know, this is a fine line between keeping it professional and then, like, falling apart.
I don't think we're falling apart. I think we're offering welcome banter.
That's true.
I'm sure everybody's been to a regatta where the announcers just have no life. We're the opposite. We have too much life.
I have too much life. It's also like, this race is exciting, and I'm so happy for these girls. How can we not be silly and goofy and happy?
Exactly. We want the same for our athletes. Hopefully we see them in this position one day, absolutely dominating their opposition at Royal Canadian Henley. So there goes St. Catherine's running away with it. They've got probably 2 boat lengths of open water, so I'm anticipating like 2.5 seconds in front of the crew that will come in second place. But as they continue to push away, you can see those buoys are changing. Coxswain's calling for that final sprint.
So they kind of brought the rate up and
sailing across.
Excellent job, ladies.
Yep. See that Bousey just kind of crumble over.
Just exhausted, can barely sit up. They gave literally every ounce of energy that they have. Not uncommon for them to lose hearing or vision because they're working so hard. So,
Yep, tuck those feet right into the water. Pull yourselves off.
Raining today, but still summertime, still very hot and humid here.
Really impressive performance from all crews. So St. Catherine's, Hanlon, New Jersey, Victoria, Port.
So now we can see a very different boat here. These are our pairs. So 2 rowers, 2 oars. Arguably, I'd say the hardest boats to row and to race. So these athletes are, give them a lot of credit. I don't think I could do it. So actually, no, I know I couldn't do it.
It's tough. So if you look over here, left to right, we've got Victoria, DC National, Niagara, Buffalo Rowing Club, Central Catholic, out of the Pittsburgh area, and then PNRA Mercer, New Jersey. So one thing about the pair is that it is incredibly important to steer a straight line. So if we look over, looks like lane 4, Buffalo Rowing Club, having a tough time maintaining their course. You've got to be careful. If you cross the buoys too many times, you will get disqualified. Not only is it risking getting your oars tangled up into the buoy lines, but you risk interfering with other crews. So they'll have to straighten themselves out, not only to stay in their own lane, but to avoid rowing any extra meters. The fastest way between 2 points is a straight line, and if you're swerving all over the course, you're going to wind up adding unnecessary and unwanted meters.
Looks like we're starting to settle down, get a little bit more even press from both athletes. A lot of adrenaline off the start, so not super unexpected to see that. This is also under 19 athletes, so still high schoolers, still very much learning the sport of rowing, but athletes with incredibly bright futures.
Keeping that stroke rate high, they're still around a 38-40. Some of the crews that want to bring it down. A 38-40 is good for the first 250 and the last 250, but in between it's just unsustainable. So important for them to work together to bring that rate down. but still keep consistent power on the legs.
So it looks like the conditions are maybe starting to improve, which will help, especially in these smaller boats. They feel the waves and the chops a lot more than the bigger boats. So I'm sure, are grateful for a little less wind.
Rowing in smaller boats, all of your movements are magnified. So in a bigger boat with 4 or 8 athletes, you can hide your technique just a little bit if you're more focused on applying power. But in these pairs, every single movement can change the feel of the boat. So really important that they're swinging those bodies together in and out of the finish, really getting those blades in the water at the same time. That will also impact how straight of a course they can steer.
Looking like maybe Buffalo is out in front right now, but still pretty close, especially with Central Catholic and PNRA Mercer at the outside there. Kind of making those shifts and those moves here in the middle. So these pairs obviously do not have coxswains, so these two athletes need to be incredibly in tune with one another. There's a lot of communication happening within the boat. They've likely trained together at least all season long, if not longer. So they know each other very, very well and know exactly what each person needs to do to be successful. So seems like a lot of fun. Maybe we'd be good in a pair.
I think we'd be great in a pair. I can't steer though.
You're so much taller than me. We'd look silly out there, but it would be fun. Maybe we start with a double.
I think we would just intimidate our competition.
You think?
Yeah, they'd just flip off the start and then we'd win by default. Imagine looking over and seeing me and Julia.
Just doing our best. For those that know us, that's a funny thing. If you don't know us, trust us, it's funny.
We're just doing our best.
So it's starting to get a little... Looks like that's still Buffalo out in the lead. Looks like we have Lawson and William. Hopefully no one has nicknames here. I don't know them personally, but excited to see them. Nice long strokes.
Looks like that crew from Niagara.
They're holding on. Ooh, who do we have sneaking up on the inside? Is that DC National?
Looks like DC National making a move.
It's starting to get sunny out there. How beautiful. See some birds. Beautiful Henley Island. Looks like this is Victoria coming on screen now.
Yep, so closest to furthest, we've got Victoria, DC National, Niagara over there in lane 4, Buffalo out in front, Central Catholic, lane 6, and then PNA Mercer, lane 7. Buffalo taking a commanding lead, really just pressing through, getting that open water.
It's been interesting so far. I feel like almost all of the wins have been pretty decisive, which was expecting a lot more close racing, but hey,
I don't know. It looks like Niagara is making a move.
Oh.
If they can press through with the legs, they might just catch them.
Also, small boats. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen with small boats. One missed stroke.
You end up in the water.
A little uneven with the handle heights. Anything can happen. So here we've got a really exciting attempt by Niagara to come through.
Bumped that stroke rate up.
Yep.
Probably started their sprint early because they knew they had to go out and catch Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
And they might have, if they have enough space, they can do it. It's going to come down to how many meters are left in the course. They have enough space, enough stamina to pull it off.
Enough sheer willpower. Learning how to pull from an empty tank is a skill that rowing uniquely teaches you. We can hear the cheers from the crowd on the shore.
Buffalo super close, about 40 minutes drive, so probably a lot of local friends, family, supporters up here cheering them on. And pretty decisive win there from Buffalo. Good job. And coming in behind them, looks like Niagara. Also a pretty close club. And then, close for third. Looks like DC National. Very exciting. fast racing, 6:29. All right. Next up, we have the women's under 23 lightweight double. So unlike the pairs, which each person only had one oar, in the doubles, I feel like as the name kind of implies, each person has 2 oars. Double the oars.
Double the oars.
Double the fun. Ridgewood, all the way out in lane 2, they have the same last name. I wonder if they're sisters.
Oh my god, that'd be awesome. I don't know if I could convince my sister to do this with me. She did say she wants to row though, so maybe we should teach her.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
It's a great thing. Rowing is for everyone.
You're so right.
It's the beautiful thing about this sport is that you can do it for as long as you want to.
Attention.
That start buzzer goes and those blades hit the water, propelling that shell through. A rowing shell is really only about 22 to 24 inches wide, so there's not a ton of space on either side of your hips, so your body positioning in that boat is so important, especially in these smaller boats. Any shift with the hips, any wiggle with the upper body. When we tell our athletes every time your head flops over, it's like a bowling ball. It really is so true. Every little bit of movement is magnified. So in these women's doubles, from left to right, we've got Ridgewood, Kingston, Argentina, University of Victoria, Undine in lane 6, Calgary in lane 7. Looks like they're all matching up stroke for stroke, barreling down the course. Not much to report on right here. Still.
Oh, bird just flew by. That's exciting. I just downloaded that bird app the other day.
Oh,
Having a
Merlin?
great time. Yeah.
Yes, I should do that for when we travel next week.
I should get really into birding.
See any Austrian birds.
Ooh. Cuckoo. Oh, goodness. It's like you forget people are listening.
I hope people are listening. I'm actually not going to go back and read the YouTube comments.
I don't want to know.
Nope, I don't want to know.
It's not for me to find out. Please be nice to me. I'm doing my best. Cruising right along here. This is a very close race. I know, I feel like I've been saying that, but I mean it this time. Sculling, it's just so beautiful to watch. It just looks so clean.
Looks
Trying to orient myself here.
like, yeah, it looks like that crew from Victoria, UVIC. Maybe just starting to get themselves ahead. Again, pressing that bow ball forward down the course. Racing in a rowing shell is so funny because you're racing and winning backwards. So you don't always know how much longer you have to go, but you know how far you've been. Such a beautiful metaphor for life.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Looks like maybe pretty close with Calgary out on the outside in the red. These angles are tough. We're at the mercy of the cameras, but obviously can't have someone stationed every single point down the course. Let's see. Ooh, Undine making a move here.
Yeah, it looks like that crew from Victoria.
Looks like with Stella and Elena. In lane 5, yep. UVIC. Starting to kind of pull away here in the middle. Put their heads down. Pull out ahead. Through that 1,000-meter mark. You can see that posted on that yellow post in the background. So just past halfway in the race.
Yeah, that crew from University of Victoria definitely establishing that lead more than halfway through the race. Likely these two have trained together for a good part of the summer to showcase their skills here. And under 23 is still so young too in their rowing career. So from that red crew, we've got Calgary and Undine, University of Victoria out in the lead. After that, followed by Argentina, and then Kingston and Ridgewood. It's really UVSC running away with it.
They're racing today for the Jack Burkout Trophy. So for those who are well-versed in rowing in this part of the world, he was a founding member of the South Niagara Rowing Club, which is in nearby Welland. So a lot of local club support to put on this regatta, to donate all the trophies. So rowing is a beautiful community. So love to see that here.
Got that crew from Victoria racing about a 38, so really high on the stroke rate. Still staying long and controlled, which is impressive at the higher rates. Sometimes when crews start to race at a higher rate, they fall apart a little bit. We remind our athletes, stay controlled, stay together. And it looks like the double from the University of Victoria is doing just that.
Doing a very good job.
Looks like they've got another crew entered into the fray.
They almost make it look easy, even though I know their bodies are screaming at them, which I guess kind of like with figure skating. If you're doing it well, it looks easy.
So graceful and so dazzling, but on the inside,
Just hurting.
hurting. It's beautiful discomfort.
Good starting to come into that last stretch of race here. Looks like Undine is bringing up the stroke rate here, trying to pull ahead of Calgary. Looks like it's also a tight race there. UBIC, once again, pretty decisively going away with it.
It's kind of the theme that we've been seeing is going into that last 500, there's usually a crew that is pulled out in front. But again, anything can happen in those last 500 meters.
But they brought up the stroke rate now.
And the crew from Victoria
Nice
runs
job.
away with it.
Nice job.
Nice work, ladies. So as we have the rest of the field finishing up, crossing the line over here, finally giving their bodies a chance to breathe. Because remember, they still have to row their boat back to the dock, pick it up, carry it back, and then they can sit. We remind our athletes that the work is not done until your boat is put away. You still have to carry it up out of the water. Sometimes I think the hardest work is them picking up the boat.
That walk back, there's something just especially horrific about it. It's like I'm tired and everything hurts and I can't breathe and I just want to go lay down. But sure, let me carry this boat. Not a problem.
All right, next we've got the men's U17 single. I have an incredible appreciation for anybody that
Absolutely.
can row and steer their own boat. You are out there with yourself, your thoughts, and your discomfort.
I am weak-willed and I would
fold in 500 meters.
and that's because I was like, who am I letting down, myself? Okay. I'll live with it. So I give them a ton of credit, especially being U17. They're young athletes, very self-motivated, very self-driven.
Yeah, for anybody looking to hire for a position, if you have any rowers that interview, definitely give them the opportunity because rowers are disciplined, determined, hardworking, and they will usually show up early because we are used to being early morning people. So these young athletes right here, again, under 17, just picking their boat up and moving down the course. Looks like we've got a little bit of movement across the lane from Waco. Likely that official in the boat is telling him to adjust his course, staying in between the buoy lines. The lanes are wider than they appear to be, and so there is enough wiggle room on either side to be just a little bit uneven down the line, but really focusing on just staying upright, staying controlled, and maintaining a decent line.
I do appreciate the bright neon yellow. I think that's Aurelia out there. That was always when I was a junior rower, my parents' biggest complaint. They're like, we don't know who you are. Everybody's in black unis. I don't know.
You look really clean and crisp off the water, but we can't discern you.
Yeah, like, we have no idea who you are. And I'm like, okay. So I'm sure, I appreciate it. And I'm sure his teammates.
I love a high vis uni.
Yeah, it's fun, especially when you're the only one in there. Mm-hmm. Have fun with it. Sam from Aurelia, we like your outfit.
We like your outfit.
Very, very dashing.
Shout out to our friend Connor Schaefer, who's been taking a lot of pictures and videos for this regatta. He likes to pick out the athletes that have the best outfits. So for anybody continuing to race this weekend, put on your best fit. Go find Connor Schaefer. Or with your luck, he will find you.
He'll find you, whether you want him to or not.
Schaefer Shots on Instagram. So it looks like these...
Pretty close across here.
Yeah, so lanes 5, 6, and 7, we've got Waco, Potomac, and Aurelia, again in that high vis. It looks like that crew from Waco, he's figured out his line. You wonder, do you think they're shouting at themselves? Do you think they're talking to themselves, or is it just an internal dialogue?
I almost feel like you have to be like a certain level of... There's something wrong with you if you race a single. There's a certain level of like... Has to be. I could not do this. I know that about myself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
collision?
Maybe.
Ooh, looks like there's some conversion on those crews from Waco and Potomac.
Hit some blades. Hey, that...
Tough.
They're the top two, though. Looks like we have Aurelia, and is that... What is that? I'm trying to orient myself here.
Aurelia on the outside.
Maybe CBC? In the blue?
Oh, yeah. Coming up from the right side of our screen.
Could also be TBC. Not quite sure. I don't want to make the mistake again. But looks to be a lot more even as I kind of come through this point here. Ooh.
Alright, so it looks like that middle crew from, if I'm correct, Waco in the white, propelling himself down the course, being greeted by the cheers from the banks.
I wouldn't count out that athlete closest to us, though. He is moving quick.
Mm-hmm.
Stroke rate is high. He looks very, very clean, very put together. That looks like it's lane 3, if I can read correctly. So CBC. Jack, making a move. Oh, exciting stuff. Yeah, walked right through him. Where he got that last bit of energy to do that from, I don't know, pure adrenaline, knowing what's on the line. Henley Gold.
So that athlete in the blue uni looks like maybe CBC or TBC, rowing at about a 30. So with these smaller boats, you need to make sure that you maintain control and composure. And so rowing at a lower rate but applying more press will serve you well.
It's a close battle between these two. You can kind of, even though we're at the angle, you can kind of see when they cross the buoy line. So really kind of going stroke for stroke here.
Just cruising right through.
You can check them looking over at each other. Where is that other person? What do I need to do to pull myself ahead? Do I have it?
How badly do I want to get ahead? But still, again, maintain composure and maintain control. These boats are so sensitive. Any extraneous lift with the hands, movement with the body, could send yourself tumbling right into the water.
About to see those buoys change color, like we know. Last little bit here. It's a very close race. This is a fun one.
These young athletes figuring out what it truly means to work really hard, especially for yourself. Something that's instilled in us as athletes is to row first for you. Because if you're rowing well for you, you'll row well for your teammates, your coaches, your program.
Very close battle between Waco and CBC at this point. Honestly, truly is either
Still
athlete's
anybody's
race. I know the angle makes it look like Roman from Waco is way out ahead, but
I think
CBC
coming in these last 10 strokes
brought his stroke rate up crazy high.
Yep.
Wow.
and just walked
You know
right
what?
through.
Excellent job, Jack. That was
Yeah.
well done.
Yeah, really
Very
nice come
impressive
from
job.
behind. Again,
Honestly, from all of these athletes, incredible job.
really
You can see
nice
that
work,
excitement,
CBC.
that joy.
Yep.
This is a big deal.
And even as he's so excited, still got to keep that boat afloat.
I guess if you're going to flip at any point in the race, do it at the end.
Right. Right. Really great racing from that U17 men's.
That was
cycle.
exciting. So you can see it's pretty close. All right. Some more small boats coming up. Men's senior lightweight pair.
St. Catherine,
So once again, one oar
Greenwich.
for each athlete.
Ottawa, Calgary. Attention.
Nice job right off the line.
You can just see those puddles that are being left in their wake. The deeper the puddle, the more press the athlete has behind the blade. You want to send those puddles all the way up to the stern deck and let the boat run past them. Right off the start here, through the first 250 meters, the crews are pretty much even.
Looks like Kingston's going a little bit over the buoy line. Gonna
Yep,
pull that back.
Marshall's.
Yeah, pull that back over. There you go.
Marshall's waving their warning flag. If you get flagged too many times, you will get disqualified from the race again, because not only do you pose a danger to yourself getting wrapped up in the buoy lines, but you also risk interfering with other crews.
Looks like they fixed it and are doing just fine at this point. So
What's up with this pontoon boat just kind of cruising
across.
the course? I'm sure they have a reason to be there. I don't think that's just a motorist decided to take a cruise.
they probably have this thing on lock. Let's see here. Looks like maybe Greenwich. Oh, we still got the officials waving their white flags, getting the crews to kind of go the directions they want them to go.
In the senior lightweight pair, I don't believe that there are any age restrictions, so these are likely still athletes in their early 20s. Maybe they've been training in a pair for a lot of their careers, but this could be their first opportunity to race in a pair, depending on the needs of their club. And again, steering your own boat, especially when you only have one oar to do it with,
Incredibly difficult.
is a task, yeah.
Had to have a lot of trust with your pair partner.
Good communication, shouting is not productive.
Looks like it's decently close race. It looks like we Kingston, St. Catharines, and Greenwich. Honestly, Ottawa's in the mix too. Looks like it's getting a little gross and choppy out there again. I hope we're not getting another storm rolling through, but they're doing great.
Anything is better than the tornadoes that happened here last weekend.
That is true.
In all my years of rowing, I don't think I've ever experienced weather like that before. For those of you that heard about the Masters of Regatta last weekend, unfortunately it was canceled because there was severe weather, tornadoes, hail, crazy winds.
No.
All right, so it looks like we've got a nice little grouping of boats out on the left side of our screen. So it looks like Greenwich, Guelph, Kingston, and St. Catharines all vying for that Henley gold. St. Catharines again in their super recognizable red and blue stripes. Looks like Kingston right next to them, and Greenwich.
Yeah,
A
really
little further on
tight.
the outside looks like Ottawa.
Really tight pack here. They figured out their steering issues. They can see the buoys down the course, give them something to... It's a straight shot of a course. If you can align yourself with the buoys behind you, you're good to go.
But sometimes the hardest course to steer is a straight course.
Very much so. Just moving and grooving in the middle of their race. Looks like maybe Kingston is rocking some sweatbands, which I'm loving. If it's a visor, I'll be embarrassed. But I think it's a sweatband. Regardless, I like it. St. Catharines has given him a pretty good fight here.
Rolling into the third 500.
This is where we've seen kind of some crews will start to pull away. Some of that beginning of the race adrenaline has worn off. You really got to dig deep.
So it looks like the crew on the move is lane 7 right now, Ottawa. Being matched tightly by Kingston.
Definitely don't count out St. Catharines quite yet.
Definitely not, as we just saw in the U17 or that U17 single. Anything can happen again in the last 500, even last 300 meters. You need to make sure that your dedication is unwavering, your strength does not falter. This is for Henley Gold, so the first winner across the finish line gets that coveted gold medal.
Good, kind of interesting to see the two leaders in this race are far apart. So especially when you don't have a coxswain to look across all those lanes for you, it's especially difficult to kind of know where they are and what you need to do. Especially like we said in these blind boats where they're also worried about their steering, also worried about matching up with their teammate. You can start to hear the cheers here as they come through the last little bit. This is another close finish.
So they row through the grandstand. There we go, there goes that crew on the move. Looks like Kingston coming out in front.
There's just something about them crossing the finish line, like splash in the water. Oh no, they are visors, aren't they? You know, it is mortifying to be me.
You know what?
They still look fabulous, don't get me wrong.
I love a visor.
We're not doing enough with visors as a society.
Excellent work to the crew from Kingston. Calgary and St. Cat's bringing in 2 and 3.
Nice job.
Pretty close between Ottawa and Greenwich. That's a good race between the two of them. And now moving on to the lightweight double. So the men's U23 lightweight double. So again, athletes, or in each hand, steering their own boat. So much credit to anybody in a small boat. Again, not only are you responsible for steering a straight course, but responsible for self-motivating. The discipline and dedication is incredible.
Argentina. Kingston.
It's a good shot of those stake boats and our stake boat holders. So you can see they hold the stern of the boat to make sure that they're in line, can move them in and out to essentially make sure the start is as fair and as level as possible.
Yeah, the stake boat holders will actually move that little bridge that they're on when there are big boats, so a 4, a quad, or an 8, they will remove that bridge. Because the small boats are smaller, we want to make sure that everybody is rowing the same length of course. So they'll move that bow belt out a little further.
So in this race from left to right, we have UVIC, Argentina, Kingston, Ridgewood, Penn AC, and Western. Some exciting racing. We'll see if Kingston can pull off the back-to-back wins. Could be exciting. They're in the same lane. Maybe it's good luck. I don't know. This is a good shot. You can see it's a straight shot down the course. 2,000 meters. And then from our personal West Side note, this specific trophy that they are racing for, this is another one we're going for gold. The Thomas Croston Trophy. He actually helped, very influential over at West Side, rebuilding the culture of the club, bringing it back after World War II. So kind of exciting connection there. But like we've said, there's a lot of sisterhood between a lot of these rowing clubs. So donating trophies in honor of notable members. Another very level race at this point. Interesting to see what's going to happen in the third 500, where I feel like we've seen the leader kind of emerges at that point.
Yeah, crews
see
really
that stays true.
Establish that success or fall apart under duress.
Looks like Kingston's having a pretty good race again.
Kingston having a good race. Looks like
Penn AC as well.
having a great race. Western having a good race.
Ridgewood is still very much in the mix there.
Looks like our crews from Victoria and Argentina could use a little bit more oomph. But again, anything can happen as we move through that second 500. Nice little pack over here on the left side of the screen. So it looks like we've got Western, Penn, Ridgewood, and Kingston all vying for that number 1 spot. It looks like starting to pull out in front. It's Penn AC, but followed closely by Kingston.
Just kind of like what we saw with the last race, where it's kind of these two teams battling each other in the second half of the race, kind of looking over who can dig a little bit deeper, who can bring that stroke rate up, who can row a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, it really comes down to all the training, all the workouts that you did, really honing in on your nutrition, making sure that your body is fueled and primed and ready for this event. There are some athletes I've noticed that are racing twice this week, even just today, which is crazy. Imagine playing 2 back-to-back basketball games, barely letting your body rest and recover. But again, just so incredible what these athletes are capable of achieving. So got that crew from Kingston communicating with each other, dialing in that catch timing, really just solidifying that breakaway from the pack. If you're going to break away from the pack, sooner is better than later, but you want to do it with control and confidence. If you go out too early, what we tell our kids is that flying and dying is not a strategy. We want to make sure that we are calm and reserved, and we can continue to pull from those reserves. If you just let it loose in the first 1,000 meters, you're not doing anybody any favors. But if you can control your strength and apply it correctly, that will propel you down the course, give you an advantage over the other crews who might just get a little too carried away right off the start.
So we have some movement from this crew closest to the shore. I'm thinking that's UVIC. Found something. Brought it up. Let's see. I would like to see the side by side. Could be exciting. See that bridge, kind of know as an athlete you're getting close to the end. really tight kind of in that second place spot.
Yeah, these crews are rowing at a lower stroke grade, somewhere between a 30 and a 32. Again, these smaller boats, you want to make sure that you maintain control. So as soon as you start to get reckless with the stroke grade is when you start to lose that stability. Your boat starts to wobble. Your catch timing is uneven. So really maintaining that composure.
Kingston still, at least from this vantage point, looking like they're out in the lead. There's something to be said about them in lane 4. They're going to want to go for that every time.
Definitely those inner lanes have a slight advantage. You're a little bit more protected from the wind. You have other crews on either side of you. But that's not to say that crews on outside lanes can't have just as much success.
NAC.
Yep, going to the last 20 seconds of the race. This is where you want to empty those figurative tanks and really just leave it all on the course. Looks like Kingston will take it away again.
Back-to-back wins.
Followed by
Impressive.
NAC. Whew.
Liam and Nigel.
Nicely rowed, gentlemen.
Good job across the board. Like we said, making it to the finals for these races is a huge deal in and of itself, let alone winning them. So, great job. Next, we'll be moving back into our slightly bigger boats. Here we have the women's senior lightweight 4. No coxswain in these again, so your bow seat holding on for dear life, steering for us. We have, starting from left to right, we have St. Catharines, Ottawa, Calgary, Guelph, Greenwich, and Western again. Looks like, are we waiting for a boat? Do we scratch? It's Western, Greenwich. Where is Guelph?
See the way that water is moving? We've got a tailwind.
Looks like quite this current, actually.
Greenwich. Western. Attention.
Nice job coming right off the line here. Beautiful straight courses.
We've got those chase boats starting to follow the perceived leader, and then the perceived back of the pack will always have a chase boat following the person in last place and the person in the crew in last place and the crew in what they perceive to be first place. Again, too hard to tell this early on in the race.
You can see them waving those white flags, directing.
Yep.
There we go, moving back over.
Telling those athletes to adjust their course, stay in their own lane. Funny, almost like we have two separate races. We've got the 3 on the left side of our screen and then the 2 on the other side. It looks like we did have a crew scratch in between. Something must have come up. Still too early to call anything in this first 500 meters. First 500 meters, you feel like you could do anything. You feel like you could row through a brick wall. Your legs are fresh, your mind is fresh.
Part of the skill set is reining that in, because 2,000 meters doesn't sound like a long time. It feels like a lifetime. So rein in that. You're going to need it later.
Absolutely. Keeping that composure, keeping that control.
I'm thinking that crew in the red here. Oh, now we have 2 in the red. Okay. Ottawa and Calgary. Far boat all the way UWO, Western. It's so hard to judge from this angle.
Need to have those little like bubbles above their heads, like for the Olympics.
who's who.
So if anybody wants to donate to the regatta so that Julia and I can have those little floating bubbles above the cruise, we would love your support.
I think I need to spend the entire next year memorizing every rowing club's blade design.
Blade design.
But then they're going to come in and they're going to have white blades that are fresh and new, so.
Or they're going to rent boats. It's going to throw it all out of whack.
What am I supposed to do?
I'm just a girl.
I'm doing my best.
All right, so it looks like
Oop, styling in the purple hat here.
early leaders, looks like Western and
I think that's Calgary.
I'm thinking that's Calgary. I'm thinking Guelph is the crew that,
that
did
is
not line up. So it looks like Western and Calgary.
kind of battling it out. Kind of like we saw a few races ago. It's tough when you're so far apart.
Yeah,
they
to really
can
judge your position on the course. It won't be until they get into that last 500 meters that they can figure out their proximity to one another.
Appears to have started raining yet again. What a gift. Let's see. Yeah, kind of zooming in here. This crew in the red appears to be Calgary, made up of Alexandra, Joanna, Haley, and Cecile. So they look great. Sitting up nice and tall. Like we said, making it look easy, even though we know it's not.
And they're keeping that rate a little lower, too. They're rating around a 32, 31, 32. So that's really a testament to the strength coming from that press. That power per stroke ratio. How far can you go with every single stroke? How far can you press that boat underneath you and let it do the work?
Similar pattern, get into that kind of third 500 and
start to see that leader pull away.
The pack starts to separate.
So it looks like we've got Calgary establishing that lead. Further out in lane 7, looks like Western making a move, trying to judge from across a couple of lanes where their opponents are. Looks like coming into the fray in that third spot position. Looks to be Ottawa.
And then St. Catharines
St.
right there, our
Catharines.
home team.
As it starts to rain, those oar handles get slippery.
Very slippery.
So you need to make sure that you're maintaining a controlled grip on the handle, but if you start to hang on to it like you're clutching for dear life, your forearms will start to twitch and seize up. So adding extra layers of challenges into this already challenging endeavor.
Coming into this last little bit here, like we said, that bridge, I remember that as an athlete, you see that and you're like, okay, I can do anything. I can hang on.
That's all you got to do in the last 250 meters is you got to hang on. You get a little bit more stability from a boat with more athletes. Again, still maintaining that composure. That bow seat, letting her teammates know how much is left to go, how much suffering is left.
This team from Calgary just dominating, essentially. They look fantastic. Honestly, all crews, these are some of the best in this group. So exciting to see them out here.
Competing for that coveted Henley gold. Bringing it back home to their club.
Starting to look like it's maybe getting a little closer here.
Yeah, between Calgary and Western.
Ooh.
Out there on the edge. There's 2 lanes in between them. Duking it out stroke for stroke. We've all had races like that before where usually your coxswain will let you know where you are on the course, but in this case, that bow seat is just doing anything and everything that she can to let her teammates know. And they're rowing a bucket too. I love rowing a bucket, so that helps with the power distribution. If you have athletes who row the same side and are just a little bit stronger than their teammates, nicely rowed Calgary coming across the line first for that Henley gold. The bucket helps to more evenly distribute. It takes a little bit more skill and precision to row a successful bucket, but they handled that incredibly well. So nicely rowed for the crew from Calgary. Western coming in second. Looks like Ottawa in third. And then we'll have St. Catharines and Greenwich. rounding out the pack.
Nice work from all crews. Next up, we will be panning over to the women's U19 pair. So back to those small boats, 2 rowers, 1 oar each. From left to right, we have Pittsford out of the Rochester, New York area, St. Catharines again, that home team, Ottawa, Calgary, Victoria, and then Niagara, also a local nearby crew all the way to the right. So some of these teams, especially Pittsford, St. Catharines, Niagara, they're racing each other multiple times throughout the year. They know each other well. Oops, so this crew right here, as you can see, a little bit off the start here. Let's see if they can rein it back in. Okay, they did a good job steering that back.
Yep, so righting themselves right back onto the course.
As we wait for the race to get started, naturally in my research, I'm looking up the different trophies because I know they all have such a cool story. A lot of them, if not all of them, are donated. And this one I actually thought was really wholesome. So it's named after Tom McGinnis in memorial to him. It's a memorial trophy. And he was never a rower, was never really involved with rowing. And then he had a granddaughter who started rowing, and she actually won what this race was previously. Back in 2002, her name was Lisa, and he was her biggest cheerleader. He used to stand on the docks and cheer for her. So after he passed, they donated it in honor of him and his love for his granddaughter, which is just so beautiful. See, we're getting a little wonky, a little wavy in here. See, this crew's rowing back, maybe warming up, hard to tell.
Looks like they're warming up to the start, that men's pair right there, but task at hand, women's U19 pair. Conditions are deteriorating a little bit. We can start to see that water getting a little choppy. These small boats are going to have a much harder time navigating the water just because there are a few of them, a little bit less control in that shell.
It's just a little bit tippier. There's less of a surface to balance on. Makes sense, but like Ali said previously, any of those little tiny movements, you dip your hands a little too low, you wiggle your head around too much, it can really offset the boat, make everything a little bit trickier. So these athletes have incredible control over their bodies and their body awareness to be able to row these boats successfully at this level. See him.
So again, coming in from right to left, we've got that crew from Pittsford, Rochester, New York area, St. Catharines directly to their left. Then we've got Ottawa, Calgary, Victoria, and Niagara furthest to the left of our screen.
Calgary looks to at least have an early lead.
Those recognizable red unis.
Makes it easy to see.
So it looks like Calgary having a really strong start, finishing that first 500, moving into the second. This is where the legs start to fatigue. Mm-hmm. The breathing starts to get a little bit more strained. That discomfort builds in the legs and the upper body.
That adrenaline's kind of worn off and you're hanging on. You're in it. Fastest way out is through.
Exactly. There's only one option. It's to do it.
Row as fast as you can. Let's see. Yeah, so it does look like Calgary's initially coming out pretty strong. It'll be back-to-back wins for Calgary, which could be exciting.
Definitely. I mean, we saw those crews from Kingston do super well in the men's lightweight pair and the men's lightweight double, so it would be
a lot of back-to-back.
Yeah, a lot of really strong Canadian crews.
Yeah, Calgary, it almost seems like they just they come alive in the middle. It clicks and they fly away.
Getting ready to cross through that first half. Yeah, you can really see that wind start to pick up.
I don't envy them.
No, not at all. Although it's not tornadoes.
That is true. Just not being out there, I almost can feel like it's probably that mist that is it just gets soaked, you know? It's horrible. Calgary all of a sudden is really just launched.
Really dominating this course. It looks like coming up in a fairly distant second with about 700 meters to go. Looks like we've got those crews from maybe Ottawa or Victoria vying for a spot in second. Looks like first and second from this semifinal will move on to compete for the Henley Gold. So they're not done here. They've still got another race to go. So vying for that first and second spot. So really Calgary is going to run away with it, solidify their advancement. We have the rest of the pack duking it out for that second spot. And that's where the real race will be. Looks like we've got that crew from Ottawa.
This is probably the most spread out race we've seen so far, which is interesting to see. Not good, not bad, just interesting.
Just interesting, just a different kind of racing. Again, a true testament to the crews.
Makes it a little harder as an athlete, I think, to race. I think the head-to-head, there's something very motivating about that. So it makes it maybe a little bit more difficult. You got to rely a little bit more on your own internal motivation, which we're already seeing a lot of in these small boats. So coming through into the last 500 here, you saw the 1500 on that marker. Crew from Calgary, we have Anna and Trin. They look great.
So this pair from Calgary has started to lower their stroke rate. They're probably thinking, okay, we're making it across the line. We know we've got another race on deck. We're going to bring that rate down. We're going to bring that power down. Now, all of a sudden, a crew starts to approach them, and they're at risk of losing their advancing position. Then, of course, they'll adjust their race plan. But the mark of a good rower and a good coxswain is to be able to adjust that race plan on the fly. So it looks like the crew from Calgary is doing just that. They're bringing the rate down a little, bringing the power down just a little. Going to keep themselves as fresh as possible for that final later on. Battling it out for second place, we've got those crews in the lanes closer to us, so Pittsford still in the mix. St. Catharines still in the mix.
You start to hear the crowd. Always very motivating as an athlete. You're like, oh good, they got him almost there.
If you can hear it, sometimes you
that
cannot
is
hear anything except for the blood pounding in your own ears.
Fully blackout almost. And you're like, I don't remember that race at all.
That's a strategy that some of our kids use, is blackout 10.
You know?
But you know what? Whatever gets them
I was
across
gonna
the
say
line.
whatever works. Yeah, they're pretty decisive from Calgary here, so very exciting to see. Coming around that little island. Almost. And you hear that horn, and they're done. Great job, ladies.
Yep. Really nice adjusting your race plan on the fly.
Take some deep breaths.
Love the support to the teammates. You really do live and breathe and succeed and fail together with your teammates. And it's through those successes and arguably more the failures that bring you closer together.
Especially in a small boat like this where it's literally just you and this other person. That bond, they have to be able to communicate and know each other very, very well.
All right, so we've got another astounding victory by the team from Calgary, St. Catharines, and Ottawa for our top 3 spots.
And a quick start here back in the women's under 23 quad. So each rower has 2 oars. Pretty fast racing here.
We've got our crews left to right. Lane 2, Niagara Falls. Lane 3, Riverside. Lane 4, Arion, based out of Saratoga. Lane 5, Craftsbury. Shout out to my homeland of Vermont. Love the folks up in Craftsbury. Lane 6, Peterborough. Lane 7, Montreal. Craftsbury produces some excellent sculling athletes. The Craftsbury camp over the summer is a really coveted program, and not only is it an exceptional training camp, but that part of the world is so beautiful. If anybody has a chance to go, there are great Christmas trees in Craftsbury, can confirm. We used to get our Christmas tree from Craftsbury when we lived in Vermont.
It's precious. It's actually just so wholesome.
Yeah, and then you can go for lunch at Parker Pie. But enough about Craftsbury, back to the racing. So really tight field here in this U23 quad.
Two middle teams, Arian and Craftsbury, seem to be in first right now. Very hard to tell from this angle, but what we can kind of see here. Beautiful straight lines.
Yeah, these are crews that you can tell have trained together for a while or have been sculling for a while. Sculling, this type of rowing right here, requires, again, a lot of precision. You've got two oars. You need to make sure that both sides of your body are doing what they need to at the same time. I learned from my years being primarily a sweep rower that when I scull, I am much stronger on my left side.
Makes sense, I guess.
So these athletes are really built and trained quite symmetrically.
Pretty even field, at least at this point.
Looks like those crews from the left side of our screen. So we're going to have Craftsbury, Peterborough.
Arian's right there. Honestly, Montreal as well. And those middle two seem to be maybe leading the way at this point, but we've got a lot of racing left, so who can hang on? Who can pull ahead?
Unrelated to the race, but you can see folks on the dock kind of struggling with those oars. You can see the wind blowing through their hair, so you know that the conditions these athletes are racing through are challenging at best.
It's strange because it seems more sunny at the start, and then it's like gross down here. So I don't know.
Yeah, you can see that wind.
It looks choppy.
Really moving that water. Luckily, haven't seen any upturned boats, but...
Oh, knock on wood somewhere. Goodness. Kind of a cool shot of the docks. It's a little different.
Yeah, a lot of action happening.
Very exciting stuff. Back to our rowers here. I'm thinking that's Craftsbury up ahead at this point, if I had to guess based on my orientation here. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
We've got Craftsbury and Arian, again, that high-performance program based in Saratoga. Anybody that rows on Fish Creek, kudos to you.
Goodness me. I fought for my life on Fish Creek.
I think anybody who rows in the Northeast has fought for their life on Fish Creek.
Sometimes. Most beautiful course in the world. There are other times where I feel like I just... Honestly, though, I get it. Same thing with the West Side Regattas. I feel like we have the worst weather. So I get it. Beautiful facilities, though. I'm not bashing on them. Saratoga, lovely. If you have a chance to go. Ooh, they're walking back up on him. Ooh. They're moving quick.
Craftsbury and Arian.
Kind of dueling it out here. This does appear to be a final. This is also fully unrelated to the race, but the bottom of that post, I think it just looks like a smile every time. We're like,
oh,
you know,
that's so nice.
He brings me joy. I love him.
It's cheering you on as you hurtle yourself down the course.
They're like, hold on, he's cheering for you.
One stroke at a time. I bet they use that as a landmark.
The face.
The smiling post. Again, these crews duking it out.
Coming through the last 500 meters here.
Stroke for stroke. So it looks like the top two from heats will advance. Next two will go to seconds. Bottom two will go to the third finals. So really good race practice here. Battling that other crew head to head. It looks like we've got almost 3 separate groupings. So we've got those crews in lane 4 and 5, and then we've got those crews lane 2 and 3, and then 6 and 7. So it seems like everybody's got a direct competitor.
Makes racing a lot more exciting. We always tell our athletes, like, even if, you know, as much as we would love for you to be out there winning, if you're not, find your race. So really good opportunity for them to get that practice in.
Absolutely, and if you can come off the water confident that you had the best race that you possibly could have, all we're looking for as coaches. But at this high performance elite level.
There's a
Our
They're here
coaches
to
are
win.
thinking different things. Absolutely.
they're here to win.
They traveled far and wide to be here.
So very exciting. Looks like maybe Craftsbury's going to have it here at the end. Ooh, maybe. I might have spoke too soon. I hope.
Coming up in a sprint.
Ooh. Ooh, this is really close.
Again, just getting that race practice in.
Ooh. Impressive move here from
Nice.
Arian. That was well done.
Yep.
And let's see.
Taking those top 2 spots.
Kind of next group of 2 coming through. Still super competitive between the 2. And then once again, competitive race. Very exciting. Nice job.
Moving on, we'll quickly transition to the next event, the women's senior double. So again, from left to right, we've got Kingston, Craftsbury, Penn AC, Arian again out of Saratoga, Penn AC 2, and Montreal.
I'm sure the Penn AC, both boats, they train together probably every single day. So they're well used to racing each other. So it's super exciting to have them both here.
Absolutely. And that crew from Craftsbury, that green racing project, just really elite athletes, again, spend their summers training on the lake. The Craftsbury Lake is actually pretty small in the grand scheme of things, so they get really good at circuitous rowing.
At AC lane 6. Montreal. Attention.
Get those blades in right off the line here. Good.
We can see we might almost have an early lead from these middle 2 lanes. They had a super solid start.
Let's see. Let me orient myself here. I'm thinking that's Penn AC, Arian, and Penn AC seem to be. Honestly, Craftsbury's in there too. We say this, I think, every single race. Look, it's so close in the beginning. Because it is.
All right, about 300 meters in on the course. These crews have settled into their race pace. I don't like to use the word settle. You should never settle for anything. Don't settle for a job.
Maybe
don't settle for a partner. Maybe a shift.
A shift down to race pace. Something that's sustainable but still very powerful and undoubtedly very difficult.
So
Just
again,
not as quick, not as panicked.
not as panicked. No control, collection, calm. Still remembering to breathe and keep that head on nice and tight. So middle of the pack, we've got those Penn and Arian crews. Still working their way through that first 500 meters, entering into that second 500 meters. At this point, you wonder if they're sticking right to their race plan or if the race plan has just gone out the window and they are flying by the seat of their pants.
Race the boat next to you.
Exactly.
Do what you have to do.
Come out on top.
Montreal very much still in the mix here.
Yeah, Montreal,
Misty, rainy.
Penny C2, Arian, Penny C. So these 4 right here have broken away from the other 2, broken away from Kingston and Craftsbury, and now they're battling out with each other to see who are the 3 that will come out on top and advance to that A final. All the hours of training, weight training, training on the water, off the water, really focusing on their recovery.
Comes down to races like these, so There's a lot on the line here, not just the glory, but almost making it feel like it was all worth it. Really tight pack here. Looks like initially maybe we have Penn AC kind of pulling away just a little bit, but it's so close. It's so hard to tell.
Keeping decent lines, you can see the water moving.
Pretty quick.
Cross breeze really offering an added and unwelcome challenge.
Yeah, there's something about that that cross wind across the water there. Kind of sucks you right over.
For anybody that's been lucky enough to row on the beautiful Black Rock Canal, the home waterway of the West Side Rowing Club, you'll know that on the days that it's beautiful, but on the days where that wind comes directly from Fort Erie, man, is that challenging.
Good, really strong work from these 4 crews here.
Looks like that crew from Penn.
You see the one in lane 4, Elaine and Eva. Starting to kind of take away with it, but Arian is still right in the mix, and like we saw in the last race, they managed to have a really great sprint at the end, so I feel like you can't count them out.
Definitely not. So again, top 3 here will advance to semifinal A. Bottom 3 will advance to semifinal B. Moving right along.
Yeah,
I like
across.
those striped blades of
I know, I like
Arian crew.
I like those. They're distinct.
Definitely
From a
distinct.
spectator perspective, they're a lot of fun.
So it looks like we've got Penn.
Starting to stagger out here a little bit.
You can see that crew from Penn still working hard, but bringing their rate down just a touch. They're understanding their position on the course, understanding that they can keep a little bit left in the tanks. They just need to get across before everybody else, but there's no need to absolutely hang on it. So that crew in first place, again, rating a little bit lower. Conserving some strength. Still making sure they come out on top. Got about a minute left to go here. So that crew from Kingston falling behind.
Craftsbury seems to be, might be the angle, but it almost seems like they're starting to walk back up. Not
Anything
fully
can
out of
happen.
it, right?
They need that third spot. So right now they're battling for that third spot. It's going to take an incredible amount of willpower and work, but we've seen crazier things happen.
Arian's working to fight off those other 3 boats right behind them. They see them, which makes their job a little bit easier.
Still nice and smooth rowing.
They look good.
Yep, coming up to that bridge, you can see folks that are chasing the crews down the course. For anybody that's tried to run alongside and watch a rowing boat, you better be pretty fast. I could not chase down a men's collegiate pair.
Look at them run.
Very impressive.
Nice job from Penn AC, Elaine, and Eva. And it looks like Arian coming in. And then these, little close battle here. Oh, and then the second Penn AC crew.
Yeah, with Craftsbury just behind.
Nice job.
And then Kingston and Montreal rounding out the pack.
Pretty fast times. Look how close it was between 3 and 4. Oh, goodness. Okay.
Goodness.
Next up, we have our men's U23 pair. So once again, we're back with those smaller boats. 1 athlete, 1 blade each. Looks like from left to right, we have Saskatchewan, Cambridge, Argentina, California, UBC, and then Wisconsin all the way to the right. So they're getting them all lined up, making sure they're all as level and as even as possible.
Water doesn't look too bad up here.
No, it seems to be deteriorating down at the other end, which is kind of annoying.
So not only does it get harder because you become more and more uncomfortable, but the water gets worse. So it's like, what do you have to look forward to finishing? But you must row through these trials and tribulations first.
What a beautiful metaphor for life.
You have no idea what's coming, but just know that it's going to get worse before it gets better.
I just give these crews from Argentina such credit. That is such a far distance to travel. I give them, and they're doing really well. We have a lot of boats and a lot of finals, so very excited to see them here.
Absolutely. I know that there were some crews from Argentina that were slated to compete in the Masters Regatta on Sunday. So unfortunately, they weren't able to showcase their skills there in the Masters version, but they're sending a lot of really strong juniors and championship rowers.
Cambridge, Argentina, California, UBC, Wisconsin. Attention.
That was kind of cool to get to see a little bit more of the start than we've been launching the boat so quickly that we feel like we haven't really had a ton of time to see the start. So line them all up, get them all level, and send them on their way.
And watch them go. So again, from left to right, lane 2, Saskatchewan, lane 3, Cambridge, lane 4, Argentina, lane 5, California, lane 6, UBC, British Columbia, lane 7, crew from Wisconsin.
I always love looking at the names of the athletes too. In Saskatchewan, I wonder if they're brothers. Maxwell and Calvin. I don't know.
That'd be pretty uncanny if they weren't at least related.
Right? It's not like it's Smith,
Right.
Jones. But regardless, that's a lot of fun. How fun would it be to compete at this level? I don't know.
It would be really fun.
But I like my sisters, so I don't know.
I feel like you can either have them as teammates or you can have them as friends.
That's fair.
Hopefully you can have them as both. Anyways, moving on. So again, early on in this race, first minute, still working through that first 500. We're shifting down from that initial start, that controlled chaos of getting that boat moving from a dead stop.
You can kind of see in that shot we were seeing how these boats, because they're a little smaller, they're a little bit more unstable. You can kind of see it rocking back and forth a little bit more. So especially when it gets to be a little bit choppier, they're going to need to hold on a little tighter. Good, kind of just starting to settle in, find that race pace.
This trophy also has West Side connections, so just continuing to support and share love to our club.
Got it. Biased. John Bennett, Jim Hogan, some West Side legends, West Side coaches, long time. So this trophy named in their honor. Let's see. Oh, this is...
It's a tight field.
Truly anyone's race.
Still so early on.
Yeah. Even now, though, it seems like maybe getting a little icky out there. Starting to get that crosswind a little bit. It looks pretty even across most of the pack here.
You can see some of the athletes are a little hunched over. That means they're hurting, but really important to stay sitting up nice and tall, because as soon as you start to shorten up your stroke, that's when the other crews have an advantage and an opportunity to just out-row you. So you need to make sure you're sitting up, staying long, and staying controlled. Again, coming into the end of that first 1,000, moving into the second 1,000.
Looks like, at least at this point, maybe California, UBC, and Cambridge kind of initially leading. But still very tight fields. To watch the docks a little bit.
A little separation from the pack. Looks like we've got crews from California.
Starting to kind of shake itself out a little bit here.
California, UBC. Wisconsin on that outside lane, the Red Blades.
Kind of a tight battle here. I'm thinking that's Cambridge and the Burgundy in California are battling it out a little bit.
East Coast versus West Coast.
Ooh. Kind of something poetic there.
It must be. As a big fan of East Coast rowing, though. Do I dare say go Cambridge?
Ooh. It looked like Cambridge almost like made a little bit of an intentional move there to try to get past California and then shifted back down to that race pace. Give it like a quick little burst, get out ahead, intimidate them maybe a little bit. Now hang on to that lead.
I wonder if the crews can hear each other. You know, you have your bow seat and your stroke seat giving each other motivational calls, but you wonder if it can be heard down the course.
I'd
I would
imagine
be
it could.
intimidated.
Yeah, right?
All of a sudden the boat next to me is saying, like, crush our opposition.
Like, okay.
I think that would motivate me and scare me a little bit. But, all right, coming into this last little bit, last minute or so, water starts to clear up, which is beautiful. We see that welcome sight of the bridge close to the finish line. I'll start to hear the cheers.
Looks like California still has the lead just by a hair. Argentina trying to claw their way back up. Start to hear the crowd cheering them on. Last little bit of work. Argentina, they're trying to claw back. California still appears to be out front at this point. Oh, Argentina's making some serious moves. Ooh.
The Argentinian athletes are making sure they're doing their best to make this whole experience worth it.
It's a lot of travel. Oh gosh, I don't envy it. I don't envy it. But California, at least at this point, looking to have a pretty decisive win here. It's like Ori and Nathan and coasting across the finish line. Nice job.
There you go. So first two to that semifinal A. And the remainder will go to B and C. Nicely rowed, gentlemen.
Perfect.
Argentina will advance. California and Argentina.
Now shifting, we're going to go back
to our younger athletes, to that women's under-19 quad. Really quick starts in between.
Potomac. Right march. Attention.
So left to right, we have Edmonton, Penn AC, Oakneck, St. Catharines, Potomac, and White Marsh. Ooh, looks like we're getting a little close there, ladies. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. Good, straighten up that course. Good. Looks like from these, Pierce top two to immediately go to the final. That's when I'm reading that correctly. Good, nice course corrections. Good.
Really important to apply even press on both of those hands. 2 rules of sculling. 1, left over right, and 2, never let go of the handles, or you will find yourself in the drink. So with these athletes, not only are they working on propelling themselves down the course as soon as possible, but also maintaining that consistency. Rowing is unique in that you're doing the same thing over and over and over again with very small derivations. So their race plan might be the same all the time. They might have specific calls, specific splits they're looking to hit. But really just so important in these boats where a lot of oars are involved, like in a sculling boat. Super important that they're all doing the same thing at the same time and doing it well. Still pretty tight among these 6 competitors in this event.
Like we've kind of seen up to this point. All these crews are pretty fast off the start.
And then it's within that like middle, almost that middle 1,000, right? So if we break it up into two 500s, the first 500 and the last 500, and then that middle 1,000 that goes from like 500 to 1,500. That's where we start to see crews pull away from the pack. So still early, work through that first 500, getting into that 1,000. Looks like we've got some crews on that outside, so Potomac, White Marsh, home crew from St. Catharines, still well in it. Those super discernible stripes.
Starting to come through here. Starting to kind of see a little bit of separation.
All right, looking to see those crews out in front. We've got Oak Neck, St. Catharines, Penn AC. Again, top 3 to semifinals.
Is it top 2 to finals? Let's see. Starting to come. It's like, gosh, it's so hard. I'm struggling to see their unis.
It looks like we've got St. Catharines, Oak Neck, and Penn AC closest to us. Yeah, St. Catherine's super strong program. I know they produce a lot of really elite athletes. Kind of a hub for North American rowers.
Looks like this middle 3 kind of vying for those top 2 spots to make it into the final.
The color coordination of these athletes too.
Oh, lovely.
I love it, but it makes it a little tough to
Oh,
distinguish.
that's true. I'm like, oh, everybody's wearing red.
Yeah, that crew in the red is on the move. Ooh, got kind of a barn burner between these two crews vying for that second place spot. They're going to bring up the rate.
So, yeah, so can St. Catharines hold them off? Like we said, kind of the home team. So you're probably going to hear a lot of cheering as we get closer to the finish.
That crew in lane 4, Oak Neck.
Looks like we have, double time.
Looks like we've shortened our centers. So we're going to have another crew coming down, but we'll finish this event right here, the Women's U19 quad. So it looks like that crew on the move, Oak Neck.
Really close between those two. Kind of that top 3 have really kind of pulled apart here.
So again, vying for spots 1 and 2. The event started right behind them is another heat of this same event, that U19 quad. So from these 3 heats of the U19 quad, they'll have the top 2 advance to the final. So really battling it out for the top 2 spots here. Looks like we might have lanes 5 and 6 take away with it. Oak Neck had started to make a move, but I don't know if their move was a little bit
I don't know if they have
too
enough
little,
space
too
on the
late.
course.
Yeah, we're coming down to the last like 5 to 7 strokes here. So 1, 2,
Looks like
and 3. It looks like it'll be
Potomac and St. Catharines.
Potomac and St. Catharines.
Moving on to the final. Good job, ladies. Good work. Good rowing. And rounding out that bit there. That was maybe Niagara crossing the line. No, it was not. It was White Marsh. I'm looking at the wrong block here.
So we'll have another crew, another set of crews coming down the line. So again, winners of that heat will advance to finals, St. Catharines and Potomac. Oh, do we have the motorboat stuck in the finish line buoy?
The drama, the intrigue.
Awkward. I wish we had pontoons as our launch boats.
It'd be more fun.
It would be way
Actually,
more fun.
maybe that's not good for me. I have too much fun.
There we go. All right, so next heat of the U19 women's quad. Coming down the line from left to right of our screens, not necessarily in the order of first to last, but we have Victoria, CBC, Ottawa, Delta Deus, Potomac, and Kingston is going to be in lane 7.
Gotta figure out who's who.
And that's going to be, my apologies, that's going to be right to left. Is Victoria, CBC, Ottawa, Delta Deus, Potomac, Kingston. So Kingston is going to be in lane 7 all the way
in the
out.
blue,
in the
all
blue.
the way out.
I have to say it's a little discombobulating going from looking at the boats to the start and going left to
Yeah.
right, and then when they switch to this vantage point, having to go kind of right to left to still be able to
Orient
discern.
yourself.
Yeah, who's in what lane.
Same thing as the last heat, so top 2 will make it to the final.
Looks like that baby blue CBC crew. Oh, I like how that rhymed. That was totally unintentional, but I'm a huge fan of
And
how that
maybe
turned out.
Delta Deus as well.
Mm-hmm.
Looking like the top 2 currently.
Yep, Ottawa looking for a
Ottawa's
spot.
in there. See, this vantage point makes it seem so much, gets a lot closer.
Yeah, so Cambridge coming up, Delta Deus looking for that second spot. Again, top 2 go to finals. Remaining 4 will filter into B and C finals. So as this crew from CBC continues down the course, continuing to solidify that top 2 spot, they might look to adjust their race plan, might look to let a little bit off the legs as long as they can still ensure a first or second place spot. Being mindful of their position on the course, still working so hard that they're making it look easy.
Looks like, let's see here, Potomac and Ottawa making both crews in red, making a push for it. Can they get to up to second, make it to that final?
Yeah, it's going to be CBC and Delta Deus. Again, just battling it out stroke for stroke. Really good practice here, seeing your competition for later on in the regatta. Knowing how well they row and race and how they adjust their own race plan gives you an opportunity to build yours for the next race. Always thinking ahead. But right now, these crews are just looking to propel themselves across the finish line. The rest of the pack looking to figure out where they will be between the B and C finals. Down in the bottom of our screen, they've started the 3rd heat of the women's U19 quad. So this 3rd heat from lane 2 to lane 7, we have Brockville, Niagara Falls, Calgary, Penn AC, Washtenaw in Michigan, and Great Bay.
Crowd's getting into it.
pack is tightened a little bit.
Still appears to be those two in the lead.
Looks like that crew in red from Potomac thinking about making a move. But I think it's just a little bit too little, too late. So I think these crews from CBC and Delta Deus will take those top 2 spots. They'll advance to the final. There we go, listening for that beep. Good, still continuing to row right through the finish line. When your brain gets tired, I'm sure you can imagine those phantom beeps. Would not want to stop rowing before the finish line.
Essentially, like, that was photo finish.
Yeah, that was too close to call between 3rd and 4th.
And then Victoria. Ooh, we're in sync.
Jinx. And looks like Kingston in that outside lane.
Excellent racing from all crews. Looking at our times. Oop, and we are immediately going right to the next heat that is already underway.
Yep, so again, another heat of this women's U19 quad. So back to back to back. Really excellent racing from these young women in the quad.
Same thing as before. Top 2 will go on to the final. So you really want to be in that top 2 spot. And there we are. Looks like we have Calgary there, kind of in the red towards the center of your screen. And then looks like Washtenaw and Great Bay are kind of our 3 leaders, at least at this point. We also have Penn AC, Niagara Falls, and Brockville in the race as well.
Looks like they're shortening the time in between the races, the centers, so that we can move through and stay on time. With the water conditions being choppy, we'll take the crews just a little bit longer to get down the course, and so we want to make sure that we give everybody enough time to get down the course so that races aren't interfering with one another. But in this women's quad, it does not look like speed will be an issue. Really cruising down the course. Looks like we have those crews from Calgary, and looks like Calgary and Penn. Really battling it out again. Top 2 will advance to finals.
Calgary being in the bright red does help me quite a bit. Like, I know them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like Calgary closest to us, Penn right next to them, Great Bay in that outside lane in lane 7.
Calgary kind of making a move. Through this point in the race, you can see they're kind of trying to pull away from them, give themselves a little bit of breathing room. Tough to tell with the glare on the water.
Just making it look easy, making it look effortless. So not only is it strong rowing, but it's also very beautiful rowing. I feel like rowing is a unique sport where even if it looks a little sloppy to the untrained eye, it still looks beautiful and coordinated.
It's true. Because I look at it and I'm like, oh, but then it's like, I have this vivid, not that anyone cares, I'm going to tell the story anyway. I have a very vivid memory of, this was 2008 Beijing Olympics. I was, what was I, like 11, 9? I don't know, somewhere in there. And vividly remember watching rowing on there and being like, oh my God, how do they do it all together at the same time? Before I even knew what rowing was, so.
Before you started your West Side journey.
My West Side journey.
Your West Side story, one might say.
Oh my God, that's so beautiful.
We really love our club, if you can't tell.
Yeah. Special place.
We really love the West Side Rowing Club.
Sucked me in.
And we'll be there forever.
For
we'll
better or
actually
for
be
worse.
cremated and poured into the foundation.
Put me in the Black Rock.
Kirk, can you
Viking
work that
style.
into the plans? Thank you very much. All right, so it looks like we've got our crews from Calgary and Penn. Again, going to solidify
Calgary's still kind of pulling away with it a little bit.
Those first 2 spots.
Just getting in that race practice.
Every race is an opportunity to practice. That's what we tell our athletes is, yes, there's stress, yes, there's performance, but also really want to make sure that you're practicing your race execution any opportunity you get.
Penn's not going down without a fight, though. They're like, hey,
we're still here. We're still in it.
hey, don't count us out.
Absolutely not. And you have to remember, too, that sportsmanship is a really important part of this sport. You can't just be hurling obscenities at the crews next to you as much as you might want to in the moment because they are your direct opponents. You still have to be respectful. You still have to be polite.
Looks like we're going to have Calgary and Penn as our top 2 going into the final.
We've been seeing kind of a trend of those inside crews tend to have the advantage, tend to come out on top. We love an underdog, though, so I am cheering for the crews on the outside.
I would love a lane 2 win.
Love a lane 2 win, would love a lane 7 win. All right, so again, we've got Calgary and Penn. They will advance. And then we've got Niagara Falls. Looks like that crew from Washtenaw.
That's there we go. Nice job.
All right, and that wraps up the women's U19 quad, all 3 heats.
Nice job, Brockville. Woo. Next, we're going to transition into our next kind of set of heats here. We have the men's championship pair. It looks like we have two heats here. Top 3 from each will make it into the final. So a final will be 6 across. So we want to be top 3 in this, and it's a little bit of a bigger field. It looks like we have 7 boats in each event. So from lane 2, which is closest to us here on the shore, to lane 8, which is the farthest away near those houses back there, we have Greenwich, California, Hanley, the U.S. Training Center, Riverside, Wisconsin, and it looks like a composite Argonaut CRC. Very exciting. Oh yeah, look at, they have their different unis on. Oh, I love teamwork.
You can almost see a delayed catch between the bow seat and the stroke seat of this pair that's closest to us. Looks like...
I'm assuming that's California.
Might be California, yeah. Almost looks like that bow seat is catching just a touch before stroke seat. Maybe that's their strategy to help steer a straight line.
Oh, that makes sense.
In a pair, you really just got to figure out what makes the most sense for you and your pair partner. If it's a slight discrepancy in catch timing, if it's a slight like over press or under press with the legs, anything you can do to steer a straight course, because as soon as you start to veer off course, your race is going to be so much harder. That's why we tend to see the most wobble in a race course right off the start. You're getting that blade, or you're getting those blades buried, you're getting that boat moving quickly underneath you. Really great racing all morning. A tight pack in these pairs. Looks like we've got California Hanley and that U.S. Training Center GRP boat. GRP, that must be Green Racing Project. So again, out of Craftsbury.
Love a little composite boat.
Absolutely.
It's fun.
Camaraderie.
And yeah, I don't know. You wonder, do they row together at school or something? I don't know. But
They
it's
must
fun.
be pals.
Buddy pals.
Yeah. You can row for separate programs and then come together and hopefully
How
do really well
poetic.
together. It is. Again, rowing is for everyone. Rowing is the most team-oriented sport anybody will ever do.
California's kind of crushing it a little bit here. Riverside seemed to be, they're like, no, get me in that top 3. And I get it. You don't travel all this way to not make it to the finals. Kidding.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
This is like
slight little wobble there from our composite U.S. Training Center Green Racing Project. Someone got a little stuck in the water there, but righted the ship quickly. It's the important part.
yeah, you can still see that California crew, lane 3. Their catch timing is so funky to me, but it worked out.
Hey, it worked well.
Whatever their race plan was, whatever their training planning was, it did exactly what it needed to, so they will advance to that final.
Looks like Riverside was able to secure that 3rd place spot for them.
All right, that wraps up the men's championship pair for the William J. Cotter Trophy.
And second heat now for them. Once again, looks like 7 across, top 3 to final. When we pan over, we will introduce our new friends. Ah, there we are. So lane 2, which is closest to us. Lane 8 being as far away near that other shore. We have Argentina, Cambridge, King's Crown, like a Rowing Canada, Greenwich, Craftsbury, and Wisconsin. Looks like maybe Argentina closest to us, perchance. Not really sure.
A lot of boats in this pair event. We've got 14, so we've got 2 rounds of 7 boats. So lots of racing, lots of competition, lots of opportunity to push yourself in front of other crews. The majesty of that seagull floating above.
It was really lovely to watch.
Admiring the rowers from his vantage point.
Looks like maybe Argentina,
Yeah.
Cambridge. Is that Craftsbury with the green on the sides?
Looks like it, far out there in lane 7.
Perfect.
Yeah, looks like we've got some pretty exciting competition from our outside lanes. We haven't seen this often during this regatta, so again, we love an outside lane underdog. Looks like the middle pack kind of staying together. Really duking it out. Oars flailing in a controlled way.
And keep your composure.
Past that smiley post.
Smiley post. I love him.
I wonder if there's any crews that crashed into that smiley post.
Oh, definitely. Someone else, for sure. Ooh, who's that out front that we missed? Argentina's really just going for it, though. Looks like Martin and Maximo traveling a very far distance to be here, so exciting that it's going so well. And we've already started the next one. Oh my gosh, we're moving quick. Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. Don't get ahead of ourselves. Good, coming in through that last little bit here. Remember, we want to be top 3 to make it to the final. So I see Argentina, Cambridge next to them. Then we'll have to pan over to see what's going on with the others, but that's okay.
Looks like we've got maybe a little bit of a wobbly course from that crew in Argentina. Blades are getting a little close to the buoy line. Want to right themselves not too far. Again, really tough to tell from this vantage point, but it looks like they're steering a pretty straight course. They're coming out. They're going to have to work pretty hard to catch that crew from Greenwich. Top 3 will go to the final. So we've got our pack leaders here. That crew from Argentina really on the move.
I found some extra power there at the end. It looks like we got someone kind of sneaking up here. Cambridge, let's see. Maybe assuming Cambridge and
Argentina, Cambridge, and it looks like maybe that RGBC composite crew.
About to find out. Yes.
Cool.
Exciting stuff, team.
Super exciting for that crew from Argentina. We love an outside lane victory.
This now here is the men's under 19 quad. Looks like for these we have 3 heats of this one. Top 2 will go to the final.
So from left to right from that outside lane closest to the shore, we have in lane 7, Delta Deas, British Columbia, Seattle, lane 6, Penn AC, lane 5, Penn AC, lane 4, Black Sheep from Westport, Connecticut in lane 3, Niagara Falls in lane 2.
Hard to get my bearings here. I'm thinking that's Penn AC and Penn AC. That's my guess.
I couldn't imagine doing this on an 8-lane course.
It's a lot.
Like having to manage 8 boats. Okay.
Oh yeah, it looks like so Penn AC.
Penn AC taking an early lead in this U19 quad. Again, having that bow oarsman steer the boat and let the rest of his teammates know what's needed of them. Slicing through that water.
It's to be lane 5.
Looks like lane 5.
Looks like the boat in second is also Penn AC, but lane 4, so pretty competitive squad there. That's impressive to have 2 boats make the final. It's a huge deal. So if they could be top 2 in this, I'm sure these 2 boats compete against each other every single day. Really used to racing each other.
Definitely, it shows really impressive depth in that club, right? To have 2 boats in the same heat succeed.
Coming through that last 500 to go.
This is where that stroke will get just a little bit shorter. The legs will press just a little bit harder. Cut the layback. That blade in and drive. Again, rowing is so focused on that lower body, really using those quads and the hamstrings to propel yourself through the water.
Looks like maybe Seattle's try to make a run for the second Penn AC crew. We'll see if they have enough space. It's also a very long way to travel.
Steady the cheers from the crowd.
I'm into it. I like it.
Again, rowing is such a tough spectator sport, and so it's really exciting to have the community and the involvement from the crowd.
Looks like a decently tight race for second. Remember, top 2 aren't going to make it to the final, so you really want to be in that top 2.
It'll be definitely a race to that second spot.
Yeah, Penn AC in lane 5, pretty dominating with Timothy, John, Christopher, and Jackson, if you're following along. If you've got a Penn AC athlete and you don't know which one they're in.
You got a 50-50 shot.
Or, if the other boat, everybody makes it.
Yeah, it looks like that Penn AC.
They managed to rev it up at the end.
Yep. They'll
Impressive job from that club.
Really nice work to those young athletes. Moving on to another heat of the same event, that men's U19 quad. So from lanes 2 to 7, we've got St. Catharines in lane 2, Potomac in lane 3, Niagara in lane 4, Potomac again in lane 5, Niagara again in lane 6, and Narragansett in lane 7. So again, lane 7 is going to be furthest away from us on the screen.
Nice job to Niagara Falls, crossing the line. All right, so like we said, going into the next second heat of 3 for the men's under 19 quad. Trying to get a feel for who is who in this race. It's hard at the distance. And everyone's wearing red, like we said. Same as before, top 2 are going to make it into the final. Let's see. Looks like that boat in the red, kind of towards the right of your screen, seems to be St. Catharines. Looks like maybe they had a slight issue. Maybe someone caught a crab. Right of the ship. That's the important part. Let's see. So, based on kind of what I'm seeing right now, looks like maybe we have Potomac. Looks like we have Niagara, Potomac, Niagara, maybe our top 3 right now. That far boat all the way to your left is Narragansett, and then my apologies, the boat all the way to your right is another Potomac. So it's kind of interesting. We have 2 Potomac, 2 Niagara crews in the one heat. And then St. Catharines is going to be closest to our shore out of the frame. So, let's see, looking here, it looks like we have, what did I say, Potomac, Niagara, and Niagara kind of battling it out here. Interesting we have so many like repeat crews, like the last heat we had 2 of the Penn AC, so. Let's see that Niagara, if you are a family member or friend following along the boat that is closest to us for Niagara, that is Liam, William, Cam, and Hunter. And then the farther one has another William, Jack, another Hunter, and Gavin. I think we should do a quad with William, William, Hunter, Hunter, but that could be fun. Looks like we're starting to see a little bit of separation here with the Niagara crew and the Potomac crew kind of walking away from the others. Like we said, you want to be top 2 here, so hang on to those top 2 spots. Get a shot at the final. Potomac there in the red. Good, starting to bring that rate up. Good, they're really starting to kind of pull away from that Potomac crew. Niagara is super close, right in the area, so I'm sure they're very familiar with this waterway. Awesome to see them being so dominating in this event.
Yeah, again, top 2 go to finals, duking it out for those top 2 spots.
Who is close to us right here? That's potentially St. Gavin's. Hard to tell when I can't see the stripes.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that stroke seat of the Potomac boat kind of look over to the Niagara boat. How close are we to them? How much more do we need to kind of solidify that first place going into the final?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Potomac and then Niagara, with Potomac be in lane 5 coming up. Off in the bottom of our screen over there to the right, we're going to have looks like the last heat of the men's U19 quad.
Chasing it right down to the finish here. You don't want to get too comfortable in those top 2 spots. You never know who's gonna turn on the engine in third place
and sneak up from behind.
Yeah, all of a sudden you're like, no.
Nothing worse than feeling comfortable and confident, and maybe bringing down the press a little bit, and then have somebody just smoking you out of nowhere. So again, being mindful of your position on the course. Looks like Potomac and Niagara. Some combination of those 2 crews will come out on top, take those first 2 spots.
Like pulling away here a little bit just as we come through that last little bit. Look, it's getting real choppy at the finish line. It's getting real wavy.
A little dicey out there, but hey, maybe these crews have rode through worst.
And nice job. coming in.
Yep, that crew on the move in.
Valiant effort from them.
Yeah, it looks like that crew.
Just not quite
lane
enough.
2.
Let's see. So Niagara with 6:09 and Potomac with 6:12, just for a reference. Penn AC, who won the last heat, won a 6:07. So we're right in the mix there. Beautiful.
All right, and that wraps up all of our heats of the men's U19 quad. Next, we'll move on to one more heat of the men's U19 quad. Excuse me. I'm just so excited to get to the small
I know.
boats. I love.
You like a small boat?
I love a small boat.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not
See-
very good at rowing them myself, but
Oh,
I
they're
think it's
fun to
just
watch.
because I have such an appreciation of somebody
Oh.
who can steer and self-motivate, two things that I simply cannot do.
The self-motivate in and of itself is like crazy.
It is crazy.
I couldn't. And that's okay. I know that about myself.
And to those of you watching or listening, or maybe you've muted us by now, if you have an athlete who is rowing in a small boat that does that self-motivating, like, so much kudos to them. All right, back to the event at hand. We've got the last heat of the men's U19 quad. So from furthest away on our screen, in lane 7, it's going to be Seattle. In lane 6, Calgary. Lane 5, Victoria. Lane 4, again coming towards us now, Ridgewood. Lane 3, Thunder. Lane 2, Prince William. Assuming that's Thunder Bay in lane 3, which I always thought was a really excellent
It's a
boat club name.
great name. Great name for a town.
Great day
Just-
in Thunder Bay.
Yeah, I don't like that wind there. That looks annoying to
Crazy tailwind. So for those of you unfamiliar with rowing and the nuances that winds can have, rowing into a tailwind essentially means the wind is pushing you down the course. So every single time that you go to take a stroke, it's going to press that blade a little further away from you. So it's almost like every time those blades are square, just before they get dropped into the water, they're acting like a sail. So it's going to push your boat down the course. So it's going to make this race feel faster, but it's also going to make it feel a little less controlled. So really important to hang on to those handles, control your grip on the blade, and drop them right in and press.
Just try to orient myself to who is who.
Seems like closest to us is Prince William. So it looks like we've got Thunder Bay and Ridgewood kind of in those lanes 3 and 4.
Top 2 once again to final. So these top 2 crews are pretty far out ahead here, coming into that last 500 meters. Just make it look so beautiful.
It is so graceful.
Let's see. So
Got that middle of the
Looks
pack
like
there. Looks
Victoria and Ridgewood.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be our top. Yeah, looks like Calgary is battling it out with Thunder Bay.
We want those top 2 spots. Whatever it takes.
Desperately.
This is the hardest you'll race again regardless of your final that you're in, but you need to do whatever it takes to get across the finish line in that first or second place spot.
Want to be in the final? Give yourself a chance.
Absolutely, you gotta be in it to win it. It's just like the lottery. Except I don't know what's more painful to lose though, a rowing race or the lottery.
Rowing race.
Physical pain.
I would never expect to win the lottery. Really dominating performance from these 2 crews. So exciting to see what they do in the final.
What's incredible is that a lot of these crews have been here since the opening ceremonies on Monday night. So to be here in St. Catharines, outside of their normal element, and just continue to persevere and thrive in these demanding conditions is so impressive. I mean, the time that they put up, 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Such a testament to the training that these young athletes are doing.
Ooh, makes me a little bit nervous that Stokeson's not rowing. I hope everything's all right with that young man. Okay, moving into, see, we got some heats for the men's senior 64 kilograms single. Top 3 will make it to the final.
For those of you unfamiliar with metric, 64 kilograms is around about 141 pounds, so lightweight rowing. In rowing, you have lightweight and non-lightweight. It just gives athletes whose natural body composition is a little bit on the leaner, lighter side more opportunity to succeed amongst other athletes and competitors of their similar body type. So really using their bodies to their advantage. They have shells that are built to tailor towards them. Their equipment is a little on the lighter side too. So really these athletes are so incredibly impressive because they're very efficient. Coaches like to talk about efficiency of their athletes on the water, just how far can you move a boat with every single stroke. Being bigger isn't necessarily an advantage unless you know how to use it to your advantage. So in this 64 kilograms single event, we have 6 boats from lanes 3 to 8. So again, lane 8 is going to be closest to the shore, furthest away from us. So from lanes 8 to 3, we have Henley in 8, St. Catharines in 7, Thunder Bay, lane 6, Kingston in lane 5, New York Athletic Club, Nyack in lane 4, South Niagara in lane 3. So it looks like that might be a boat from St. Catharines in that beautiful red and white shell, taking that lead.
Thunder Bay and Kingston are current top 3. Kingston in that, the blue on blue. Almost hit the seagulls. That would have been disastrous in a small boat.
Do you think acts of God are like contestable obstacles?
Good question. Like, yeah, that wasn't my competitor, but
but it was
the seagull had it out for me.
I mean, how many times have the geese or the seagulls?
Oh goodness, they stress me out.
I know.
Like, please don't kill the geese. But like, the geese don't get out of the way.
But like, the geese are in the way. They should learn by now. Anyways, task at hand. Men's single.
Looks like we have Jackson from St. Catharines is pretty far ahead. Top 3, so as long as these guys finish in the top 3, they'll be making it to the final. Kind of cruising right along. Beautiful.
In this singles event, they've taken the rate down. They're comfortable with their position on the course. Rowing just under 30 strokes a minute, close to that 27, 28 mark. So the leader right now of the pack from St. Catharines understands where he is, understands that he is guaranteed a spot. So he's taking the rate down, likely taking a little bit off the legs, just really making sure he can conserve as much as possible while still guaranteeing his advancement. The versatility of these athletes is incredible. Again, not only are they responsible for steering, powering, and self-motivating, but also being able to adjust their race plan on the fly, knowing their position on the course, realizing, okay, you know what, I made it. I'm in a good spot. I can take a little bit off the legs, give myself an advantage for my next race. Could he continue to fly across the finish line and burst into a ball of flame? Of course, but that wouldn't make any sense. So really nice work here from the senior rower from St. Catharines.
It looks like we have Sean from Kingston and then Alec from Thunder Bay as our top 3. Exciting stuff. Perfect.
Really nice work here in the men's senior single.
We have one more heat of this this grouping, so these men's senior 64 kilogram single coming up. Same thing, top 3 will make it into the final. And we're panning over to those boys. So let's see, starting from the far shore, moving towards us, we have Great Bay, Lachine, Saratoga, Edmonton, and Calgary. So only 5 boats in this race. It's really hard to tell from this angle what's going on, who's who. Kind of very even pack right now.
These crews really have to be mindful of the water conditions. In this single boat, there is no room for error. You have a very long, very narrow boat. Again, really only working with a width of about 20 to 23 inches, so. Really keeping an eye on your opponents, being mindful of your position. As opposed to boats like bigger boats in a 4 and a quad, the stroke rate is much lower. So it's really all about power per stroke. Is how far can we push that boat along with one stroke? Especially when the conditions are a little wavy like this and you're dealing with some wind, you're dealing with some challenging choppy waters. You really want to make sure that you have control of your oars and you have control of your boat and your body. So it looks like here in lane 3, we've got Calgary.
Oh, looks like, oh no. Oh no. Edmonton, no.
Oh, tough.
I hope he's able to.
He could recover.
He absolutely could.
So he's just got to turn himself around, right himself back. Really good recovery. Better than a flip.
Absolutely.
So now we've got Calgary still with that slight lead over the rest of the pack. After Calgary, it looks like we've got Saratoga, Lachine out of Montreal, and Great Bay in lane 7. Go. We've got that athlete from Calgary.
What can I say? The Canadians are good at sculling.
Canadians are excellent at sculling.
It's like our top 3 here. I don't see Edmonton anymore. I hope he is all right. Maybe hopefully didn't damage any equipment, because that would be
tough to go
that would
back
be very disheartening.
It's really an affirmation that anything can happen during rowing. The
Absolutely.
good, the bad, the ugly. Luckily it didn't flip. A flip would have been an automatic disqualification. But a little stutter like that, sometimes you can come back from it, but unfortunately I think it might have removed him from advancing to the final. So it looks like here we're going to have Calgary, And then we'll have Lachine and Great Bay.
They can kind of it's just the three of them, kind of coast along to the finish. They want to kind of fight for some lane position. They can, but... Which, as we have seen, there is definitely an advantage to some of those lanes, so might be worth putting forth a little bit of extra energy to do so.
For sure. So Calgary, Lachine. Great Bay.
And Great Bay. Perfect.
I looked it up because I was curious. The Calgary Rowing Club started in 1967, which I feel like for rowing clubs is a little on the newer
Recent,
side.
yeah. Oh, Edmonton did cross the finish line. Okay, so disheartening situation, but at least he and his equipment seem to be in one piece, which is, at the end of the day, the important part.
Exactly. We can repair Pride, but a little bit more expensive to repair a $30,000 rowing show.
Or a person.
Or a person. That's true.
Let's see, we have the women's senior quad now. It looks like we have 3 heats of this. So top 2 to the final from each one. Starting from the far shore, moving closer towards us, we have Carolina, Riverside, Ottawa, Craftsbury, Ottawa again, and Calgary.
So with these women's senior quads, these are likely more experienced athletes, ones that have rowed for their universities, ones that have rowed for prestigious club programs, here to share their skills at the Canadian Henley. Looks like we might have an early leader out here. Is that lane 4?
I wish I could read.
It's tough. We need these bow numbers just to be a little
I just
bit
need them to
more
stay still.
distinct. Just hold on for a second so we
Just
can read your
guys,
bow
stop.
numbers.
Stop rowing. Well, regardless, we are cruising along.
There we go, lane 4. So we've got Craftsbury. So again, those athletes from northern Vermont. Leaving it all out here on the course. It'll be the first and second finishers to the final. Everybody else will battle it out for the B or C final. So that crew from Craftsbury really taking a demanding and commanding lead. Looks like they've started the next heat of the women's senior quad. Regatta running just a touch behind due to the weather, but still moving right along.
Good, moving right along here. Starting to really see that separation. Craftsbury and a mystery unidentified crew.
Might be Riverside out there in lane 6.
Could be Carolina.
Or Carolina.
Could be Ottawa. No, it's not Ottawa. I do know that because they're in the next lane. I'm thinking it's Riverside.
I'm thinking it's Riverside.
Based on lane position.
Yep. So it looks like it'll be Craftsbury and Riverside taking those first 2 spots across the line, solidifying their appearance in the final. Good, and Riverside rowing right through that line.
Nice job.
Looks like we've got Ottawa and then Calgary. Oh, it's Carolina.
Way to go, ladies.
So Craftsbury and the Green Racing Project, Carolina. advancing to those A finals.
Very exciting. On to our next heat. Same thing, top 2. Let's see if we can orient ourselves to who is who. From the far shore back, moving towards us, we have Montreal, Riverside, Guelph, Conshohocken, Penn AC, and Penn AC. Double team.
Penn really fielding a lot of impressive athletes in this regatta. Truly a testament to the depth of their program and the involvement.
Yeah.
All of the fun things that you could do in the Philly area over the summer, you chose to spend your mornings training for this. It's like the Super Bowl of North American summer rowing. Whoa! I don't necessarily know that people tailgate regattas in the way that they should.
Excellent point.
In the way that they could.
No, excellent point.
So for
It's
all
like-
those crew parents out there, I mean, we used to have some exceptional crew parents. They would bring their Blackstone, they'd make pancakes, they'd make breakfast sandwiches. It was terrific. The coaches probably hated it because all we wanted to do was eat, but we're
You
grateful
know,
for the parents.
It's fun.
It is fun. All right, back to the racing.
It's hard to tell. I feel like I'm struggling.
Still too tight in this field to call an early leader.
Got Penn AC closest to us for sure.
Yep, lane 3. Lane 4, Conshohocken. And those yellow M Pockers, such a noticeable boat maker. You can spot them from a mile away. Affectionately, we call them banana boats.
I'm wondering if that is Montreal in the distance.
It looks like it out in lane 7, either Montreal or Riverside. So again, looking for that top 2.
So really tight, cut 3 across right now. Penn AC kind of starting to rev it up, starting to pull away here.
Really working towards those top 2 spots. So again, these athletes are working, doing their absolute best to make sure they get that spot in the A final.
That second place is going to be really a battle to the end. They're pretty far apart on the water, which if you've been with us for a little bit, we've talked about how that can make it a little bit more challenging, especially when you don't have a coxswain telling you where the other boats are. You kind of have to swivel your head quite a bit to see where they're at. Or just give it your all and hope and pray it's enough.
Yeah, that bow seat I feel like is working overtime. Not only are they responsible for the course of their boat, but they're also responsible for applying power and contributing to the speed and letting their teammates know where they are on the course. Stroke seat, all the way in the stern, leading the charge, setting the rhythm and the tone. Has that opportunity to take small glances outside of the boat, especially as they start passing crews, and then they're noticing how far they are in front. And so that's helpful to send that information back to the bow.
Making their way through this last little stretch of the course. Conshohocken is not giving up without a fight, though. Oh no.
Oh no! Looks like one of those Penn AC boats, like the got their oars stuck. We call that catching a crab.
Oh no. Same thing just happened with Conshohocken, so it's
Little shake up again. Anything can happen, especially with
we gotta
8
watch our
oars.
steering too. We're getting a little close there.
Oh, it might be a little conversion here coming into the finish line.
Panic racing as fast as we can.
Fast as we can. All they have to do, a couple more strokes, cross the line. Don't get disqualified. There we go. Okay, so we see a hand raised. That indicates that there's going to be a contest. So that boat is going to ask the officials.
Oh, we'll have a replay in 1 second. Let's see what happens. So let's see if we can.
All right, so we're bringing it back. So it looks like in lanes 2 and 3, might have been a little collision earlier on, just before this finish line. But yep, see how in that lane 3 boat, Penn, or excuse me.
Yeah, Penn almost seemed to collided a little bit there. So we'll see. They'll review all of that. We have a lot of race officials and umpires out there whose job is to review these things. So hence why we call these unofficial results. They'll take a look, see if anything warrants any adjustments.
Yep, absolutely. Again, if another crew steers into your lane and they mess with your course, they mess with your race, that is a direct penalty against the imposing crew. So we'll see. We'll have to revisit that. All right, next up, we've got another heat, the women's senior quad. Again, first 2 will advance to finals.
Let's see as we go here. So starting closest to us, moving towards the far shore, we have Arion, Montreal, Leander, Argonaut, Calgary, and Saskatchewan. Canada heavy field for the most part.
Yeah. Really strong Canadian crews here.
Looks like Arion out of Saratoga Springs area. Looks like they are currently in the lead closest to us in the blue.
Really cruising right along. They've got good control, got a good course. They just need to stay confident and calm. Again, taking note of where they are on the course. As they approach the final, maybe just letting off the legs a little bit. That way they can conserve some energy going into their next race. So again, top 2 will go to that A final.
Really making it look easy out here.
I know, they're basically rowing their own race. They've left their competition basically in the dust. Incredibly impressive. Testament to their training and to their coaching.
Especially, considering the caliber of these athletes these are incredibly talented, strong athletes.
And again, a contender coming in from that outside lane. Looks like maybe they've got Calgary in lane 6.
In the teal, so we have Arion is currently that crew you can see in the back there with the teal. That is Argonaut out of the Toronto area, so relatively local. A little corner of the world over here.
On the bottom screen, they've launched event 67, the men's U17 Coxed 4. So as soon as this women's quad wraps up, we'll transition back to racing with coxswains, back to having an engine room and a driver. Yep, so it looks like that Arion crew from Saratoga Springs and Argonaut coming up in lane 5.
Pretty decisive on this one.
Absolutely. Yep, pretty decisive split. Looks like we've got our top 2 crews. They will advance to the A final. The remainder will battle it out and leave everything they have on the course.
So cruising right along now to the finish here. Not much to say. They make it look beautiful. They're doing a great job. Well, if you're used to Fish Creek, this is nothing. Excellent job from the ladies from Arion. Argonaut coming up pretty decisively right behind them. Once again, top 2 to the final. So excited to see them tomorrow.
I always like the Argonaut uniforms too. I think their contrasting stripes are
I like it.
Just really
the
sharp.
teal and blue. Kind of the rest of our pack coming in here. Uh-oh. It's equipment issue?
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's such a shame.
Looks like they've got a oar stuck in the water. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's incredibly frustrating because
This is your time to shine. You don't want to have your equipment fail on you.
yeah, if that shouldn't be the reason, you know? But good work. Good work from them.
Right behind them, coming down the course at blistering speeds, we have the men's U17 coxed 4. So again, really young athletes.
Good coming along here. Closest to us, we have Washtenaw, Penn AC, St. Catharines in the middle in the red boat there, New Jersey, and then Buffalo on the far end near the trees. So preliminarily, kind of looks like we have a little St. Catharines, Penn AC showdown.
St. Catharines really looking to dominate on their home course, again in those super recognizable blue and red stripes.
And let's see, looks like we have top two are what make it into the final here. So want to make sure you're in that top two. Let's see, we have, looks like Washtenaw giving them a run for their money. Honestly, of the races we've seen lately, this is the closest across. Looks like Buffalo and New Jersey have found a bit of a race amongst themselves, which is awesome to see.
Top 2 will advance to finals. Next 3 to semifinal. Looks like Penn getting after it right next to St. Catharines.
A battle there. Use it to fuel. Make sure you push ahead of those boats behind you.
Washington not too far of a third.
They're
See
making
this
a little
crew
bit of a
from Ann
move
Arbor.
here. I like the pink blades.
Nice, really nice racing. Again, love to see that bucket. Unorthodox, but a well-rigged bucket boat
Can make all the difference.
Definitely can make
if
all the
done
difference.
well. So yeah, they're cruising on them. It's actually going to be closer at the finish than maybe we would have thought.
And such young athletes too. I mean,
Truly anything can happen.
anything can happen.
Honestly, even though those other 3 boats, though, they are not far behind. Like we saw with that last crew, you have some sort of equipment issue. Someone catches a crab, it can change in a heartbeat. That's why you want to keep pushing, stay in it, because you never truly know what's going to happen. Those coxswains are tucked under there. They're steering straight. They're motivating to the best of their ability, getting their crews there as fast as they can. Let's see, will St. Catharines be able to hold off?
This is where it gets exciting, is when we're all converging on the finish line at the same time. Who's going to nose that bow ball over the finish line just a little bit before everybody else? Who wants it more? These are the questions that this coxswain is asking their crew right now. Getting these boys to press just a little bit more with the legs, drawing a little bit quicker with the hands, and just out row with sheer force power.
Buffalo on the outside trying to make a little bit of a move with it. Looks like they're trying to creep up. I don't know if they have enough space to do so. Penn AC looks like they're
just nosing out a little bit more.
Not much.
Really tough vantage point. Can Buffalo put enough on the legs in order for them to get through?
Really close.
It's going to be Penn, St. Catharines, and Buffalo. Who wants it most? Definitely looks like Penn does.
Like we said, top 2. I think Buffalo might have St. Catharines just a little bit, kind of across the border rivalry right there.
All going to come down to these last 10 here. St. Catharines really making a move.
Ooh, St. Catharines, yep.
Yep, St. Catharines got it.
Ooh, and got this crew on the inside.
Yep.
Ah, fun racing.
Really nice racing over the finish line. Well, that wraps up an incredibly exciting first heat of the men's U17 Cox 4. And with that, Ali and Julia will pass it on to our next announcers. Thank you all for being with us this afternoon.
Coxie. Official results for that very close and exciting semifinal. In lane 4, we had Buffalo. First place, time is 6:30.37. Second was Victoria. Third was TBC Racing in lane 6. Fourth was TBC Racing in lane 7. And fifth was Buffalo. The times between those last three boats, it was 6:42.36, 6:42.57, and 6:42.61. So wonderful racing for all the spots there. Congratulations, Buffalo and Victoria. You're moving on to the final. Approaching the bottom 250, we have the third semifinal of the men's under 17 Cox 4. In lane 3, Pittsburgh. Lane 4, PNRA Mercer with the Coxie Carissa Hugh. In lane 5, Greenwich. In lane 6, PNRA Mercer with the Coxie Lizzie Segarashvili. And in lane 7, Greenwich with Coxie Misha Joshi. Results for that final semi of the U17 men's Cox 4. First in lane 5 was Greenwich. Second in lane 4 was PNRA Mercer. That was Carissa Coxing. Third was PNRA Mercer in lane 6 with Lizzie Coxing. Fourth was Pittsburgh. And fifth was Greenwich in lane 7 with Misha Coxing. Again, top 2 are moving to the finals. Okay, moving on to the semis for another event. Now we have the U23 women's fours coming down. For these semifinals, the top 3, there's 2 semifinals, so top 3 in each of these will be going on to the final. In lane 2, we have Riverside. In lane 3, Kingston. Lane 4, Boston Fed. Lane 5 is Argentina. In lane 6 is University of Victoria. In lane 7, Washtenaw, and in lane 8 is Calgary. Again, top 3 will move to the final. Official results for semifinal 1 of the women's under 23 fours. First in lane 5 was Argentina in a winning time of 6:44.04. Second was University of Victoria. Third, Boston Fed. Fourth was Washtenaw. Fifth, Kingston. Sixth, Calgary. And seventh, Riverside. Again, the top 3 will be moving on to the final. Riverside, just watch your course going back to the dock there. You're approaching the lanes. Approaching the bottom 500, we have semifinal 2 of the women's under 23-4. In lane 2, we have UBC. Lane 3, Westside Rowing Development. Lane 4, University of Victoria. Lane 5, Peterborough. In lane 6, Buffalo. And in lane 7, Vesper. Again, top 3 will be moving on.
Attention. When you're coming down to the dock, please ensure you check your shoe time before coming to the dock. Thank you. are going to line up on the left side of the dock and 8 on the right side.
Results from semifinal 2, the women's under 23-4. First in lane 4 was University of Victoria and a winning time of 6:47.91. Second was Peterborough. Third, Buffalo. Fourth, Westside Development. Fifth, Vesper. And in sixth was UBC. Top 3 are moving on to the final. Now moving on to the men's senior quads, we have Heat 1 coming down. First 3 will go on to the final. In lane 2, we have Conshohocken. Lane 3, Calgary. Lane 4, Potomac. Lane 5, NAC. In lane 6 is Calgary. Lane 7, Ottawa. And in lane 8 on that far side is Ridley Grad. Again, top 3 will move on to the final. results of Heat 1 for the men's senior quad. First in lane 5 is NAC in a winning time of 5:58.43. Second, Concha Hawken. Third, Calgary. Fourth, Ottawa. Fifth was Ridley Grad. Sixth, Potomac. And seventh was Green Racing. Again, top three.
Five out. Five out. Stop. 7 in. Stop. 3 out. Stop.
Crabtree, NAC, Berkeley.
This is the
Craftsbury,
women's
lane
champion
6.
single race in
Argentina.
lane 3, Craftsbury. Lane 4, Penn AC. Lane 5, Berkeley. Lane 6, another Craftsbury. And lane 7, Argentina. They are just hitting the 500-meter mark now. It seems, I believe, that is lane 6 and 7 who are in the lead at the moment, with lane 4 coming in behind them with this angle. Seems lane 6 and 7 are keeping up with each other. Just trying to stay near each other just to conserve energy until that last 1,000 and especially that last 500. Singles are definitely a hard and tiring race. But you just have to get through it. This is them coming up on the 1,000, I believe. You can see how 6 and 7, lane 6 and 7 are together and keeping up. They're pulling away from the 3 other lanes, but I believe that is lane 4 or 5 trying to keep up with them.
It does look like they're closing that gap here, coming up to the 1,000-meter mark.
Seems like
it seems like Craftsberry in lane 6 is pulling ahead. Definitely trying to pull away from Argentina. You can see how they're all trying to stay together. But especially in single races, you can definitely pull on somebody even if it's the last 500, unlike other boats, which it's a lot hard to catch up. As you can see here with, I believe that's Penn pulling up on the Argentina. These are definitely fast girls here. But it seems like there's a tailwind pulling through to help them, which the tailwind should slow down around the last 500 where it opens up. You can see them all moving on each other, trying to keep the person in first place, trying to keep that distance, and then the two others trying to catch up. They're almost about to hit that last 500. That last 500 is when you want to start to drive into it and pull away. Some will possibly start their finish early to try to catch up, or they'll coast and truly give it their all at that last 250 or so. Can see them just getting past this last 500. Can see them probably picking up speed, trying to get to that finish as best they can, as fast as they can. Once they hit those red buoys, which is around the bridge becomes land, that's when they around there should start their finish. But you can see them just prying through that water and driving. These are some very strong boats right here. And it might get close with Argentina seeming to want to catch up. You can see her starting that finish and upping that rate to try to catch up to her. As long as Craftsberry keeps her calm and keeps her distance, she's got this, but it seems like Argentina's trying to catch up right here. Seems like Craftsberry is possibly slowing down a tiny bit, but it seems like she's still keeping her lead. It seems like Argentina won't have enough time to catch up. It seems like Craftsberry will have this win with around just a boat length, bow to stern. It seems like Craftsberry's gonna catch this win with Argentina in second. That was a good race with Craftsberry in first, Argentina in second. Penn in third, I believe. Craftsberry lane 3 in third, I believe, actually. It's very hard to tell with the lanes and the angles. So I believe Penn was third, and then Craftsberry. Those are the unofficial times that were on your screen. This is the second heat for the women's champion single. In lane 3 we have Brentwood. In lane 4, WS Dev. In lane 5, Craftsberry. In lane 6, Craftsberry. And in lane 7, Concha Hawken. Seems like they're getting past that 1,000 and they're in that around 750 area. Seems like this might be a little bit of a closer race for first, second, and third. With these boats keeping up with each other, staying in a pack. Seems like Craftsberry in lane 5 is pulling ahead at the moment, trying to create that gap so they can lead, while Craftsberry in lane 6 is also trying to pull away from Concha Hawken and get that lead as well. Let's see if they'll be able to catch up in this last 500, but it might. But pulling that lead, or like getting the lead early for Craftsberry lane 5 might have been a good play. Because they're all probably really tired by now, especially in that, for that first 1,500 meters, and probably in the really hot heat. It's probably really hot out there and really tiring, a lot tiring than if it was just colder weather. But we can see here, that's lane 5 Craftsberry taking the lead, with Craftsberry lane 6 coming in behind, and Concha Hawken pulling third, trying to catch up. You can see Craftsberry lane 6 up in that rate and that power to try to catch up to their other Craftsberry boat. Seems like there's a lot of Craftsberry.
Yes, there are a lot of entries into this event from them. It's got to be hard racing a single for 2,000 meters. I mean, you would know, Ella here.
Yeah, I was dying. The heat is not my thing.
No.
I cannot row in the heat.
No, so good on these girls for pushing through. We got some fast heats here.
A lot faster than what I got. We can see them all staying together and trying to get to this finish. This should be where they start their finish. Seems like Concha Hawken might be slowing down a little bit while both of the Craftsberry boats are pulling away from them and trying to get that first. It seems like Craftsberry lane 5 might be getting that gold. It doesn't seem like Craftsberry lane 6 will be able to make it and pass them in the time that they have. It's around like 50 meters or so right now, and it seems like Craftsberry lane 5 has taken the first place, while Craftsberry lane 6 is second, and Concha Hawken is taking the third. We can now see that is WS Dev coming in fourth. Fourth. And then we see Brentwood coming in fifth. Very fast times from them. And this is the final heat for the Women's Champion Single. In lane 3, we have Calgary. In lane 4, we have Armenian Fed. Mm-hmm. In lane 5, we had Ridley Grad. In lane 6, we have Saskatchewan. And in lane 7, we have River City. Seems like we're joining them on the same place we joined the last heat, which this is around, oh, it seems like they're just passing the 1,000 at the moment. You can see this one boat. I believe that is I believe that is Ridley Grad at the moment in first, followed by Saskatchewan, and then in third at the moment, Armenian Fed. But it seems like they're pulling on this Saskatchewan boat, coming in second at the moment, or at least with the angle we had there.
Yes, it's hard to tell.
Yes, that is Ridley Grad in first at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Can see them trying to pull away and keep that lead from these other boats. Truly in a single, that's the best way to start, to get a lead and keep it. You can see the boats in front of you to try to pace yourself and keep in front of them, maybe leapfrog them a little bit by slowing down, and then once they catch up, pushing away again. You can see lane, it seems like it's still in the same order, with Ridley Grad in first, Saskatchewan in second, and Armenian Fed in third at the moment. But it seems like Armenian Fed is pulling on this Saskatchewan boat, trying to get that second place and pulling up on Ridley. That third boat might actually be Calgary. It's really hard to see from the angle, but I believe there is a boat in the middle of them, so I believe that is Calgary, who is pulling up on these other boats. I wonder if Ridley Grad can keep that length for the last 250. You can see them coming upon it with the bridge becoming land right there. You can see them picking up that pace and trying to pull away. We'll see if they can keep this lead and pull away from these other crews. That was a bad voice crack. You can see all three of them. You can see all three of them coming up on this last 250, pulling through.
I'm not sure if you guys can hear the cheers from the grandstand very faintly. It helps for sure being in the boat, being able to hear everyone cheering for you. It just gives you that extra little bit of energy and makes it all worth it. This is going to be a tight finish here. Very close for first and second in this heat.
You can see these boats finally pulling through these last two. River City in first, Ridley Grad in second, and Calgary in third. We're to a new race. This is the men's championship single. In lane 2, 3 Rivers. Lane 3, Penn-AC. Lane 4, Regatta. In lane 5, Argentina in lane 6, Craftsbury in lane 7,
USTC Sarasota.
and in lane 8, UBC. See them passing that 1,000 where they're very spread out right here. With, it seems like it's like 3 groups. Person in the front, people in the middle, and the 2 people trying to pull through. It seems like they're pulling on these middle boats. You can see trying to catch up, catch that lead. Can't tell which boat that is in first at the moment.
I believe it might be lane 6, Craftsbury. When we had that wide shot.
That's a 5. So
okay,
it's
so it is
Argentina in first at the moment.
Mm-hmm. You can see lane 2 here. 3 Rivers.
Pulling up on this Argentina boat. You can see them now going through that 500, pulling through, and they're gonna be either speeding up or waiting for that 250 to speed up and get on that finish. Seems like Argentina has quite a big lead. They might be able to keep it this entire time. 500 meters isn't that much, despite single boats and doubles being able to pull on each other quite fast, even in a short amount of distance.
Yeah, I don't know if they will have enough time to close that gap that Argentina has made here.
He's already getting to that 250 while the other 2 are around 50 meters behind. You can see all the other boats coming up too, trying to get their lead and trying to catch them. You can see he's keeping his lead. It doesn't seem like anybody has enough energy to pull on him and try to pass him. Seems like Argentina lane 5 will be possibly taking this when he has that around 200 meters or so to go left. I don't think the other crews will have enough time to pull on them. I believe Argentina might be making this win.
It looks like we are following the next heat in this men's championship single. We've got lane 2, Argentina, lane 3, Winnipeg, lane 4, Texas, lane 5, Colner, lane 6, Potomac, lane 7, Craftsbury, and lane 8, Penn AC. They're just passing that 1,000-meter mark, which means they're halfway done this race. It looks like lane 2 is pulling up on, hard to tell, lane 6, I believe. With the angle, it's definitely confusing, and you can't tell who's in front until we get a very good side view. Argentina seems to be doing very well in all of these heats that we've had. Most of the time they are out in front. We've got a close race between these two here as we're coming up on the last 500 meters of this 2,000-meter race. All of these rowers are going to be able to start hearing people cheer from the island, cheering from the grandstand. Again, it makes it just a little bit easier to keep going, keep pushing. Gives you some motivation, some energy.
Doing it for them and not just yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You can see Argentina right here passing that second place boat. I believe that's
possibly Potomac. We can't really see the bow numbers here, so it's kind of counting lanes and making our best
educated
guess.
guesses.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I do believe we were correct. It is a race between Argentina and Potomac as of right now, out ahead as they're coming up on that last 250. You can see the buoys in the water for their lane, the lane markings. They changed to red, and that's how we know, but also the athlete knows that they've got 250 meters left to give it their all and hopefully win their heat.
You can see them getting tired, how they're doing power over rate and just going as fast as they can, but while keeping as strong, or like going as strong as they can with the speed they're going at.
Looks like Argentina here, and then I believe Potomac. We will get the unofficial times on our screen once the other athletes have crossed this finish line. It's important to row all the way through the finish line. You don't want to accidentally stop beforehand, which would be very unfortunate. We have Colner, third. Winnipeg, fourth. I believe this is Craftsbury. No, I am incorrect. Texas, and then Green Racing or Craftsbury, and then Penn AC finishing it out. Now we are on to the third heat of this men's championship single. In lane 2, we have California. Lane 3, Argentina. Lane 4, Conshohocken. Lane 5, Riverside. Lane 6, St. Catharines Rowing Club. Lane 7, 2026 WUC. And lane 8, Delta D's. They're passing that 1,000-meter mark again. We're halfway through this race. This one, everyone's pretty grouped together.
Yeah, a lot more grouped than the other races we've seen.
does look like possibly St. Catherine's Rowing Club is out ahead with, I believe, California not far behind. You can see how fast that rate is on with that athlete in the white boat, the far white boat. Does look like Argentina, and then camera has switched, so we've got Argentina out in front racing, I believe, against either St. Catherine's or WUC. We're heading up on that last 500 meters. These athletes know they've got to give it their all. I believe only the top two move on from each of these heats.
Yes, because you're not able to have the top three.
Mm-hmm.
Since there's, well, only 7 lanes.
Mm-hmm. I believe we had lane 7 in first there in this heat, and then lane 3 Argentina. We will get the unofficial times on our screen. Okay, we are on to the next event 347, the Women's Under 19-8 for the Harris Fisher Trophy. We are in the first heat. There's 2 heats. So in lane 2, we have
Narragansett.
Yep. Lane 3, Washtenaw. Lane 4, St. Catherine's Rowing Club. Lane 5, CBC. Lane 6, Saratoga, and Lane 7, Argonaut.
They're just coming up on this, the 1,000-meter mark, meaning they're halfway there. 8s are quite a fun race to watch with how fast they go and how close most of the races become. Seems like the two middle boats are pulling through and keeping a gap on these other boats. I believe that is CBC and St. Catherine's up there in front, with CBC in first, followed by St. Catherine's, followed by all the other boats. They're trying the hardest to keep this lead, so they don't have to catch up to others or worry about them catching up or having that close of a race. That's the best part about a lead. With St. Catherine's trying their hardest to catch up, and they're also getting moved upon by all the other boats that are catching up themselves. Coming upon this last 500, this is where they're going to start driving through with that power and bringing up that rate. With 8s, you're able to start the finish earlier, a lot easier, because you're not as tired and everybody's working together to help you bring that rate up and bring that power up. As long as you're all together, the boat will feel quite light despite being an 8. You can see this CBC boat is pulling along in first so far, and they're just hitting the last 250, followed by St. Catherine's. I don't think they might be able to catch up if they bring up that rate and that power as best they can, trying their heart out. You can see these boats hitting this last stride that they have to hit, with CBC finally hitting this finish. You can hear all this cheering in the grandstand for these boats. This is how exciting 8 races get. You can hear everybody cheering for their teams and for their friends and kids.
With how fast they're coming through that finish, they have to let it run and hold water very quickly, or because you can't see from this view, but to the left it just ends basically. And especially if you're in lane 2 and 3, you don't have a lot of room. You got to stop very fast.
We have CBC coming in first, St. Catherine's coming in second, and Washtenaw coming in third.
Unofficial times.
This is the second heat for the women's under 19-8. We have Mercer in lane 2, Victoria in lane 3, TBC Racing in lane 4, Greenwich in lane 5, Penn AC in lane 6, and Henley in lane 7. The boats seem to not be spread out at all basically in a line quite close together as they're coming through this first 500.
You can see these 8s are coming up on the 1,000-meter mark, which means they're halfway done this race. It does look like lane 6, Penn AC, is just a little bit out ahead. Their stern is basically touching Greenwich's bow, but Greenwich is making a play here. It does look like they're trying to close that gap, get ahead of Penn AC, with TBC Racing not far behind. Does look like this is going to be a close race. We still have about, I'd say, 750 to go. Typically, once you hit that 1,000-meter mark, most crews will do a little piece there, because you're halfway through and you want to use that to move on the other crews. You want to be able to start making those gaps, so in the last 500 you can just give it your all and pull away as far as you can. We can see it's very close. We've got PNRA Mercer coming in on the right, and then in the middle we see Victoria, TBC, Greenwich, and Penn AC all kind of lined up here. Hanlon not super far behind, but I don't know if they have enough time to make up that gap. We will have to see. As we're hitting that 1,500-meter mark, that means they have 500 left to go. You can see the buoys are yellow. Once they turn red, these women know that they have 250 meters left, which is not a lot, especially with these 8s. They are big boats. It does still look like Penn AC is just that little bit ahead of the other crews here. Again, with the angles, it is definitely hard to tell. A little bit easier to tell when you're on the island, but again, it's still difficult because our finish line is at an angle as well. You can hear all the cheers coming in from the island and the grandstand. Now those buoys are red. As Alice said, once that bridge you see turns to land, that's basically your cue. Got Penn AC about a boat length ahead of Greenwich. TBC Racing not far behind. They're trying to pass Greenwich, maybe get that second place. Wow, that is a photo finish. The unofficial times will come up, but I don't know if that will be the final times here. .09. We're going to have a replay here of this finish. The top 3 of each of these heats move on, so that is so close. That really, you don't see too many races where the finish is that close amongst so many boats. We could definitely tell Penn AC was 100% in first there, but then between Greenwich, TBC, and Victoria, that will have to be a photo finish. And I believe the official times will be posted online. I believe Regatta Central and possibly on Henley's website as well. Now we are looking at event 349, first heat of the women's under 17 single. In lane 2, we have St. Paul's. Lane 3, Victoria. Lane 4, Hudson. Lane 5, Elizabeth City. Lane 6, Great Bay. Lane 7, Ridley College. Lane 8, Aurelia. I believe you heard those cheers there. I think that's from the grandstand. Some of these crews are pretty happy, probably, that they made it on. We can see lane 4, which is Hudson in that green boat. And then I believe lane 6 is out ahead, which is Great Bay. And lane 7, Ridley College, not far behind her. It does look like Hudson is... She had a little bit of a bad stroke there, but she saved it. She is gaining on Great Bay here. Possibly Elizabeth City.
You can see them coming up on this last 500.
I stand corrected. We have Elizabeth City in first as of right now. Hudson not far behind. And then Great Bay lane 6 in that white boat. Again, coming up on that last 250, these women know they don't have much time left.
You can see them up in this rate to give them a push forwards to catch up and win this race. You can see they're just past this 250, coming up on this finish. You can see them upping their power and their rate as best they can to pull them through this finish. This was quite close with first, second, and third.
Not as close as the last race. You missed it. It was crazy. Penn IC came in first. And then we had lane 5, 4, and 3 photo finish.
Elizabeth
City in first here in this heat. Hudson in second and Great Bay in third. And these are the unofficial times on your screen here. Aurelia, 4th. Ridley College in 5th. Okay, we are on to the second heat of this event. We have lane 2, Elizabeth City, lane 3, Dawn, lane 4, Dawn, lane 5, GMS, lane 6, Victoria, lane 7, South Niagara, and lane 8, Niagara. Community rowing.
You can see them already coming up on this last 500. You can see most of the time it seems like 3 boats are able to pull away from the pack, and normally a close race between all those 3.
It's pretty cool to me that all these girls definitely have they're probably quite similar, but different variations of race plans, yet they still are quite close to one another.
Especially in singles, where it's more of a mental game.
100%. I'd say racing a single is one of the hardest boats you could race. I'd say maybe a pair tops that. Balancing and steering in a pair is quite difficult.
Especially if you have foot steering, you're cranking your leg to the sides, which is not fun to row when your leg is 90 degrees.
No.
Can't really tell who's in front at the moment with not being able to
see all the lanes here, but I believe it is lane 6, Victoria, with lane 3 or 4, Dawn, not far behind. Trying to close that gap, but I don't know if she has enough time here.
I believe that was GMS, and then the 2 Dawn crews coming in second and third after her.
Yes, and only the top 2 make it on from these
With the
heats.
unofficial time being GMS in first, lane 3 Dawn in second, and lane 4 Dawn in third. This is the third heat for the women's under 17 single. Lane 2, we have White Marsh. Lane 3, we have St. Catharines. Lane 4, we have Elizabeth City. Lane 5, Edmonton. Lane 6, Ridgewood. Lane 7, Ottawa. And lane 8, Port. You can see them at around the 750 meter mark, right in between the 1,000 and the last 500. Keeping their rate and power steady and calm. This is normally where crews try to pull on each other and pass them.
It depends on how many heats that there are for how many move on. So for this event, event 76, 2 crews move on from each heat. The last race that we had with the 8s, since there was only 2 heats, 3 move on.
Ridgewood seems to be in first at the moment, followed by Edmonton and Elizabeth City. But St. Catharines is very close too. They're all quite in a big, small group, and any of them could easily pull on each other and pass each other or pull away. You can see them coming past this last 500. You can see them, those 3 in a group right here, trying their hardest to pull away and catch up. You can see St. Catharines trying to catch up to them, while it seems Ridgewood is still in front at the moment, followed by Elizabeth City, and then Edmonton, and then South Niagara. St. Catharines, my bad.
It's only one letter switched in their name. The sheet that we have, it's SCRC, but South Niagara is SNRC. So that's where the mix-up is happening here. But to confirm, it is St. Catharines Rowing Club in this race, which this is their home course, so they might have a little bit of an advantage because they train on this course all the time, which, beautiful course, might I add. Depends. Out here, when there's no trees, if it's windy, it's way worse when you get into this last 500. Once you get to the land, it's a little bit more sheltered, but with that bridge there, all the air, like if there's a crosswind or something, it's really bad after the trees are gone.
Can see them finally coming up on this finish. Seems like Ridgewood is ahead at the moment, followed by Elizabeth City battling for first here. Let's see if they'll be able to catch up. It seems like they might be able to, stealing the...
Looks like Hudson. Elizabeth City came in first here. I was looking at the wrong heat. My goodness. Then Ridgewood. And we will get the unofficial times on your screen to correct all of our wrongs here.
Elizabeth City has came in first for the unofficial times, followed by Ridgewood, and then South Niagara.
St. Catharines.
St. Catharines.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
I can't believe you did it again. And then Edmonton. With Ottawa coming in 5th. Remember, only the top 2 move on from each heat to go to the final. See White Marsh, I believe. Possibly. Yes. And Port finishing out this race. We are on to some 8s again. Very exciting. There's only 2 heats in this, so the top 3 of these races here move on. We're already at the last 500 meters of this race. It looks like we have lane 4 CBC out ahead. We've got lane 2 Penn AC, lane 3 TBC Racing, lane 4 CBC, lane 5 Buffalo out ahead, lane 6 Buffalo again, and lane 7 St. Catharines Rowing Club. Looks like Buffalo lane 5 is out ahead, and then we've got lane 4 CBC and lane 6 Buffalo battling it out in this last 300 meters. You can hear the cheers coming in. And these coxies you can see at the front of the boat, at the stern, yelling at their crews, making sure they're getting nice long strokes, lots of power, encouraging them to finish this race out strong.
You can see them being launched forward themselves.
Oh, 100%. These men are moving. This is the men's under 19.8, event 77.
You can always hear the loudest cheering when it's 8s. But it seems like this lane 5 Buffalo crew will be taking this
Taking
heat
it home. But again, there's the top 3 move on. Oh, wow. Okay, we've got, looks like lane 6 Buffalo and lane 7 St. Catharines pulled ahead. So I believe they will be moving on with CBC lane 4 coming in 4th. Penn AC coming in 5th. And TBC, I don't know what happened with TBC. Maybe caught a crab, I don't know. But I believe the cheering is probably much louder because there's 9 people in each boat, so there's 9 families yelling for their respective athlete. So we're on to the second and final heat of this event, event 77, men's under 19.8. We've got lane 2 Greenwich, lane 3 Port, lane 4 Buffalo, lots of Buffalo crews in this race, lane 5 Penn AC, lane 6 PNRA Mercer, and lane 7 PNRA Mercer again. I think we're coming up on the 1,000-meter mark. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ella.
Yes, this is the 1,000-meter mark.
So these crews will definitely start putting together a piece here to try and pull away, make those gaps bigger between the other crews. It's hard to tell, but I believe it's lane 4, yes, lane 4 Buffalo out ahead right now, with lane 5 Penn AC not far behind, just about a boat length. Their bow is at Buffalo's stern. And then PNRA Mercer lane 6, again not far behind. You can see PNRA Mercer lane 7 on the right of your screen there as well. We'll have to see where Greenwich and Port are in respective to lane 4 Buffalo here, but looks like they've got lots of power. You want those puddles from the oars to go way past the stern before the next stroke you take. If you watch closely, you can see that they get past the coxie before they take the next stroke, which is a good sign that you've got lots of power. Can see, we saw for a second one of the other crews in view.
You can see them finally coming up on this last 500. This is when they're going to start getting really fast.
They'll start their finishes, start up in that rate, up in that power. Sometimes crews drop the rate a little bit and just go straight for power. And if
Power over rate.
Yeah, if that works for you, that works. Looks like Buffalo lane 4 is still out ahead with Penn AC and PNRA Mercer lane 6 battling it out. But again, remember the top 3 make it on for the final of this event. You can see that yellow boat was lane 3 port. They're not far behind. They're going to try and get into one of those top 3 places to hopefully move on.
Buffalo seems to really, really want to keep that lead and has kept it for a while now. Can see them coming up on this last 250 as you see them speed up and either create more of a gap or shrink that gap. Seems like the Buffalo crew has took it for this heat. Followed by PNRA Mercer, and then lane 6, and then Penn AC.
The yellow boat was actually Greenwich, not Port. So then we had in first Buffalo, in second PNRA Mercer lane 6, in third Penn AC, in fourth Greenwich, in fifth PNRA Mercer lane 7, and then in sixth we had Port. Okay, we will be moving on to the next event, event 79, the men's under 23 lightweight pair. Remember we were talking about pairs earlier and how they're quite difficult to navigate and to steer. Only the top 2 in this heat move on. We have 3 heats. So in lane 2 we have St. Catharines Rowing Club. Lane 3 we have UWO. Lane 4 we have Henley. Lane 5 Kingston. Lane 6 Greenwich. And lane 7 Delta D's. I believe one of the athletes in the St. Catharines boat is also a coach. Looks like they just passed that 500 meter mark, or 1500. They've done 500 meters. And you can see just on the left, the 1000 meter mark is coming into view as these men are pulling up to it. I don't want to say anything right now about who's in front because I will most likely be incorrect, as I have been most of the time. So we'll have to wait till we get a good side view of these athletes here. But it does look like there are 2 crews out in front of the pack, which is pretty good for them. They've got a nice lead here. Again, only the top 2 move on to the final. I believe it is Kingston and Hanlon out in front here. You can see the far boat is Kingston and the closer boat is Hanlon. I'm like 99. No, I'm 100%.
100% sure this time?
Yes, I am. I can tell the Kingston unis are pretty recognizable, and we can kind of see the bow markers here.
Yeah, 4. That being Hanlon and 5. Yeah.
Have you ever raced or rode a pair, Ella?
I have raced and rode a pair.
Really?
Raced once. We
Okay.
didn't do well.
No.
We got last.
Okay. Well,
I don't like sweeping boats anyway, so.
Oh, I love sweeping. It's much more fun than sculling.
No.
I don't think these men are coming in last, though. I think they're probably going to have a little bit of a better time than you did.
Yeah, I don't think they're pulling what we did.
No.
No.
You can see lane 3, I believe, coming into view. They are trying to get into that top 2 spot here. No, that is lane 2, not lane 3. That is St. Catherine's Rowing Club trying to pull up and make it into this top 3 to move on. Unless they're in the wrong lane, that is St. Catherine's. But again, Kingston and Hanlon still out in front of them. We're coming into this last 500 meters again when the buoys that you can see, they're yellow right now. When they turn red, these men know there's not a lot of time left, not a lot of distance left. It looks like Hanlon is pulling away, trying to pull away at least from Kingston, but St. Catherine's is making a move here. They're upping their rate. You can see their rate is way faster. From this angle, though, it does look like St. Catherine's is still a little bit further behind. It looks like Kingston is ahead of Hanlon, but we will have to see. I think Hanlon might have a couple feet on them. I don't think St. Catherine's is going to be able to close that distance that they have, which is unfortunate. Looks like Hanlon, I believe, unless it's pure luck, I believe that they are brothers, Henry DeLuca and Simon DeLuca, which is super awesome for them. That's so cool to win this heat here with Kingston coming in second, and those two will move on. St. Catherine's not far behind, but just far enough that they do not move on to the final here. It's basically like we've got 2 different races happening here. I believe that was Western coming in 4th, and Greenwich coming in. No, that was Delta D's, and then Greenwich was on their way in after. And now we are on to the second heat of this men's under 23 lightweight pair. We've got South Niagara in lane 2, Delta D's lane 3, UVic in lane 4, CC Seattle in lane 5, OKC in lane 6, and Kingston in lane 7.
They're just in the middle of this last 1,000, or between the 1,000 and the 500.
I can't fully tell here who we've got. Our monitor is quite far from us, so I have to sit up and try and see these bow numbers so I don't say the wrong crew here. We're coming into the last 500 meters of this race, though. Pretty close, but still definitely some distance between the crews, like about a boat length. I believe Uvik is out ahead right now. It's 29 degrees out right now. It feels like 33, which is, it definitely feels even hotter, I bet, while you're racing, though, because the amount of energy you're exerting
heats you up.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Have to see, I believe on the left here that is Kingston Rowing Club, and then beside them to the right is OKC. From this angle it does look like Kingston might be taking the lead here. Remember, the top two move on into the final for the Tyler King Memorial Trophy. This is event 79. Unless we're missing a crew, I think. I believe this is Kingston. Yes, coming into the finish here. And then we have lane 4, Uvik. We'll have to see with these unofficial times. Yes, okay, I'm getting better at telling the lanes, okay? Mr. Commentators, Mr. Commenters, we're getting better, okay? We got OKC in 3rd, Delta D's in 4th. And then I believe CC Seattle in 5th, and South Niagara finishing this heat off. We will now be moving to the 3rd and final heat of this men's under 23 lightweight pair. In lane 2 we have Western, in lane 3 we have Kingston, in lane 4 we have Hanlon, lane 5 Greenwich, lane 6 Argonaut, and lane 7, Wisconsin. I'm excited for this race. Kingston, I believe those are our brother's friends. Rose with them at Kingston. Very cool to see. But I think this will be a tough race for them. They've got some pretty good competition here.
They're coming up on this first, or on this
1,000-meter mark.
1,000-meter mark.
They're passing the dock that is on the island here. Again, big thanks to all of the volunteers that make this regatta run. Couldn't do it without all of them. There's so many people that go into making this whole thing work and run as smoothly as possible. And all the crews that come from far and wide to race on the Canadian Henley Regatta, the Martindale Pond. I'm not sure what the wind is like. It doesn't look like there is much. Our weather app is saying a southwest wind, but I don't know if that's I don't know where we're looking, where these crews are going, but I believe here we've got Kingston right in the center screen with that white boat. They've got powerful strokes here. From the way the water's moving, it does look like there's a little bit of a tailwind, maybe slight crosswind.
Especially when it opens up to the bridge.
Oh, for sure. But it does look pretty manageable here. We see Western coming into view. Kingston long and strong here. I believe that's Argonaut. I can tell by their uni. And then there is Wisconsin, which is ahead of Argonaut here. Remember, top two move on here, so Argonaut is going to try their best in this last 500 meters to close that gap between Wisconsin, but I don't know. I don't know if they'll be able to do it unless something happens, which praying it doesn't.
Things do happen.
That is true. I've definitely been in crews where we've caught a crab in the last little bit. It is not fun, but you just have to get it back and keep going. These men are looking very good considering they're rowing a pair, which again, I'd say one of the hardest, if not the hardest, boat to race, because you have to be so in tune with your partner,
rowing buddy.
And yeah, this is gonna be, it looks like it might be close here. I think Wisconsin is gonna try their best. You can see the buoys are turning red now, so they have 250 meters left. They're gonna give it their all. I believe Kingston is still out ahead.
It seems so, as they're coming upon this finish right here.
Rowing all the way through. And it does look like Wisconsin is getting that second place. So Kingston and Wisconsin are moving along. Hitting that buoy there. That was Western coming in third. I believe this is a race between Henley and Argonaut here. Henley, I believe, coming in fourth. And Argonaut coming in fifth. And Greenwich, I think, will be finishing this race out. Now we are on to event 80. The women's under 23 single, back to singles here. We've got lane 2, Uvik, lane 3, Arion, lane 4, Arion, lane 5, Potomac, lane 6, Potomac, and lane 7, Kingston. They're coming on the 1,000-meter mark again. They've already done half of this race.
In this heat, despite you having quite the wind, with it being a tailwind, rowing with the wind makes it so you don't even feel the wind.
No.
Which is, honestly, I would rather a headwind where you can actually feel the wind.
You get a little bit of a breeze, cool you down. It does look, yes, it is definitely a tailwind, so we will have some quicker times here. Helps you get down the course, which is nice for being in a single, because it takes a long time. It feels like an eternity when you're in that boat alone and you are going down. Big props to all of these athletes here.
Yeah.
Because single is, you raced a single, I believe.
Yep.
At Henley.
And here.
Yeah, this is Henley.
Yeah. I was thinking of CSSRA.
Yes. That is the other regatta that happens during the school year.
I also did not do good in the single.
No.
But I blame it all on the heat. It was all the heat. It was.
So what are you saying to these girls?
Don't let the heat get to you.
It's fake. It's all a mental game.
Yeah.
It's placebo. It looks like here we've got a little bit of a freeze. There we go. We've got them coming up on this last 500 meters here. It's hard to tell again who we've got out in front. I mean, you can see who's in front, but I am not 100% sure on the lane. I have a feeling it's lane 5 Potomac and then lane 4 Arion in second here. It's all kind of a guessing game with this. I believe that is correct though, because if you look at the third athlete that's on your right, kind of just going almost out of view, they are, it looks like the same uni, and we do have a lane 6 Potomac here as well. So again, only the top 2 move on from this event because we have 2 other heats. Yes, okay, so we do have lane 5 Potomac out ahead right now with lane 4 Arion trying to close that gap. Lane 6 Potomac, you can see kind of dead center in the screen with the red. And then just a little bit behind them, we have Kingston, lane 7. We'll have to see once we get a new angle here. We'll be able to see Uvik, which is lane 2, and lane 3 Arion. Not sure where they are at right now. But again, lane 5 Potomac and lane 4 Arion. It looks like they might be closing this race out here. You can see the buoys are turning red.
Hitting that last half or quarter.
Last half of the last quarter.
Yeah.
The last 250 meters.
It's going to be a close race with these singles.
We will get the unofficial times, but I believe it was lane 5 Potomac in first here, lane 4 Arion, and we see lane 6 Potomac coming in third here. And then it does look like lane 2 Uvik pulling in fourth. Unless I'm wrong. Nope. Perfect. And then we've got lane 7 Kingston, and then lane 3 Arion will be closing this race out right now. Good job to these women here. Those are some pretty good times we've got. Okay, we are moving on to the second heat of this event 80, the women's under 23 single for the Dr. James A. McMullen medal. Okay, in lane 3 we have Craftsbury, in lane 4 Washtenaw, in lane 5 Ottawa, in lane 6 Craftsbury again, and lane 7 Arion.
They're already hitting that 750 mark right now.
I believe we have, I think it is lane 6 Craftsbury out ahead right now with lane 7 Arion not far behind. It may be lane 5 Ottawa out ahead though. I'm not 100% sure right now, but they're coming up on the last 500. You can see those little floating docks. Okay, it is lane 6 Craftsbury in that black boat with the black, white, and neon uni here. And then we have this pinkish red boat, which is lane 7 Arion not far behind. You can tell also before you see the pylon, these little floating docks, those are for the dashes and the 500 meter, and I think we have 1,000 meter dashes sometimes. Yes. So we have boat holders layout on those, which I've done before. I don't know if you...
I have.
You have as well, yep.
I was scared in the middle, surrounded by spiders.
Yes, there is a lot of spiders and bugs on those. It's a little safe haven from the water for them. And they do not clean them. And you're stuck out there with nothing for a long time.
And you have to climb under them to even get in.
It's kind of hard to get on. The starting gate spot is not bad, though, for the boat holders.
Not at all.
Which, again, big thanks to all the volunteers that make this regatta run. We need boat holders every day, multiple shifts to hold all these crews before they start. Would not be able to do it without them and all the umpires and all of the safety boats that we have on the water. I believe our brother is working in the safety boat right now, just to ensure that all the athletes are safe while racing in case anything were to ever happen. We still have lane 6 Craftsbury out ahead here. Lane 7 Arion trying to close the gap in between them. The buoys have turned red now, so they have 250 meters to go. It's time to give it their all as they come into the finish line. Again, remembering you want to be rowing straight through that finish line. It is the worst thing ever to stop before, and then a crew could possibly pass you or something like that, which I have seen too many times. People not row all the way through those white buoys, which I believe the finish is a little bit before those, but it's for good measure to go through those white buoys. So we have Green Racing or Craftsbury in first here, and then Arion, lane 7 in second.
Especially when you're really close, because if you're really close, you can hear the beep and think it's you just because you're like, you haven't passed the white buoys, but you think you're close enough. You definitely want to row through.
Yes, 100%. And we had Ottawa in third for that heat. Remember, only top 2 move on. We are into the third and final heat of this event, number 80. Excuse me, the women's under 23 single. In lane 3, we have St. Catharines Rowing Club. Lane 4, we have Genesee. Lane 5, Boston Fed. Lane 6, Pegasus. That's a cool name. And lane 7, Calgary. Looks like we have lane 5, Ottawa. Nope, I stand corrected. Lane 5, Boston. I'm looking at the wrong heat here. Out ahead right now with lane 6, Pegasus not far behind. You can see Calgary, lane 7 on the right of your screen, just passing the pylon there as well. But again, yes, we have lane 5, Boston, out ahead right now with Pegasus trying to close that gap in between them. For the one comment on the live, the lanes, I don't believe are called bows, but we call it a bow number because the number to identify the boat and the athlete is at the bow of the boat, right? It's kind of attached right above the bow ball, so we kind of just say bow number. But you are right, we do need eagle eyes to be able to see them most of the time, so that's why we kind of get mixed up, especially with the angles of this course. It is not straight across, it is on a little bit of an angle, with the lane 7 being more to the left than the lane 2, if that makes any sense. When you see the finish line, you can see that it is on a bit of a slant there. We can see, again, lane 5 here, and then lane 6, Pegasus. On the left of your screen, you can see Calgary right in front of that little umpire boat, safety boat. And then we have, you were able to see either St. Catharines or Genesee at one point, but we are coming into the last 250 meters again. The most important part of this race, including all the other parts.
Especially in singles.
Yes, 100%. I think the start is also very important, which we haven't been able to see much of just because of the stagger we have, the starting times we have to get through all of these events, because there are a lot. We're on race 359, I believe.
The 4 minutes
Possibly.
in between every race.
Exactly. Looks like we had Boston coming in first there, with Pegasus in second. Genesee in third. Remember, only the top 2 move on. Calgary in fourth, and St. Catharines Rowing Club will be finishing that race off here. Now we are on to event number 81, the men's under 17 double for the Tank Trophy. Only the top 2 move on from this race. In lane 2, we have Saratoga. Lane 3, Black Sheep. Lane 4, Victoria. Lane 5, CBC. Lane 6, Potomac. Lane 7, Potomac. And Lane 8, Washtenaw. There's a lot of Potomacs in this. They've got a big club.
Yeah. Just 3 races ago, there was also 2 Potomacs.
Mm-hmm. Excited after this event. We've got some 8s coming up. They're coming up on the last 500 meters. You can see those little floating docks there. You'll be able to see the pylon soon. That bridge there, this is when it opens up. The conditions get a little bit rougher just because there's not as much shelter from the wind. So they have to make sure they stay very balanced, very in time with one another. When there's no coxswain in the boat, the bow will normally be giving call-outs to the stern. Same with when you're in a quad, which is 4 people, which you can have a coxed quad, but most of the time
they're straight quads.
Yeah.
Just like how you can have a straight 4, but most of the time
it's a coxswain. Now, I may be wrong, but I think lane 5 CBC might be out ahead here, with lane 6 Potomac not far behind. And we can also see, I think Black Sheep is also on our screen here. Possibly Victoria, and then there was Black Sheep. Okay. Yes, okay, so we do have lane 5 CBC out ahead here with lane 6 Potomac. Not super far behind, about a boat length and a half-ish, maybe 2. And then you can see on the right the other Potomac crew, lane 7. But again, only the top 2 move on because we have 3 heats of this event. As you can see, the CBC boat, they have really slowed down the rate there and just went with power because they were out ahead. So why tire themselves out fully?
Especially because if they have other races today, you want to keep that energy.
Conserve it as much as you can. And then we have, I believe, Black Sheep, yes, in 3rd. Saratoga. Oh, we had Potomac lane 7 in 4th, then Saratoga, then I believe Victoria, and then Washtenaw finishing this race out. Now we will be moving on to the second heat of this event 81, the men's under 17 double for the Tank Trophy. In lane 2, we have Ridley College, lane 3, Ottawa, lane 4, Notre Dame, lane 5, Penn AC, lane 6, Victoria, lane 7, Niagara Community Rowing, and then lane 8, Argonaut.
They're just getting to the dock now. This is when they start to do things to pass or catch up.
This is where they'd perform a piece that they've planned in their race plan. A lot of the time, you do your start and then you settle into your race pace. Every crew will have a race pace that they should kind of stick with. They should... Oh, a little bit of a mishap here. Crab caught. Not sure what crew that was, but they are being passed now. They luckily saved it, didn't flip or anything, and they are back into the race. They've got to catch up and hopefully maybe get their spot back, but we'll see. There's a lot of crews moving here. This is a close race we've got right now.
Unfortunate things like that may happen.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about it. You just have to make sure you get back into it. Don't let it affect you. And just go harder than you were before. It does look like... So we've got lane 5. They took that opportunity, which is Penn AC, and I believe it was Victoria that caught the crab there. See lane 2, Ridley College, coming into our view right here. They're trying to get that spot over Victoria. So we're coming into the last 500 meters. This is their time to shine. Penn AC really took their chance there. You can see these athletes coming into the last stretch of this race.
You can hear the cheering in the background. The yelling at them to go.
We've got a couple 8 races coming up, which is exciting. And then we've got some dashes. As you could see a minute ago, we can see the volunteers starting to get those little docks we were talking about. They will be moving those across the 500-meter mark.
The spider collectors.
Not fun if you have arachnophobia. Okay, it does look like we've got Pen AC still with that lead here. Victoria not far behind, which is honestly quite good for them considering what happened during that third 500 meters.
Yeah, that's amazing because normally you get tired out really badly after losing all that momentum.
Right.
Oh, we just saw a little bit of a hiccup there.
Just kidding. I think it was Niagara Community Rowing that caught the crab. Yeah. Oh. And they got second, so they moved on.
Okay.
And Victoria got third here. With Ottawa coming in fourth. Hey, at least we got the number 1 right. Notre Dame coming in 5th. Argonaut coming in 6th. And Ridley College will be finishing this race out. I'm not sure what happened there because I thought they were pretty far ahead. Maybe they caught a crab as well. The wind might be changing here on them.
It seems like the waves are probably a lot worse on the water than they look. Definitely not flat. This is the last heat for the men's under 17 double, with lane 2 being Washtenaw, lane 3 being Thunder, lane 4 being Narragansett, lane 5 being Niagara Falls, lane 6 Aurelia, lane 7 Ridgewood, and lane 8 Waco.
Possibly pronounced Waco. We are not sure. It does look like we've got another set of brothers here in Aurelia, in the Aurelia crew, which is pretty cool. Awesome to row with a sibling. Looks like they're just finishing that first 500 meters of the race. Just kidding, the first 1,000 meters. In the beginning, at the start, they also have the red buoys for the first 250, so you know when to settle into your race pace. Just a little fact. I think right here is the most sheltered spot because in the first 1,000 meters, in the first 500, it's pretty sheltered. There's trees on either side. In the second 500, there is a big bay on both sides, honestly, so weather might not be the best there, but this, I believe, is where that's why they do all the pieces right here, to try and, again, create that gap. We've got a close race here. It looks like, well, this one boat is missing a bow number, so I won't be able to see them, the white boat here. But we've got, okay, so this yellow boat, I believe, is Aurelia. Yes. And then we've got Niagara Falls in lane 5. They seem to be taking the lead right now. Yes, they do. And then lane 4, Narragansett, is the one missing the bow number here, but they are not far behind as well. But
they seem to be catching up and making their move right now, just because they're so close.
Yes, they're kind of making their move on Aurelia here. Because remember, only the top 2 move on.
You gotta do it now or else you won't have the energy to do it later.
After this race, we will be on to the 8s. I just saw them take off from the starting gate, which is very exciting. Coming into the last 500 meters for these men's under 17 double. event 81. Niagara Falls still out ahead right now. Oh, a little bit of a bad stroke, a little bit of a crab there,
But they caught it.
Yeah, they fixed it, got it back.
And it seems like
another.
Oh no.
They're trying to go real fast, real hard, but then
They've just
it's
got to
affecting
calm
yeah.
and stay together.
The wind might also be changing as well, which
does not help.
No, definitely not. We'll see if lane 4 or lane 6 gets second place, but I believe Niagara Falls is still out ahead. It's hard to tell from this angle right here.
This water definitely does seem bad. Definitely a lot worse when you're actually on the water.
Oh, for sure. It does look like there's a bit of a crosswind now coming from the right. Got a lot of splashing, so I think the wind has definitely changed and picked up. But again, like we said, when you get to this bridge area, it's so open that it gets way worse. You can hear the grandstand cheering, all the cowbells going off for these athletes.
They definitely have support.
It does look like Aurelium has pulled ahead of Niagara Falls. I don't know. Lane 4.
They definitely want it. They definitely want to keep going.
Oh my, this is a close one. It looks like Aurelia in first and Niagara Falls in second with lane 4. Narragansett. I am definitely butchering their club name, but they came in third.
You can see the devastation of the stroke seat when they...
Unofficial times, but 0.42 seconds off of Niagara Falls there. That is close. We got Ridgewood, lane 7 in fourth here. And now we are on to event number 83, the Women's Championship 8. The top 3 move on. I think we only have 4 crews in this race because there was a scratch. So in lane 3 we have 2026 WUC. In lane 4, St. Catharines Rowing Club. In lane 5, Riverside. And lane 6, we've got ARGN/CRC/SK. I'm not sure if that's like...
I believe it's probably a mix
group
of
crews, yes. It does look like St. Catharines, lane 4 is out ahead, which, I mean, makes sense. It is their home advantage. There is one girl in here I did row with many years ago, Kate. Back when I rode with St. Catharines, I think I've rode at almost every crew in Niagara. And then we also have a couple other girls that we've rode with, Emma Goodhart and Sarah Stacy.
Emma Goodhart was the sister of somebody I've rode with.
It's cool to see. Looks like they've got a good shot here. It looks like there's only one boat that won't move on from this heat. This is the 2:22 p.m. race. They're in this last 500 meters. The buoys will be turning red very soon. St. Catherine's still out ahead here. The wind has definitely picked up. We can see a little bit of some white caps here happening. Lots of splashes, but you do want a V splash when you bury the blade in the water. It is a good thing to have.
But backing it in.
But there's definitely a lot more wind we've got going on here. It does look like, I believe, so we've got St. Catherine's lane 4 right here, middle of our screen, and then to the right, I think that is lane 6, the mixed crew, I believe maybe Argonaut and CRC, and then SK. But that is lane 6. Then we will see, it looks like Riverside lane, whoa, that was close. So on our screen, oh, here it says Alberta, not sure. So Alberta second, and then Riverside, unofficial times, third, move on. Oh, just kidding, it switched on me. 2026 WUC with Riverside 0.14 seconds behind. That is the unofficial times, though. We are on to the next heat, the second and only heat of this event, 83 Women's Championship 8. Lane 3, we have Vesper. Lane 4, we have Riverside. Lane 5, Argentina. Lane 6, WSRCDC GRP. I believe that might stand for group.
Seems like there's a lot of
couple group. Yeah, in the next race we have another as well. But then in lane 7 we have Brock as well. I believe in stroke, Tess Fryer, she goes to Trent, which is where, or did go to Trent. Not sure if she's graduated now, but it's cool to see a familiar name. They're coming into the 1,000-meter mark here.
They are flying, especially probably with this strong tailwind.
Yeah, you can see the water moving from the right to the left quite fast. These are going to be some quick times. It does look like lane 7, Brock is out ahead with lane 6, this group crew, WSRCDC. In second here, with Argentina not super far behind. There are lots of Argentina crews, which is pretty cool. That
it's quite a little bit away.
Yeah, it's a little far of a travel.
But I mean, you might as well make the best of and have as many races as you possibly can.
Very true. Maximize your chances of obtaining a medal. Yeah. Does look like we've got Brock lane 7 out ahead still here, with lane 6 and lane 5 battling it out. But again, the top 3 do move on for this final, for this Women's Championship 8.
can see them picking up the pace as they start to try to move on each other, especially these two boats which are beside each other, though they will all move on if they are first, second, and third. They are going to be coming up on this last 250 meters, quite close to the end, and hopefully they'll be able to either keep the lead or pass the boat that they need to pass.
Mm-hmm.
You'll start to hear this cheering in the background as they get excited and cheer on their team.
Even if you are going to move on from your heat regardless, you do still want to try and get the best time, because I believe your time determines which lane you are in. So I believe the top times get lanes 5 and 6, if I'm not wrong. 4 and 5. Just because you are in the middle, there's less weather
Yeah.
and wind. If you're on the outside,
you're blocking it for the people in the middle.
Exactly. So we had Brock number 1 in lane 7, Argentina number 2, lane 5, and then on here it says WS Dev lane 6 and number 3, and then we had, I believe, Riverside and then Vesper here closing out this race. And now we're moving on to event 84, the men's championship 8 for the Craig Swayze Memorial Trophy. In lane 3 we have Pittsford. Lane 4 we have Vesper. In lane 5 we've got another one of these mixed things. So I've got ERC / WINN / CRC / S is what I have written here. And then we have lane 6, Wisconsin, and lane 7, Argentina. Again, top 3 move on because I believe there's only 2 heats. And after these 8s, we will be moving on to the dashes, which I believe are only a 500-meter dash. And these
will be fast.
Yes. So I believe with the heats, the fastest from each heat moves on to the final, which is right after the 3 heats. So we will get to see the heats and then the final right after. We're coming up on that last 500 meters here. We're kind of in the last 750, 700. You can see those crew waiting to bring those floating docks over right after this race is passed through.
They're all quite close together. This is a pretty close 8 race.
Mm-hmm. It does look like lane 5, this mixed boat might be out ahead. Does look like it from this angle here. And then we have Argentina not super far behind with, I believe, Wisconsin, and then Vesper and Pittsford are very close. It does look like Pittsford is ahead right now. But this lane 5 mixed crew is definitely in first as of right now, but they're coming up on that last 250 when the buoys turn red. So they know they have to give it their all. Again, Argentina not far behind. They're in second place right now. But we'll see, depending on maybe their finishes.
And you can give it your all because it's just 500 meters.
Right. We'll have to see once we get to that finish line. I think Pittsburgh and Vesper were very, very close. It does look like Argentina has pulled away. They are going to take this. At least from the angle we're seeing it at right now, it does look like, yeah, Argentina is about a boat length ahead of this mixed group crew here.
And is going to take that with the mixed group in second.
And it does look like Wisconsin coming in third with, I think that is Vesper, not far behind. No, sorry, Pittsburgh and then Vesper. Regardless, only the top three move on. We're moving on to the second and final heat of this event. Of the event 84 Men's Championship 8. In lane 3, we have Wisconsin. In lane 4, we have a mix of St. Catharines Rowing Club and UBC. In lane 5, we have a mix of BUM and BRC. And then in lane 6, we have California. And then lane 7, we have Penn AC and USA. A lot of mixed boats. Looks like they're still in that first 500 meters here. Very close as of right now. It does look like California might be out ahead a bit with St. Catharines and UBC lane 4. Maybe trying to pass lane 5, BUM and BRC.
Yep, but they still got 1,500 meters to go.
Yes, it's a long race. A lot can happen. I think watching eights is definitely the most entertaining. Do you agree?
Yeah, because a lot of them are quite close and they go by quite fast too.
Yes.
And you can hear everybody else's excitement for these boats.
Exactly.
More friends and family to cheer for them.
I think they're definitely my favorite boat to race and row as well. I like being with a team and I love sweeping, which I think you disagree.
Eights aren't bad. My least favorite boat would probably be a 4.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Have you rowed an octet?
No, I have not. It sounds quite fun, though.
It is pretty fun.
There is races that are octets. There is octet races, yeah.
We're passing the dock here, so we're halfway through the 1,000 meters, so we're about 1,250 right now, done. And then we've got, it does look like California, I believe, is still out ahead here. For those who don't know, an octet is essentially an 8, but everyone has 2 oars, so you're sculling, which they don't do many of those races. Not that I've seen.
They don't do it here.
No. Those would move so fast.
I don't think they'd have enough time to stop.
No, oh, definitely not. It does look like we've got, again, this St. Catharines mix UBC boat. And then we've got lane 5, BUM, BRC, not far behind with Wisconsin following suit. And then in lane 7, Penn AC/USA. Just kind of out of the pack here. top 3 move on, though, so we'll have to see. It does look like California, and then St. Catharines / UBC, and then BUM / BRC. But Wisconsin is not far behind. They're going to try and beat lane 5, I think. That's what their aim might be. Coming into the last 250 meters, they don't have much time left. You can see these coxswains really giving it their all and yelling at their crew to motivate them. You can hear some
You'd
cowbells.
100% hear the coxies if you're on the grandstand.
Oh, for sure, you do hear them. Because most of the time they will also have what's called is a cox box, which has speakers throughout the boat, so everyone from the stern to the bow can hear clearly all of the call-outs that the coxie is giving them, because they do have steering and they do steer, but they also have to give call-outs harder on port, harder on star. They give the race plan, all the above. So
motivations, yelling at them.
So we had California in first there, and I believe St. Catharines UBC second, and then BUM / BRC in third, with Wisconsin not far behind in fourth. And then we had Penn AC / USA finishing it out. These are different than what I have on my sheet. Okay, we are moving on to the dashes, which
will take a little bit to set up. Unless they're already...
Yes, they will be resuming at 3:20, so we've got a little bit of a break here. We will be back at around 3:15 to continue coverage of these races while they set up the docks for the dashes.
Official results from that last heat. That was heat 2 of the men's championship 8. First was UBC with a winning time of 5:35.13. Second, Buffalo. Just hold on for a sec here. Again, the official results. First in lane 4, the UBC St. Catharines boat. Second, Buffalo. Third, Wisconsin. Fourth, the 2026 WUC boat from the U.S. Again, top 3 will move on. Lanes 4, 5, and 3. So UBC, St. Catharines, Buffalo, and Wisconsin will move on.
Oh, okay. It's official.
Are we close?
We're hoping, you know. Gentlemen? Funny to see you guys on the other side. Here. That's good. Excellent.
So we're going to have a bit of a break before the dashes start. The catamaran crew is getting the starting gates floated over at the last 500. Again, you have a bit of a break until 3:20. So great time to come down to the bar, enjoy some refreshments.
What do you want, Robbie? So, your Combs is next, or? Your Combs is next?
Okay, we are back with the 142nd Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. We are moving on to the dashes. The first event we have is event 51, the men's single dash for the Murphy Bros Trophy. In lane 2, which is closest to us, is Winnipeg. Lane 3, Ridley College. Lane 4, Montreal. Lane 5, UVic. Lane 6, Wyandotte. Lane 7, Ridley College. And lane 8, Three Rivers. So these races are only 500 meters. And these athletes will race down. The fastest time will go into the dock. And then we have 2 other heats. And those as well, it'll be fastest time that wins this trophy. So they won't be racing against the other heats. It's basically you go as fast as you can, because you only get one chance for these dashes. And they just go by time.
And they will be fast dashes.
Oh, for sure. When we have the 8 dashes, those are fun to watch. A lot of the times, people will dress up. They'll all have matching costumes or something, which is really funny to see. So hopefully we'll get to...
The Dollarama felt hats.
Hopefully we'll get to see one of those crews coming up. But the singles are just getting into these docks like we were talking about earlier, these floating docks that have a volunteer boat holder on each of them. They have to... They
and
are
their little spider friends.
Yes, they are stuck on those docks for a long time with all of their insect friends. And, yeah.
Insectoids.
Yep. Have you done a dash before, Ella?
I don't think so, but I have held dashes before.
So have I. I have been the boat holder before as well. I don't think I have raced a dash.
I've erged the 1,500.
A little different. A little different than this.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like dashes are fun. They're a lot faster. They're easier because you can push as hard as you want without having to pace yourself.
You can't really... I mean, you definitely still can fly and die, but it's... you don't have that far to go. So it's kind of like, how could you stop when you have 200 meters left, right?
Yeah.
This race should be underway very, very soon. Looks like all the boats are in position. You can't really get seasick if you're on these docks as well, because you can see
that one really rocking.
I think that's lane 3. You can see behind them we have the second heat of dashes ready to get in position as well once this dash is underway. We'll be able to tell once they're about to start, once all these athletes... I mean, they're starting now. Okay.
And they're off, and they're off fast.
Again, this course is at an angle, so from this view, it does look like lane 2 and lane 8 might be kind of pulling ahead. We have a run time in the bottom left, so you can see how fast this race will be over. They're already about 200 meters in, coming up on those red buoys like we were talking about earlier. You really just have to give it all that you've got. We'll be able to see once we
can just see the energy difference.
Oh, for sure.
The dashes to the 2Ks.
It does look like lane 5 and 6 might be, which is UVic, Callum Murphy, and Wyandotte, Mike McKay. But then also Winnipeg, Michael Carrick. We will have to see how fast these guys can pull away from one another. It does look like lane 8, Three Rivers, will have the fastest time here. About a minute 37-ish.
Look at how close they are compared to most of the other races. Normally there's a scatter, and obviously you can't scatter if you're this close for a dash.
So yes, Three Rivers, lane 8, had the fastest time there. Now, if this heat, if they beat that time, they will be in contention for this trophy. They won't be racing against Three Rivers. Okay, so the last heat that we just had, the Three Rivers racer, they raced for Pen AC last year, and their time was 1:37.30. And he won the heat this year. He did not win the last year, so he did do better than before, which is very nice to see. Some improvement here. We will see if this second heat will be faster than the first one. And they will be off very soon. So lane 2, we have Riverside. Lane 3 was a scratch. Lane 4 is St. Catharines Rowing Club. Lane 5, Potomac. Lane 6, Pen AC. Lane 7, Edmonton. And lane 8, Marietta. And it does look like we have St. Catharines out ahead right now. Potomac, lane 5 out ahead right now, with St. Catharines not far behind. Same with Pen AC.
They're just reaching this last half of this race. You can see how fast it goes by in just like 2 minutes at most for most of these races. And how close they are.
You can hear all the cheers from the grandstand for these athletes. It does still look like lane 5 Potomac might be ahead. It does look like Pen AC lane 6 is trying to close that gap, but I don't know if they'll have enough time here. St. Catharines might actually take this win with, it does look like they have pulled ahead. I think St. Catharines has won this heat, but I don't believe their time is faster than the first heat, which means they will not go into the dock and they will not have a chance to win this trophy. It does look like this was a slower heat we have here. St. Catharines with the unofficial time of 1:41.32. So as of right now, Three Rivers from the first heat. Bradley Horvitz is currently number 1. So we will have to see what happens with this heat. But we have lane 2, Penn AC, lane 3, Marietta, lane 4, Potomac, lane 5, Leander, lane 7, Washtenaw, and lane 8, Calgary.
And they're off.
It looks like we have lane 4, Potomac, out ahead right now, but lane 2, Penn AC, is trying to catch up. They're coming up on that last, well, second half, but last 250 of this little dash we've got here. We'll have to see if these times are faster than the first heat. Look at the power in those strokes. You can see the puddles that he is making, and they are going way past the stern of his boat before he takes his next stroke.
Yeah, and in singles, you're able to lay back as far as you need to. In other boats, you're unable to, or at least it doesn't help.
Well, that was very fast. That might have
done it.
Beat that first time and beat Three Rivers there. We will have to see the unofficial times. Then I believe we will be able to see the grandstand. But Potomac, yes, 1:34.92. We will have to see. I don't know. And these are unofficial times, just so everyone knows. So again, there was no final for these dashes. It is the fastest time who wins the trophy or medal for these dashes. So it doesn't, like, you could have a slow heat and still win your heat, but if the heat before or after had a faster time, then they will win. And I do not believe that you won't race against the other top boats in the heat. So we have some time in between these dashes, and I believe we might be able to see the winner come in on the podium. We will have to see. And they will be presented their trophy. You can see him coming in here. Again, big thanks to all the volunteers that helped make this regatta run. Big thanks to Niagara College Broadcasting for all of this coverage that we have, so everyone far and wide can watch and not have to travel all the way out here if you are unable to. So I believe the third heat, Potomac beat the first heat's time, so he will be the winner for this dash.
So unfortunate for that other person.
But big improvement from last year, because I believe he placed, I think he placed second last year. The top time for that heat last year, another of the rowers that was in it from Wyandotte, he had 134.11. So it was a little bit faster this year, because I think this winner here won this dash at 134, I believe was his unofficial time, 134.98. So you can see he's being given his Henley Gold on the podium. And he gets to hold the trophy and have some photos here, as well as the plaque. Big congrats. That's so exciting for him. It's funny that most rowers, whenever you have sunglasses on, we always put them upside down.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's just because most rowers end up having hats.
Or a visor, yes, and then it lays flatter. I think it also probably protects the lenses a bit, so you're not they're not kind of in your hair or on the
it's
visor.
Also probably what is called a habit after having.
Very true. But hey, Oakleys are free speed.
Everything's free speed.
True, very true.
And the ceremonial jump.
The jump in.
We'll be seeing a lot of that.
Most likely. A lot of throwing coxies in, even though I don't believe they necessarily want you to do that, but I've seen a few times, though, people have jumped in and they keep their medals on, and they have lost their medals in the water, which you would not want to do.
You're not getting a replacement.
No. So we will be moving on to event 52, the women's single dash, for the Mary Lynn Rochon Memorial Trophy. And in the first heat, we have in lane 2, Montreal, lane 3, Calgary, lane 4, Riverside, lane 5, Undine, lane 6, St. Catharines Rowing Club, lane 7, Armenian Fed, and lane 8, Ottawa.
You can see them lining up now, getting into those floating docks.
Mm-hmm. Right now it's still 29 degrees, feels like 32.
It's went from an 8 UV to a 4 UV.
So the sun is beating a little less now. There's, it says 24 kilometer winds. It does still look like a nice tailwind, but in a single you really have to be careful and keep your balance, because it is super easy to flip, especially when there's waves.
You can definitely see some small white caps happening too.
If you look at lane 5, their buoy is moving a lot. It is rocking a lot. Same with lane 3.
It's weirdly walking.
They've got a lot of waves right there, I guess.
Seems so.
Lane 3 is trying to safely back it in. It is definitely a lot harder to back while there's waves, and with this crazy tailwind, you can see all the waves and how fast the water is rushing.
Yeah, you really don't want to scrape up your boat before a race.
No. So in lane 5, Undine, she raced last year with a time of 1:48.62, so we'll see maybe she can beat that time that she had last year. Anna Bruce, I believe she placed 7th. That's what I have written here. So we'll see if she can do better this year, if training for a year has improved. I mean, from the last one, the Three Rivers athlete, he did improve, even though the third heat beat him, but that's okay. There's always next year. And these women will be underway very, very soon. Everyone is in place. I can see they are getting into position to do their starts. It does actually look like lane 8 Ottawa is not yet in the dock. So they are trying to spin around. Maybe they were a little late to the start, not sure. But they are spinning around and they will back it in. It's very hard. You kind of have to do it fast or you'll be pushed down the course with this tailwind that we have here. But once she is in and ready, they will start this race pretty quickly, I assume, just to stay on schedule here. Ottawa is still trying to get in the gate, I believe. It's a little bit out of view, but you can see the far floating dock has no boat. Not sure what is happening there, but you can see lane 5, I believe, is still rocking quite a bit. Hopefully that volunteer does not get seasick because they are in some rolling waves there.
I don't think it's gonna let up anytime soon.
No.
We are a little worse.
We are a bit delayed here. I believe this is the 3:38 p.m. race, event 52. Not sure what's happening with Ottawa. I don't know. I did see them turn around at the 500 meter, but I don't know what happened, if they're trying to back in still. Or what they're waiting on. Hopefully the wind feels nice, though, for these athletes and kind of cools them down a little bit while they're waiting to begin this dash. Again, still not sure what's happening with this
like
Ottawa crew. I guess they're going without her, so we are off with this event. Looks like lane 4 might be pulling ahead. Lane 2 is really got a strong start here. Lane 2 is Montreal. See, we can see Ottawa on the right there. I don't believe that they are rowing down, but just because they have to, I don't think that they are included in this race, though. I don't think she could get into the starting gate. Maybe some equipment issues. We don't know. But that is unfortunate for her. You can hear the cheers from the grandstand
as they're coming to the last half of this race.
You can see quite a few white caps and lots of big splashes from these women's oars just because of the wind, and especially, like as we said before, that bridge there, once it opens up, there's no shelter because there's also a big bay to the right side as well. But it does look like this might be Armenian fed. I can't quite tell. It's either that or St. Catharines, but we will get the unofficial times posted on here. Yes, okay, Armenian fed with a time of 1:53:26. Riverside and Montreal, it says there was no time in between. They were exactly the same finish time. Not that it matters though, because it is the fastest time from the heat. Undine didn't do as well as last year. I think maybe just the conditions of the course and this their delayed start and stuff maybe just wasn't as good as last year. So we are on to the second heat of the women's single dash, event 52. In lane 2 we have Penn AC, lane 3 Ottawa, lane 4 Craftsbury, lane 5 Niagara Community Rowing, lane 6 CBC, and lane 7 Calgary. In lane 2, Penn AC, she also raced this event last year with a time of 1:46.50. So we'll see, maybe she can beat that time this year. I believe you raced with lane 5, Stacy Julie.
Yes, I have. She was in my quad that I raced here
yesterday.
Yep.
Right? Yeah.
She also had a pair today.
Oh, really?
Yes.
How did she do? Do you know?
No, I don't. It was the finals for the pair, though they were the slowest time coming in.
Okay.
But they were happy to make it to the finals.
Yeah, that's awesome to move on. There's a lot of heats, a lot of competitors. It is very hard to move on. I remember, I don't know how many years ago now, probably 6 years ago now, I raced a double, and there was 72 entries in my race, so we did not make it on. It's a Henley Gold is one of the hardest medals to obtain, I'd say.
Because there's so many people.
Right.
And it's
hard
only
competition.
Gold.
Yes, it's only gold. You only win a gold for this regatta.
And it's not by time, so you could have a whole other race that's completely faster than you and still make it.
Unlike
this.
Yes, these dashes. But these women are off. They've already done about 200 meters, coming into the 250 mark when those buoys turn red. It looks pretty even right now, but again, this course is on an angle. So we will have to see once they get closer to, and we can be able to tell who's where and who's in the lead. Again, the time to beat is 1 minute and 53 seconds, 0.26, unofficial. So we will have to see. It does look like lane 4, Craftsbury, might be out ahead here. I can't tell if it's Craftsbury or it might be lane 5. Oh, it is. Lane 5, Niagara Community Rowing. Anastasia Julie is out ahead right now. She might be, we'll see what her time is once she passes this finish line. Again, if it's not faster than the last heat, she does not have a chance. But look at that finish. Look at how fast she's going. That's crazy good for her. We'll have to see the unofficial times here. See, this is a way slower heat. Her time was 2 minutes exactly, 0.31. So that does not beat the time from Armenian Fed, which was 1 minute 53 seconds, 0.26. So that was a slower heat because she was pretty out ahead compared to the other women in that race. And that's the thing with this is you don't really have something to gauge on. Like if you're first, you don't know how far behind you are from the other time. But it does get us through these dashes a lot faster. And you just have to give it your absolute all.
Yeah.
But the conditions can change, the wind can change. It's all up to Mother Nature. Okay, and we are on to the third and final heat of this event 52 women's single dash for the Mary Lynn Rochon Memorial Trophy. In lane 2, we have Undine. In lane 3, Craftsbury. In lane 4, Pen AC. In lane 5, Arion. In lane 6, Aurelia. And lane 7, Calgary. So, last year, lane 3, our Craftsbury athlete, she won the dash last year with a time of 1 minute and 42 seconds, 0.03. So we'll see how she does this year. I don't remember what the conditions were like last year during the dashes because that can obviously change things, but we do have a tailwind. And then lane 2, Undine, she placed 8th with a time of 1 minute and 48 seconds, 0.65, I believe. So, we've got some good competition here because, I mean, we have the winner of last year's dash in this heat. So we will see. The only thing is, though, if she's out ahead, she won't know if she
might slow down.
Right? Like, she might not know if she's faster than Armenian Fed. And we are off. Got a good start here from Charlotte from Craftsbury in lane 3. We can see lane 2, Undine. She's got some strong strokes here. Might be pulling ahead of Craftsbury. It does look like she's way out, almost a boat length now, at least from this angle. It is hard to tell again. Once we get to the other angle, they might actually be kind of right beside. Yeah, they might be right beside each other, actually.
They are rearing to go.
It's hard. You can kind of look at the buoys and be able to tell, but you can't know 100% until either the finish line or you're like, you've got a side profile of them.
You're lined up with them.
It does look like it's getting a little bit choppier out here. I think racing goes till around 5:40-ish. So there's still quite a bit of racing to do. I will have to leave soon, but Ella here will continue commentary. It does look like this heat is way faster as of right now. At least 10 seconds. So I think it looks like lane 2, Undine.
They have done it. Possibly.
Oh, we'll have to see. We'll have to see because
it doesn't stop when.
No, and so Armenian Fed had an unofficial time of 1 minute 53 seconds, 0.26, and this says for Crafts. I'm incorrect. Craftsbury, not Undine. Lane 3. She had a time of 1 minute 51:03, so I believe she will win the Mary Lynn Rochon Memorial Trophy here. Again, those are unofficial times and they are subject to change. But we will be going to the grandstand to see the... Oh, we've got a replay here of that finish. It does look like that says lane 2. Regardless, she beat the Armenian Fed time, who is waiting on the dock just in case. But we will be able to see her come up and get her medal and her trophy. Have to see here when they come in which bow number it is. I was pretty sure it was lane 2, but it looks like Charlotte might have won again. Not sure if they're coming in. Armenian Fed Grace is leaving the dock. So the fastest time will wait at the dock until the winner comes in. Okay, we do have lane 3. Charlotte, she won for the second year in a row.
Good for her.
Little bit
really
of a
good.
Yeah, slower time this year, but still.
It's probably because of the weather.
For
probably
sure.
Less
it might have been better conditions last year.
White cappy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this trophy was commissioned in the year 1988 and is in memory and dedicated to Boris Marie Lynn Rochon, who raced from 1961 to 1986.
You can see her with her medal, the plaque, big smile. It's so exciting to win. So I have been informed lane 2 did not start, and that is why. That is where the confusion came from, because I saw her at the edge, which I'm kind of going from counting from the edge in to have the correct athlete, but there was a DNS for lane 2 undone, and that is why. But big congrats to Charlotte Wiley for second win in a row for this dash, second year in a row. That's so exciting.
Very good job of her.
Mm-hmm. Some nice photo ops, everyone in the grandstand, and they also take one with the water behind. After this, we are moving on to event 53, the men's lightweight 8 dash for the Ralph Gifford Memorial Trophy. Gifford? I apologize if I said that wrong. But once we flip over, we only have 5 boats in this race. There was a scratch in lane 4, Saratoga. But we have lane 2, Argonaut, lane 3, TBC, lane 5, Buffalo, lane 6, St. Catharines Rowing Club, and lane 7, Greenwich. And this is just a straight final, basically. Like, you are racing against each other because there is not another heat. So look at all those birds on the water that they just
scared away.
Yeah, I don't know why they would land there, but we'll have to see. It does look like Buffalo might be out ahead, but again, the finish line is at a diagonal.
Buffalo or Argos seem to be in the front at the moment.
St. Catharines not far behind, though. So all of the photos, the gold medal photos, Stan is taking all the photos, which you can purchase online at goldmedalphotos.com for parents and family that would like to have those, or athletes. It looks like TBC Racing had the win there. No, just kidding, Buffalo. TBC is coming in now. These lanes mix me up, man. I thought it was Buffalo from the get-go, and then I was like, oh, no, that looks like lane 3. No, I'm wrong. Buffalo with the win there. We had the unofficial time, but they will go into the dock, get all their medals, take photos with the plaque. Again,
Coxie gets thrown in.
Yep, most of the time, and then, yeah, those photos can be purchased online. So Buffalo last year, they had a time of 1:19:01. And I did miss the time that they had this year, but we will get it up. They had an unofficial time this year of 1 minute 18 seconds, 0.59. So they beat their time last year by 0.02 seconds.
Very close.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe the tailwind had something to do with that. I don't know. But yeah, they had, that's crazy. That was almost the exact same time. But they did beat their time from last year, so that's a win.
Can see them coming into the dock now.
With a winning time of 1:18.59.
Presenting the Ralph Gifford Memorial Trophy and the medals to this winning 8 is Matt Swick. Matt is a local oarsman and was on the Canadian team for the 2000 Olympics in Sydney, and also was in the first Canadian men's 8 to win gold at the World Championships in 2002. Matt will be presenting Buffalo with the gold medals for this men's lightweight 8 dash.
Congratulations, Buffalo. We've got Bianca as Coxie, and then there's Joseph, John, Diego, Harrison, James, Lars, Max, and Graham.
Okay. And this next event, event 55, the men's lightweight single dash is underway for the Dave Cornelius Memorial Trophy. Lane 2, Calgary. Lane 3, Thunder. Lane 4, Undine. Lane 5, Texas. Lane 6, Undine. And Lane 7, New York AC. So last year, Lane 5, Tristan, I believe, raced for Marietta, and he placed 9th with a time of 1:42.84. And then Undine, Diego raced last year as well and placed 18th with a time of 1:45.71. So
Seems like there was more people last year.
Yeah, 100%, because we only have 2 heats. So
he won't get 18th this time.
No, that is true.
You can hear the support from their friends and family. Seems like lane 7 and New York AC has came in first for this race with a time of 1 minute 39 seconds .99.
Wow.
The second heat is about to go with lane 2,
Colner,
lane 3, Thunder, lane 4, Undine.
No, you're reading the first heat.
Lane 3, SCRC, lane 4, Calgary, lane 5, Ottawa, lane 6, Pegasus, and lane 7, Undine. Ottawa raced here last time with a place of 5th and a time of 1 minute 40 seconds .37. just getting into the starting gates now, and they're off. Seems like lane 4, Calgary, has taken the lead. Let's see if they'll be able to keep it. Lane 2, Kulner seems to be catching up on them. It seems like it's gonna be a tight race between those two.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Calgary is out ahead right now. Lane 4, Calgary. You can hear the people cheering for him. We'll have to see if he beat the last event's time.
And he has.
He did by 0.09 seconds. The unofficial time. So I believe Calgary, lane 4, Luis Ferraro will be winning this Dave Cornelius Memorial Trophy for the event 55 men's lightweight single dash. And we do have the next race in the starting gates, just to try and get back on time here. I believe we will flip back to the podium once he is on there, but this is event 56, the women's lightweight single dash for the John H. Dorr Memorial Trophy. In lane 2, we have Ottawa. In lane 3, we have Undine. Lane 4, Litchfield. Lane 5, Argonaut. Lane 6, Potomac. And lane 7, South Niagara. So these women will be heading out the starting gates very, very soon. I will have to leave very, very soon, and Ella will be taking over the commentating. Be nice to her in the comments. And we have quite a few dashes to go. Got some 8s coming up. Should be very exciting to watch. Lots of 8s. Lots of 8s coming up.
More 8s.
Some PR doubles. Some para races, which should also be very interesting to watch. Lots more 8s. Yeah, looks like a lot of 8s. And some para races. So that's very exciting.
Yep.
We can see Calgary, lane 4, Lewis, receiving his trophy and medal on the podium right now. So exciting for him. Big congrats.
You can see them taking pictures now. You can see the women off right now for the John H. Dorr Memorial Trophy. Just hitting the second half of this race. All the seagulls still flying around. Seems like Potomac at the moment might be in first and is speeding up for this last half to try to create a gap and be as fast as they can, because they won't be able to know if anyone's going to be faster than them, since there is 2 more heats after them. And you just gotta be the fastest. Can't ever slow down on these races, or else you might not be able to win. And it seems like she'll be able to get the win here, since there's not enough time or space for the other singles to catch up, but we'll see. And it seems like, yes, Potomac has taken this heat. Which is really great for her. Undine for this heat got 5th last year with a time of 1:55.78, and it seems they have sadly not beaten it, but it's probably just because of the weather. Litchfield got 6th with a time of 1:58.11, and it seems like they have beaten their time from last year, which is amazing for them. This next heat is Peterborough in lane 2, Calgary in lane 3, a scratch for Calgary in lane 4, Carolina in lane 5, Montreal in lane 6, Litchfield in lane 7. They'll be sending these boats off real soon, which they have been trying to do to catch up. Around 10 minutes late, and they're off. You can see how fast they start. They start up, and they gotta keep that momentum, either going faster with a faster rate, or going faster with slowing down and pushing as hard as they possibly can. It seems like Peterborough, lane 2, Morgan, has taken the lead at the moment, followed by, I believe that is Calgary, Carissa, in lane 3. As you can see them trying to create as much as a gap as possible, because as I said before, you cannot let up, or else you might lose this medal, because you don't know if you are faster or slower than the heat in front and behind you, or like the next heat and the heat before and in front of you. You can see they're trying their best getting into this second half, driving and looking around, seeing how close everybody is. It seems like that is Montreal. Isabel seems to have taken a go-ahead to try and catch up, but I don't think it'll be enough with lane 2. Peterborough, Morgan seems to have taken this second heat, followed by Calgary, Carissa, and Montreal, I believe. Yes, Montreal. Sadly, Peterborough does not have the time to be able to beat the first heat. She has a time of 1 minute, 49 seconds, 0.39, while the first heat, Valerie from Potomac, has the time of 1 minute, 43 seconds, 0.43. Now this final heat for this race, for the women's lightweight single dash, is in lane 2, Uvik, Elena. Lane 3, Undine, Rebecca. Lane 4, Calgary, Zena. Lane 5, Romo Santiago, Andrea. Lane 6, Ottawa, Tasme. Lane 7, Concha Hawken, Ashlyn. As you can see them rowing off, Uvik, lane 2, has seemed to take in the lead and trying to keep as much as possible, but it also seems Ottawa and Conshohocken are quite close too. With this angle, it seems they are quite close to each other. Uvik, Elena has possibly taken a lead at this point. That's really what you want to do in a dash single, get the lead and keep it there as best you can. You can see them heading into the next half of this race. You'll see them speed up and create either more of a gap, and sometimes they'll catch up and possibly will have a really close race here. That seems to be Ottawa and Conshohocken there battling it out. They're battling it out for first, but it seems like Ottawa has taken the lead at the moment, and she might be able to hold it. It seems like she will, with Conshohocken not being able to catch up in time with this last little bit there. And it seems like, I don't know who got first. I think Ottawa might have beat Uvik, but that was extremely close. I have no idea who. 0.04. That is an amazing and devastating time. But it will also, look at how close they are together. Though sadly that time is not enough to beat Valerie of Potomac in the first race with a time of 1 minute and 43 seconds, 0.43. But that was an amazing race between those two, Uvik and Ottawa. So close. Amazing job to Valerie of Potomac with a time of 1 minute and 43 seconds, .43. Amazing job for her winning this race. You can see how happy she is winning the trophy and getting those pictures with her medal. Lining up here is the men's 8 dash for the Donald F. Tom Memorial Trophy. In lane 2, we have Ottawa. In lane 3, we have Port. In lane 4, St. Catharines. In lane 5, Penn AC. In lane 6, TBC Racing. In lane 7, Greenwich. And in lane 8, Prince William. And they're off. We'll see how fast these boys go. You can see in lane 2, Ottawa, they have funny little felt hats on, like we were talking about before. It seems like, seems like TBC Racing might have caught in a crab. Bow can't row. And he's gotten it back now, but he wasn't rowing for a few strokes. Wonder what happened. It was probably a pretty bad crab, and you can't really just stop there. You have to keep rowing and hope they can be able to continue rowing and catch that crab or fix the crab, not catch another one. It seems like St. Catharines has taken the lead so far, trying to create that gap in between these other boats, but it seems like Port is gaining on them, and Prince William all the way there in the 8th lane, but I don't think they have enough time to catch up. It seems like St. Catharines is going to take this with Prince William, I believe that might be Greenwich in lane, or Port. I think I might just be blind. St. Catharines has taken the win. St. Catharines got the win with a time of 1 minute and 19 seconds, .39. All right, in this next heat, I believe this is the final heat. Let me check. No, it is not. There is one more heat after this. In lane 2, we have Buffalo Camp. In lane 3, Wisconsin. In lane 4, CBC. In lane 5, Port. In lane 6, Buffalo. In lane 7, UBC. And in lane 8, Washtenaw. Buffalo seems to have gotten first last year with a time of 1 minute 16 seconds, .12. Let's see if they'll be able to get a win again. Can see just the one lane, lane 7 UBC is trying to fix their course. Or no, that is lane 6 Buffalo trying to fix their course and get back into the starting gate. And then they'll be off quite soon. Still trying to catch up that missed time. Seems like they finally got in. They'll be starting quite soon. Let's see if they'll be able to beat the time. The time to beat is 1 minute, 19 seconds, .39 so far. And they're off. You can see just how fast they launch off that start and start to pick up speed as best they can. Seems like Buffalo is in the lead at the moment. Let's see if they'll be able to get a first place again in a row. But they need to create distance, and there's another race right after them that they have to pray they also beat. But it seems like UBC has possibly taken a lead at the moment. Seems like UBC might be taking this for the win. Gapping these crews as best they can, and they're taking this. That was extremely fast. Though, will it be enough to beat the time 1 minute 19 seconds, .39? And it is by a decent amount, around 3 seconds, with a time of 1 minute in 16 seconds, .70. UBC has or is the winner so far, but there's one more race. There's one more heat. Let's see if anyone will be able to beat this time. All right. In this last heat for the men's 8 dash Donald F. Tom Memorial Trophy, we have in lane 2, Penn AC, lane 3, Greenwich, lane 4, BUM/BRC, in lane 5, Wisconsin, in lane 6, Saratoga, in lane 7, TBC Racing, and in lane 8, Washtenaw. They're all lining up to get ready. Seems like that other 8 is waiting so they can cheer their buddies on. And they're off. These are some really fast starts, but it seems like Saratoga is taking the lead. Oh, and Greenwich has actually in lane 3 has taken the lead at the moment. Beside them, BUM/BRC is right beside them, and Wisconsin and Saratoga are quite close behind as well. All those 4 boats are fighting for that first place to see if they'll be able to beat the 1 minute 16 seconds .70 that the first place in the last heat has gotten. And it seems like BUM/BRC is taking the lead and is not going to give it up. It seems like they will win, followed by Saratoga, then Wisconsin, but it seems like Greenwich was able to beat Saratoga in that last second with that finish. Finishes are very, very important. And it seems like they were able to take the win. BUM/BRC is able to win by only around 20th by around almost 0.10 of a, or 0.10 of a second. That was an amazing race by them.
And the results of the last heat are in. With a winning time of .14 is Buffalo.
It was an amazing race, and they've definitely deserved it for how hard they worked for that. You could just see how tired they were in that last 250.
Lane 4.
You can see them coming into the dock right now to receive their medals. You can see the happy grins on their face, which they definitely deserve to have.
Presenting the trophy and the medals to this winning crew is Meredith Braylon, the marketing manager for Hudson Boat Works. And the Buffalo crew, of course, is rowing one of the Hudson Boat Works shells. Congratulations, Buffalo. This is the Don Tom Memorial Trophy. It's an appreciation for Don's dedicated support of rowing.
This is the Women's 8 Dash for the Bell Canada Trophy. In Lane 2, we have TBC Racing. Lane 3, Penn AC. Lane 4, Nargissette. Lane 5, Riverside. Lane 6, Greenwich. Lane 7, Uvic. Lane 8, Ottawa. And they've already set off to around the 250 already. You can see Uvic in the lead right now, followed by Ottawa and Riverside, it seems. Getting to this last 250, if you're not close enough, if you're only bow to stroke, it's really extremely hard to catch up, so it seems like UVic has taken this victory. Followed by Riverside, then TBC Racing. The time to beat now is 1 minute, 28 seconds, and 3.33. Set by UVic. Getting into the docks now is the second of 3 heats for this race. In lane 2, we have Calgary. Lane 3, we have Washtenaw. Lane 4, we have Penn AC. Lane 5, we have Riverside. Lane 6, we have Greenwich. Lane 7, Riverside again. Lane 8, TBC Racing. They're just lining up now to set off. Seems like Riverside lane 7 isn't there, and Riverside lane 5 isn't there either at the moment. You can hear the cheering and the line forming up on the island right there in front of us. And they're off. Seems like the 2 Riverside boats did not show. Lane 2, Calgary seems to be in the lead at the moment, followed by Penn AC in lane 4 as they battle it out. You can see them coming down and hitting the 250 mark as the bridge turns to grass. Seems like there is 3 boats in front. TBC Racing, Greenwich, and Penn AC. Seems like Penn AC has taken the lead so far, and I don't think there's enough time for the other boats to catch up. And it seems like Penn AC has taken this heat. but do they have the time to beat 1 minute, 28 seconds, .33? And they sadly do not. The boats lining up here is the last and the third and last heat for this event, being Lane 2 Washtenaw, Lane 3 WS Dev, Lane 4 Washtenaw, Lane 5 Calgary, Lane 6 Port, Lane 7 Aron, and Lane 8 Saratoga. Seems like Aron and Saratoga, lane 7 and 8, have not shown. Seems like we're waiting on these two crews unless they don't show. Seems like the 2 8s have shown up and are just getting into place. Lane 7 and 8 are just getting into place, and then we'll be able to start. And they're off. Seems like 3 boats have taken the lead so far, which is Aeron, Calgary, and WS Dev. But we'll be able to see if they're able to hold on to that lead and take it to the final and be able to beat the time of 1 minute 28 seconds, 0.35. Can see them passing the 250 mark, being able to launch themselves now and truly give it their all, even though that's what they should be doing. But it seems like Calgary is in front at the moment, or Aeron. Seems like Aeron has came first, Calgary second, and WS Dev third, but we'll be able to see if their time is truly enough to beat the first place. And it is not. Aeron with a time of 1 minute 29 seconds, 0.29, is not fast enough to beat the time that Uvik had, which was 1 minute 28 seconds, 0.35. So we'll be able to get to see them on or taking their medals.
Third heat, coming in first was Arian, second Calgary, third is WS Dev, in fourth was Washtenaw from lane 2, fifth Washtenaw from lane 4, sixth Saratoga, and in seventh Port.
Congratulations to the University of Victoria. Presenting the Bell Canada Trophy for the Senior Women's 8- will be Michelle Kerr, past president of the St. Catharines Rowing Club and director of St. Catharines World Rowing. The Royal Canadian Henley Regatta was presented with this trophy in 1997. The trophy was created by local artist Perry Walklage. The theme of the trophy is celebration of victory and life.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate Madeline, Sierra, Violet, Isabel, Elise, Avery, Addison, Tegan, and Sophia.
These next two races will be para, with this one being the mixed para 3 double inclusion. Lane 4, SCRC/KRC. Lane 5, RCA para. and lane 6, win/RCA para. Para 3 inclusion just means one of them is able-bodied and the other one is para 3. With para 3 being a visual and or
The next
physical
race coming just passing the finish line
impairment.
is the mix.
And it seems that win/RCA para in lane 6 has taken it. Amazing job from them. And this last para race is the mixed para 2 double dash. Lane 4, UST Boston. Lane 5, TC Boston. Lane 6, USTC Boston. Para 2 is that they can't use the slide, but they can use their upper body. And it seems that lane 4, USTC Boston, has taken the lead and is trying their best to keep this gap and make it bigger. They're doing amazing for the upper body strength you have to do this. I don't think my upper body would be able to do this in a reasonable time. I believe I would be very tired or get very tired very quickly. So it's amazing that they're able to do this. Seems like USTC Boston, lane 4, has taken the lead and is continuing to gap the other two boats and is not letting them catch up at all. And it seems like there will not be enough time for these other two boats to catch up. It seems like lane 4, USTC Boston, will be taking this for the win, which is an amazing by them. Amazing job. USTC Boston lane 5 will be coming in second here, and USTC Boston lane 6 is coming in 6th. We can see here the winners for the mixed para 3 double inclusion. Amazing job on their part as well. That was an amazing race. Lining up here is the Regatta Sport Dash 4 Cash Mixed 8. Lane 2 we have Greenwich. Lane 3 we have OKC. Lane 4 we have Hanley. Lane 5 we have Narragansett. Lane 6 we have Penn AC. Lane 7 we have CC Seattle. And in lane 8 we have Ottawa. There is also two more heats after this one. And then that will be it for the day. These 8s will be an amazing race, as always. This is the mixed para 2 double. This is the lane 4 USTC Boston. Amazing job for them. I don't think I'd be able to do it all with my upper body like they can. Seems like Penn AC is not there. And Ottawa, lane 8 and lane 6. Either we're waiting on them or we're going to set off without them like some of the other times. But it seems like we are waiting for them. Just been told they have had a exclusion, course violation. So we are not waiting for them. Or there has been 4 course violations for these races. And they're off. These are some fast 8s here. And it seems like they're all equal so far. Normally there's a little bit of an offset, but we'll definitely see after the first half of this race, there'll be a stagger, or they'll all stay together and it'll be a really close race between all of them. Here we're able to see 3 boats have taken the lead. Those boats being, it seems like 2 boats now, with lane 4, Hanley, and lane 7, CC Seattle. And lane 2, Greenwich. But it seems like Hanlon in lane 4 has taken the gold for this so far. There is 2 more heats to go, and if any of those heats are able to beat the time that Hanlon has set, you can see how close they are here with just milliseconds to spare in between all of these boats. You can just see how close they've came. In this next heat, we have in lane 2, Great Bay, lane 3, Narragansett, lane 4, Potomac, lane 5, Pennacy, lane 6, Saskatchewan, lane 7, PC, GRC, and in lane 8, PTRB and St. Catharines. You can see all these boats getting into their lanes. You can see the silly costumes that St. Catharines has decided to wear. That happens with these 8 races. It's fun to see what people have decided to wear. Seems like some of the people in the Penne Sea boat also have those felt animal hats, which is nice to see. And they're off. With this being a fast start, it seems like Potomac and PC/GRC are in the lead at the moment, followed by Saskatchewan and Nargissette. Hopefully this will be also a close race like the last race before this. It seems like the PC/GRC has taken the lead so far. I don't think there's enough time for the other teams to catch up. So I think they will be taking this, with second being Saskatchewan right beside them. And it seems like, yes, there wasn't enough time. Saskatchewan, then Potomac after it. The time of 1 minute 24 seconds, 0.45. Amazing job by them. This will be the last heat and the last race of the day. In lane 2, we have TBC Racing. Lane 3, we have Nargissette. Lane 4, we have TBC Racing. Lane 5, we have TBC Racing. Lane 6, we have OKC. In lane 7, we have Riverside. And in lane 8, we have PTRB/KRC. This will be a fun race to watch. And this will be a fun race to watch because it's also the last one of the day. Everybody's just getting lined up here. And they're off. This first 250 meters, you just gotta keep the speed and get through this water. It seems like there's 4 boats that have taken the lead. Lane 2, lane 3, lane 5, and lane 6, which is TBC Racing, Nargissette, TBC Racing in OKC. Let's see if they'll stay close together or they'll end up spreading out by the end, or, well, by the start of the last 250 meters. That is when there's a lot of separation between everybody. But we will see. Seems like TBC Racing Lane 2 has taken a little bit of a lead, and Riverside in Lane 7. Or no, that seems to be Nargissette Lane 3, and Riverside and PTRB/KRC. But it seems like Lane 3, Nargissette, it's a really close race with Nargissette in Lane 3 taking the win for this heat. With a time of 1 minute, 28 seconds, 0.50, which is slower than the last race's time, which their race was 1 minute, 24 seconds, 0.45.
When we're ready for the results, we're going to have Kim Muir, former staff member of Regatta Sport for many years. She's going to be helping present the Dash for Cash prizes from Regatta Sport. 50% of the entry fees will be going to the charity of choice for the winning crew. Each crew member will get a swag bag from Regatta Sport, and the crew will get a brand new Nielsen Kellerman Cox box.
Henley from the first heat has came in first. You can just see the excitement on their faces to hear that they have won this eight.
Third place Peterborough, fourth
Amazing
place TBC
job
Racing, fifth place
to them.
OKC, sixth place TBC Racing, and seventh place TBC Racing.
You can just see the excitement and happiness that they
Thank you very much for joining us today. Hope to see you tomorrow.
This is the last race of the day. It's great to see how many people have tuned in to watch this live stream and to watch these amazing rowers race their races to either win a medal or to get to the finals. Amazing job to all of them. An amazing job to all the volunteers who have helped run this regatta. And this is what we were talking about before with throwing the goxies and other people jumping in. They deserve it. They did amazing with their race, like every other athlete that has competed in this regatta today and all the other days and tomorrow. This is it of the live stream. I'm happy to everybody who's tuned in and watched. And tune in tomorrow for the last of the races.
Sometimes in life we get asked the question, what are we made of? In rowing, there's a few things. We're made of early mornings, unspoken commitment, and loyalty. We're made of a larger collective, all greater than the sum of its parts. We're made of personal sacrifices, invisible work, and thousands of hours of consistent effort. We're made of innovation, precision, and always progressing. We're forged by calloused hands, carbon and titanium. We're made of dreamers, makers, and believers. We're fighting for every second and every inch, every day.
They are pulling this out now as the Americans really chase them down as hard as they can. Coming toward the finish of the race now. Not many more than 10 strokes. And they are pulling this out. The crowd are on their feet here. And this looks as if it's going to be another victory. And it is. They retain their title.
So, what is rowing made of? Simply put, rowing's made of us.
You got a passion for storytelling and you want to come and run towards your future, this is where it starts. One of the hallmarks of our program since I was a student way back when was that you learned the fundamentals of radio, television, and film. And then you picked your major and you spent 2 years going through the program.
Director, are you ready?
Right from first year, the foundation of learning the different roles and responsibilities in the TV space and how they change based on scale of production. So it's kind of wild to be a broadcasting student being in a studio like this, working on a 5-minute little scripted project, to being out in the community producing something that potentially thousands, hundred thousands, or millions of people are watching. When we're working on a project like World Rowing, and we are now the host broadcaster, anyone around the world that tunes in to watch this event is watching feeds that come from us. That's as real as it gets for our students, because the next step for them after they graduate is to go and do that professionally. And those students, it was like getting into their favorite slippers. They just walked in, they slid right in, they were comfortable, they executed what I would say arguably flawlessly. Then they have that real true transformative moment or experience.
Ready Neil and take Neil. What I'm doing at the moment is I'm directing the 140th Royal Henley Regatta. I'm currently taking all the cameras that we have out in the course and just sequencing them into what you see on the live stream. So from our first camera all the way to our end camera at the grandstand, that's what I'll be doing. So taking those from, we're on Neil right now, and we're gonna go to Clerks in just a second as soon as we pass the tower. Ready, Clerks? And take Clerks.
Right now I'm down at the grandstands. I'm on our only hard on the camera. Sorry, I'm going live 1 second. Yeah, so I'm just trying to feed Damien, the director, as many shots as he wants. I'm trying to basically make good shots and tell him, hey, take mine live.
I think in today's society, we have certain sensitivities to, like, do I need to go to school to learn that skill? I could surf online, I could take a bunch of online courses, but what you're missing is the big component of finding out what you're good at in environments that test you, that allow you to realize your true potential. And that only can happen when you're working in a team environment. If you have a passion for storytelling, all of that creative excitement, energy, and excellence is already inside you. We just need to give you an opportunity and a place and an environment for you to realize that.